bullshit. They're just trying to sell you something to make either like a profit, like a mechanic, or like these people, they're trying to, just explain away their horse shit, and they just make it up.
Atmospheric lensing. There you go. That'll cover it. Yeah, that just and there's which photo is it? I haven't looked up what they supposedly say took the photo, but it's the picture of the dark side of the moon with the Earth in the background.
I don't think I've ever seen that one. I thought the dark side of the moon has never been actually seen.
No, then you could
actually, it doesn't. Yeah, never mind. I don't even want to go there. It's fucking bullshit.
Like, yeah. Oh wait,
he just caught me for a second.
But yeah, and I get it. That stuff's in us from birth, almost, right?
Yeah. So, I just fell back into the idea that the moon is actually this physical sphere.
Wait a second.
That you can stand on.
Yeah, hang out on, ride a go-kart around on. But no, if someone, I don't know, I'm not at my computer, I'm kind of out walking the dog, but if someone could look that up and even throw it in the chat, it's a picture taken from the other side of the moon. So as if some telescope, I don't have a clue exactly, satellite was out there, but it was pointing back at the Earth. And I mean, it's definitely from NASA.
Yeah, it's like a video. It gets the moon transiting, and the clouds never change over the 5 hours.
Is that what it was?
Pretty bad, and it's not even lit up.
Such bullshit. So, but trying to think. Oh, that was some of the evidence that I can't remember the name, but saying that there's only been a couple taken, supposedly. And yeah, the fact, imagine all the things that we have on camera all the time, whatever. The fact that there isn't just we know why, but it just seems like that would be such an American thing to do, right? We got to give these guys 24/7 cameras.
I got to think eventually that they're going to try to pull the wool back over everyone's eyes and say, hey, we screwed up. The calculations we gave you of the Earth's rotation and its size are off. And that's why we can't find the curve. But when they do that, they're going to have to throw away everything because they used that to get the size of everything, right? The all the rest of the so-called planets, the moon, that all started from the claim of the Earth size, right? And that's what I don't get either when Globers come in here and we try to explain to them those measurements and that there's no curve. And then they'll even say sometimes, well, those measurements are probably a little off and not completely accurate. Well, if then that's true, then you can't argue anything else about the distance or the size of anything else. You have to completely wipe the slate clean then. Am I wrong about that?
I was thinking something about that earlier as well. Just what does walking it all back look like? And like what you're saying, whether it's the surveying, the math, anything, them assuming there's a lot of assumptions that take place with the size, the radius, everything. The atmosphere in general, gravity, fucking, imagine what that would look like. I'm going to quit paying my taxes, though, if they say anything like that.
Yeah, why are they forcing people to pay for this bullshit NASA crap that they're putting out for all these years? I want my money back.
Right?
And all my ancestors' money back too, since 1958.
Get some reparations, huh?
Yeah, what the fuck? You're lying to humanity, sending these fake pictures of this Narnia space that doesn't exist in reality, and nobody has ever gone to opt me out of that. Thanks. I'll take payment in gold or several.
The only thing I don't understand is
sorry.
the only thing I don't understand is what are stars?
Lights in the sky.
Yeah, but like what? What are they?
They are not the moon, neither the sun.
We don't know what they are.
Just
Speculation Sunday time.
you know, yeah, you can't really know what they are other than just how you observe them, right? So, what do you see? That's really all we can go by. What do you see? You see a light. Beyond that, you can't say what it is. Nobody knows.
Yeah. So here's the things we do know about it. We do know it's a calendar, right? You understand that part, right? A yearly calendar?
I do, but I don't think you're talking to me right now.
Right, Zodiac?
You mean with with its positions, right? Like there's certainly
Right.
4 seasons, right?
Yeah, so it goes for seasons. So then it has the yearly clock. It has a monthly calendar, right?
Right. Are you talking about the moon?
Yeah, well, just it has its cycles in the month, yeah. And then it has the daily cycle. And then it has the planets that are like the weeks. So if we can just say that it's a clock of some sort for us, for all to see, right? And a light for the night, a light for the day, and a light for the night. So if we know they're a clock, so what they are, they're space markers for the clock. That's my speculation. They're like delineations like you have on a hand's your dial of your watch or your clock.
Yeah, one thing I never really understood when I was taught, the standard, lie was, why is the sky the exact same color of blue, like perfectly the exact same color of blue? Because the explanation never really made sense to me. And people said it was like a reflection of the water. Like, how does that make sense?
The exact same color as what?
I'm saying the color of the sky is consistent. I'm saying like the color of sky is all like it's when you look at the sky and you see it's blue, it's all with the same color of blue. There's no like different shades of blue. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, like all over the earth.
Well, I'm just saying, why is the sky blue, right?
I don't know that for a fact. Does anyone?
Well, I think I know what you mean. When you're looking at the blue sky, there's no change in the blueness.
Right.
Down by the surface, it doesn't change to a darker blue or different shades of blue. It's continuously the same shade of blue. But now, something we talked about the other day was blue is the hardest color for humans to delineate between differences of blues. Blue color. But I do agree with what you're saying. In my perception, yeah, I don't see any change in the blue. It always looks blue everywhere when you see the blue. Over the ocean, it looks the same blue as it does when you're looking straight up.
Right. I'm just saying the globe model's like explanation for why the sky is blue makes absolutely no sense.
It doesn't, does it?
And what do they say? It's reflecting off like water
Yeah, they say it's a
vapor.
reflection of water, which doesn't make any sense because not all water is the same color. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
And how is the water reflecting off the sky, air, the gas?
And then they say it's like water particles. Some people say it's water particles in the upper atmosphere that like refract the sunlight.
So guess what? If that's where
Then how do we be able to see the moon, right?
look, if that's what their explanation is, that it's a reflection of something. Do you know a reflector can only be two shapes?
Yeah.
Yeah, concave.
What
or
shapes
flat.
are those?
Concave or flat. That's it. You can't have a reflector that does anything other than those two shapes, or it won't reflect. It'll
And-
diffuse.
Diffuse. And what is the definition of diffuse?
Basically scattering.
Because I'm just thinking, and this might be I'm off here, but I think about different mirrors that you see. Like some are curved outward, so some are concave. No, they're I thought they were convex. This drive those backwards in my head.
Yeah, they got to be concave. Because a convex, like you see how a convex mirror looks all distorted.
So which, because I feel like there's different ones, because you always have a flat mirror, and then you have a mirror that is convex, which means it's curved inward.
No,
Right.
outward. Convex is outward.
Okay. And so, yeah, you see those, say, around traffic or something with a driveway, you might have it. But then you would have concave ones like in a bathroom that zoom in.
Yeah, like the magnified one. So that, yeah.
But I like the question about like, how do we see the moon? Like, have ever...
What do you mean? How do we see it?
The gentleman who spoke a minute ago, he like if the Globers or whoever say that the sky is blue because it's constantly reflecting.
No, refracting.
Refracting?
Yeah.
They say it's refracting the color of the ocean.
Yeah. Like water particles.
The ocean or water that's just in the air?
Here, let me just Google it so I can just.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Because now it's gotten more complex. I'm like, okay, hold on.
But above, there are these noble gases. So
noble gases being, that's
excited with the light of the sun. But
okay, so NASA says that sunlight reaches Earth's atmosphere and is scattered in all directions by the gases and particles in the air. Blue light is scattered more than other colors because it travels in shorter, smaller waves. This is why we see a blue sky most of the time.
See, that's their reasoning. It's not a reflection of water, but they're saying They're saying diffracted, right? Okay, so here's the definition of diffuse. Let me put this in here. We'll get this correct. We'll get all this stuff down so we know the answers. If we're ever asked. So we'll know the difference between diffuse, diffract, and is there another one? Refraction. There's diffuse.
There's also deflect, refraction, reflect, or wait a minute.
Reflection.
Yeah,
hold on.
We got this.
Here we go. I didn't do that very well. Second. I gotta find the right one so I can just grab the text. I could do it this way.
No, but that's actually interesting. But that's actually interesting because why is the sky blue during the day, like completely blue the entire sky, but then at night it's not?
There's no light from the sun.
Right,
It's
but like,
like-
how does that work?
It's the absence. So, and if we're thinking about color in general, please let me know if this is correct, because I don't know. Flat Earth and everything's made me realize how much stuff I just kind of assume and then just go along all willy-nilly. So color in general, if I'm just looking at a red sign, it absorbs all the light except for the wavelength that is red. And that's what's being reflected back and actually creating that. And that's the way, or at least my eyes and brain interpret it. Is that right?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
All good. So just color in general, I'm looking at a red sign. It is red because light is hitting it. Light's made up of all the different colors in those different wavelengths, and supposedly, and then that red sign is absorbing everything except for the red.
Yeah,
which it is then like reflect. I don't know if reflect's the right word, but
yeah,
it is okay.
that's the supposed answer.
So then the sky, they're saying, is absorbing all the light except for the blue.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, even that, because can they show that light does that? I mean,
but do you get what I'm saying? Like, why is the sky blue during the day, but then during the night it's just stars?
Yeah. Here's the one thing about light. It's possible that daylight is different than the sun light. Because why is the daylight here before the sun appears?
Right. Well, also, why is for minutes after the sun's completely gone, there's still light?
Exactly. So it might be an excitation of the noble gases, just like Miguel said. So the noble gases are excited by this source of energy that's getting closer, and it affects the local medium. And the other thing about light, we virtually know nothing about what light is. We know what it does. They think they know what it does, but we can only know what it does by what we see. Our experience of it isn't explaining how it gets from one place to another. We don't even know if it's traveling. Maybe that reflection off the red sign is activating in the medium instantly. That doesn't have to travel.
That's the stuff about researching flat Earth that it's like, fuck, is anything I know what they said it was? because I didn't dig deep enough to really understand what they said in the first place. Excuse me.
Well, yeah, I think that's another answer to like Paul's question earlier about like what's the purpose of this lie. One of the things is like so that we don't dig into the true history of humanity, right? Because we all know history is a lie and the true history is suppressed. So just by accepting, oh, okay, we were monkeys and then whatever, civilization was super unsophisticated, and then right now in this period in time we're the most technologically advanced and we know the most about the world around us, and that's just a blatant lie. But believing the globe theory and everything that comes along with that is just dissuading people from researching and dissuading humanity as a whole from like discovering our real history.
And I would push it further than it being about humans, and it's about creating that separation from God.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was.
Well, I mean, whatever God is.
Sure.
And I didn't realize, because I never really, it was so beyond me when you start talking about those types of subjects and areas of quantum mechanics and all this shit, atoms, particles, photons, protons. I never paid any attention to it. I never did any kind of, I wasn't interested in learning about it. And I didn't realize that that was all part of it too. I had no idea. And so then I started thinking, well, the shit, atoms and everything that comes along with it and everything they've told us, that like the atomic bomb, that, right? So if they didn't split the atom, and I thought that was a part of the process of making the A-bomb, wasn't it? Or am I way off there? Did I just make that up? So then that's another lie.
No, I think what you're thinking of, just split an atom, that is the particle collider in Switzerland.
I thought he was kind of, in my general understanding, I thought it had something to do with splitting an atom as well, but I can't. Again, it's like flat Earth has made me question everything, not so much like what I know, but what do I know? Like, we can say the sky's blue, right, but do we actually know that? So with the atom, I thought that, but I've also heard that, I was just hearing something the other day that there was someone who was splitting atoms, supposedly, in the late 1800s or early 1900s. But again, this is one of those things, I don't know how that A-bomb works. I just know that we dropped 2 of them.
What's interesting about the A-bomb, August 6th, August 9th, 1945, is that napalm was invented. And napalm was invented in 1942. And so basically, if you stack boxes and boxes of TNT on top of something and explode it, it looks like a fake nuclear weapon. So the 2 bombs that were dropped in Nagasaki and Hiroshima were nothing but napalm, mustard gas, and a bunch of TNT, because nuclear weapons do not exist.
Yeah, I'm seeing right here what
I was just gonna. I'm glad you said that, because when you brought up nuclear bombs, I was thinking about that too. Well, I was going to go there next. How do I even know nuclear technology is a thing? Nuclear bombs exist. So I'm glad you ended with that.
And everything is based on fear that they've given to humans. We can't talk about the thing that happened 38 months ago. That's all fine, but we they make us fearful of asteroids. With the movies, with Bruce Willis movies and stuff like that.
Aliens
and aliens, and they make us scared of nuclear weapons. With movies, and they just make us scared, because scared people are easy to control. So that's what they do. They keep us in fear, and they keep us in fear of nuclear weapons as well. And it's all, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind, but once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. And once we see the truth, there's no going back.
That makes me think too when they talk about, and I understand that the world is a stage, and a lot of things we're fed are just ways to the psyop, right? Psyop us. But a lot of times they've had this thing where they're talking about these other countries and they don't want them to have, nuclear power and all that shit. It's just so crazy that they make up these stories then. And what's the purpose of them telling me that they're at odds with another country and they're doing something to try to prevent them from having nuclear energy? Like, I don't care. I don't care at all if another country has nuclear weapons at all. I don't give a shit. But if they're not even real, I don't know what the fuck are they telling me that shit for? It's so bizarre. And then they say,
but we can't deny that, whatever they call nuclear radiation, that's real, right? I mean, you can see the effects of high-powered radiation in seconds.
Where?
Radiation poisoning, people dying.
Where?
I mean, I'm sure there's many documented instances.
If you have, I respect what you say. What's interesting about those photos that they took after the two bombs supposedly that fell on Nagasaki and Hiroshima is that the Jesuits, the reason they reported on what happened is the Jesuit priests who were there never left because they knew what was going on. And what was fascinating about the buildings that were firebombed in other parts of Japan, they were made of wood and things like that. But in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the wood burned, but the concrete, the cement buildings stayed intact. And they looked exactly like the other buildings that were firebombed in other parts of Japan. So there was no difference between.
Right. Well, forget that. What about what was that? What was that reactor explosion?
Fukushima.
In Chernobyl?
Yeah, Chernobyl.
What about it? It was communist. It was heavily controlled.
I'm saying that's, are you disputing that?
Yes.
That's nuclear radiation?
Yes.
Then what killed all those people?
Do we know what people were killed?
Well, yeah. Almost every single person that... Almost every single person that worked... that was part of the emergency team to, cover the entire reactor in concrete. Almost every single one of those workers died of cancer.
How do you know that?
Who told you that?
So you guys are disputing that? Do you have evidence?
Yes. No.
Okay, what's the evidence?
You don't have evidence. Sorry.
You're the one making the claim. Do you have evidence that they all died?
So to be clear, you guys don't think that radiation poisoning exists?
No.
Show us some evidence, and we can talk about it.
No, I'm just asking.
There's
you guys don't think?
Hold on a second. There's a nuclear. I don't know if he's a nuclear physicist or something. I remember seeing this. He went around and he would drink water out of the cooling tanks.
Yeah, he used to swim in it as well.
He used to swim in it, and he would go out and tell people that there's nothing, you can't get sick from this. It's I think that I don't know how he ended up dying, but he used to do that all the time, and he tried to make the rounds and try to go public with it. But then again, that's just another story. I don't know if that's true either.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there's counter.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say there's counter stories to the story this guy's saying about it.
Yeah.
People dying from it. Well, that's all I was saying.
So I think it was Zodiac who was talking about the there's proof that or what about the people in Chernobyl? Was that you, Zodiac, that was saying that?
Yeah, I was talking about radiation poisoning.
Yeah. So what you got to look at is where the information comes from. Yeah. So where did that information come from that all these people died? Yeah. Is there any way to confirm it? And how have they confirmed it? And what's the sources? Otherwise, you're just going to end up being a glober again.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
And this isn't about radiation poisoning, but so do you think that copious amounts of X-rays hurts your health?
I have no idea.
Can we back up for a second? Because he asked you a question, and then you just asked a question. So do you have an answer to his question?
What's his question?
Where does the information come from? What are the sources? And how did you come across the information that all these people died?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you want me to look up scientific studies showing that, radiation is harmful to human health, I can go ahead and do that and then provide those sources to you, and then you can...
That's fine. I can find sources that say that drinking fluoride is good for you as well. Are we going to believe that?
Yeah, and like I said, I just provided a guy that you could look up that is a potential source too, that is claiming the total opposite of what you're saying. So how do we know what source is credible and which one isn't?
That's right. That's why I was saying you got to be careful when you're making claims, because the sources can be not credible in any side. Yeah, not just the other side. I'm just a kind of a little tip. I'm not arguing against it. Maybe it did happen, but we got to be wary of where the sources come from.
So do you believe that? I'm just asking. Of course, I assume this answer to this question for you guys is no. But so, do you believe that anything is damaging to human health?
Yeah, that's a silly question.
Yeah, McDonald's is. How's that?
So what's one thing you think is damaging to human health?
McDonald's.
What's specifically about McDonald's?
Smoking.
You think smoking is bad to human health?
Yeah, of course.
So how do you know?
Absolutely.
I think bullets are bad.
How do you know, Timbo? You just said any scientific study could be doctored, right?
Okay. Are there any studies that say it's good for your health?
Yeah. I'm sure you could find studies. I'm sure I know for a fact there's studies that say that smoking is not bad for your health. Okay, I will.
Show me one.
Well, I remember in the early, 50s, that the tobacco companies would falsify stories to get doctors to say smoking's good for you. But look where that source came from. It came from the tobacco companies. Now, do we want to believe that story?
Exactly.
So there again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, and this is why we're having these conversations. And I would like to ask you another question: is why are you asking us what we think? Because we're sitting here telling you we're not sure about any of this, and we can't verify any of it. But you're coming in here trying to challenge us on.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say challenging.
What kind of
taking a stance? But you're coming in here taking a stance.
I'm not challenging you in any way. My intention is not to challenge you at all.
What kind of a silly question is, how do you know smoking is not good for your health? Well, when you smoke, it puts tar into your lungs. And if tar is not... Shut up! If tar is not produced in your body, then it's a toxin. So therefore, it's bad for your health.
So this whole...
We were just saying that radiation was... It's like, we were just on the topic of, okay, is radiation real or is there radiation poisoning? Right. I don't see how they could naturally say, like, is tobacco or nicotine bad for you? Is inhaling smoke bad? I don't...
What?
We're all trying to figure it out
together. Go buy a pack of cigarettes, smoke the pack of cigarettes, and tell me how you feel. And do you think it's good for you or bad for you?
I don't even know what you're arguing about. Like, are you arguing that smoking's good for your health? Like, what's going on?
No, this whole train started because somebody said that nuclear weapons are not real. I'm not disputing that that's incorrect, right?
Yeah,
I share the same criticism. Do I think that everything that happened in Japan could be, just normal bombs, fire bombs? Of course.
I was trying to get you into a way of thinking that you've got to look at your sources, mate. That's all I was trying to do.
I do. Can I finish?
But
So
you
this whole
made a
thing started-
claim. You made a claim that
Okay,
all
so-
these people died,
so
and
you
we
don't
know that all
believe-
these people have died. If you keep interrupting me, I'll just mute you. So I haven't been rude or disrespectful to you. I'm just saying, when you make claims, you need to be able to back it up. That's everyone in here has to do it.
Right. So
Yeah.
So this started by somebody saying nuclear bombs are not real. I'm not disputing that that's incorrect, right? I think that's totally possible, right? But
Yep.
what I'm saying is then how do you explain radiation poisoning, right? And you say, okay, well, we don't know this is true because the sources could be falsified, right? Okay, and I admit, I agree, right? Every source could be potentially falsified. But you're saying that the only way for you really to know whether radiation poisoning is real is for you to go work in a nuclear power plant and a nuclear reactor in places where they require you to have radiation
Who
suits
said that?
to protect
I didn't
from
say that.
radiation, to go in there and then see what it feels like, to see for yourself whether
I didn't say that.
whether nuclear radiation or radiation has actually damaged.
Who said that? Who said that?
You're saying radiation is fake, right? Radiation poisoning.
Who said the only way to confirm it is to go and work there? Who said that?
So how else would you confirm it?
I don't know.
I can't confirm it. That's the problem. So
We don't know
Same.
everything.
I'm not going to make a claim about it.
Right. So, but Timbo, you're saying that radiation poisoning is fake, right?
No, I did not say that.
Oh, okay then. Great. So you think it's real?
I don't know.
So Zodiac, how
Didn't we
long
already
have you
go
been
over
coming here? Zodiac.
That
I don't understand the issue here. Like,
No,
Okay, I'll
just
explain-
a
I'll
quick question,
explain.
kind
You
of a
said you don't
segue
know.
though.
Let me explain it
Here.
to him. You made a claim that all these people died in Russia, in Chernobyl. Yeah, I said be careful about your sources about making claims. Now you're saying that I've said something I haven't. I simply said careful about your sources and your claims before you make a claim. I don't know what I've said that is wrong, but now you're going to. I believe that. You're telling me that I believe that radiation poison is not real, which I never said. So I just simply gave you some advice, and now you're turning it around on me and putting words in my mouth that I never said. You don't need to do that, mate.
And just a quick follow.
I was under the impression that, you thought
Zodiac,
that radiation did not exist.
Well, who made it? It doesn't.
I was under that
What-
impression. So you corrected that impression, right? So I no longer believe that you think radiation doesn't exist.
Awesome. Great. See, that wasn't that hard, was it?
Yeah, there's no issue here, man. I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I'm not
Me neither.
I'm not
man.
triggered. I'm not trying to attack you guys. I'm
Me neither. I
I'm
welcome
literally just
new,
trying to have
new people
I know-
here, and yeah, it's
I know you're-
great
I
to
know
have
you're not
new people here. And I don't want you to, I don't want you to think I was having a go at you. I was just simply saying, we all need to be careful with our statements and sources and claims. That's it.
I agree.
That's
I
all
agree.
I'm saying.
But I think a lot of you seem to be very, avid, against, the claim that radiation poisoning is real. You seemed pretty
Okay.
upset about that.
No, it was just that it was you claiming that all these people died and radiation poison is real. So I just said, where are you getting your information from?
Right. So I agree on I think that in general, whatever, of course the elite has control over all these institutions, right? Everything that a lot of things that the scientific community promotes as like good for you, obviously is, not actually the opposite, terrible for you, right? Chemical injections, right? Like,
I would agree with you there.
chemical injections, fluoride, like, again, chemical, artificial chemicals used in
Medicine made out of
In
petroleum.
in McDonald's. Yeah, I mean, all the side effects and chemicals for pharmaceutical drugs. Like, I totally agree with that, right? And so I completely understand what you're saying, Timbo, that like you can't trust scientific sources, right? Because there is always two sides, And we know for a fact that the reliable sources that are against the mainstream narrative are just literally completely censored and deleted. And, they're just like, oh, that person's just crazy because they have a narrative to push and they're going to push that narrative, right? And I agree that believing that narrative without doing independent research on the other side is irresponsible, and it's going to lead you to be ignorant. But me personally, right? And I agree with you, right? I can't prove radiation poisoning exists, right? But me personally, I'm not going to go to an X-ray machine, right? Like every single day, because I do believe that's bad for my health, right? I'm not going to go to Chernobyl, and I'm saying I don't know what radiation is, right? But I do believe that there is places where the air is poisonous, where the water is poisonous, that I do not want to interact with, that I think is damaging to my health, right? So I agree with you that most of the time, the mainstream media or certain scientific positions are completely false, right? But this is one thing that I do believe, right? I'm not going to go work in a nuclear reactor without a radiation suit, right? And I think it's kind of silly to think that, oh yeah, there is no damaging effects of these powerful energy rays like gamma rays and X-rays.
I don't think nobody says that toxicity, which is the environment or the terrain, doesn't exist. Obviously, our cells die from apoptosis, which is natural programmed cell death, and from necrosis, which is cell death from toxicity. So nobody says there's not toxicity out there that can make you, ill. So it just depends on, what your belief system is. Obviously a lot of us who believe we lived on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space and recently have found out that we didn't. We really don't trust people much anymore, especially our TV. And so that's where our skepticism comes in. Is we're just not going to buy the mainstream narrative anymore.
Right. And I appreciate you said that, Jim, because and I think that you some of you kind of misinterpreted what I was saying or what my intention was. The whole purpose with this is me not saying that, okay, radiation poisoning exists and this is from nuclear radiation. The whole point was somebody who said that nuclear weapons aren't real, right? Which I think that theory has credibility. But so then my question was a genuine question trying to ask of okay, well, if we believe that nuclear radiation isn't real, or we believe that nuclear bombs aren't real, then why was there supposedly so much toxicity and so much, cell death and so much poisoning in people's bodies from an event at Chernobyl? That was my question, okay?
I think personally when it happened, which was 86, 87, 88, whenever it was I believed it. Just like I believe the Challenger explosion in January of 86. I think that's when it was. And so, I believed all that stuff. And so I think a lot of it just comes down, do you trust, what you see on your TV? Do you trust half of what you see on your TV? Do you trust 0% of what you see on your TV? I think it just comes down to that. It's a person's perceptions of what they think is right and what they think is wrong.
Yeah, seeing as this is Speculation Sunday, I speculate that they caused a false flag event because nuclear energy is too cheap, and they wanted to make it look dangerous so that they could keep on burning coal and selling oil. That's what I think. I could be wrong.
I think you're on money there, Timble.
That's a really interesting theory.
Because what it does is they get a nuclear reactor, and all it is it boils water. So they run turbines off steam, and that's what coming out of the stacks is just steam. So when they say pollution, there's no pollution coming out of nuclear energy. It's just a big boiler.
There's just the nuclear waste, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, but how much of it is there?
See, but what makes
Wait, so
what makes that wasteful? Like what makes that toxic that they have to go and bury it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So you think
it's mostly, again, the narrative that it's very hazardous to organic life. So it's all about where we dump that nuclear waste, you know?
Right, but with this theory, then the whole idea that nuclear waste is toxic and having to bury it, like, based on this potential hypothetical, right, that could all just be part of the cover-up, part of the agenda of, like, keeping the idea that nuclear energy is toxic.
What I find strange is Australia won't build a nuclear power plant but buy everybody's toxic waste from overseas and bury it here.
I knew you were going to say something.
I've been hanging to ask another question. I just don't want to butt in, but I have another question on flat Earth.
Yeah, bring it back to topic.
Yeah, I've been having a chat with someone and I debunked their Foucault's pendulum. So now they've brought up the gyro-theodolite, where the gyro is used to find true north. It's usually apparently used in tunnels underground. So the claim is that the gyro finds true north by taking into account the rotation of the Earth, and it can't be the rotation of the stars because they're using it in a tunnel. And I just can't find any information on this because every bit of information supports that claim that I can find. I know that there's something there, but
Does the ring laser gyro point north? I don't think it does. I think it just starts where it starts, yeah?
No, if you Google what these theodolites do, these gyro-theodolites, apparently the gyro processes with the rotation of the Earth to find true north when they can't find true north, and say they're underground or something. And apparently it has no effect.
But it wouldn't process if it was on the Earth, yeah? Doesn't that sound weird?
It sounds really weird because when I first looked it up, the first citation I found said that it picks up the star rotation and processes, but then it also says that it's used underground. So if it's being used underground, it can't be picking up star rotation.
That's weird, man. Because you'd think that if it points to true north, then it wouldn't move because its position on the Earth is exactly the same.
Well, apparently it doesn't point to true north. It finds true north is all the citations I can find. Well, and then it stays at that heading due to the fact that the gyro is processing with the rotation of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. What I find fascinating is if you Google speed of the Earth around the sun, you get 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour. But every interferometer experiment ever done to measure motion of the Earth around the sun has shown 368 or 365 or 8 kilometers per second, which is 1/10 to 1/4 of what Google will tell you that we're moving around the sun. So when somebody goes to Google, I think going to Google for a definition of something might be okay. But to go to Google to find anything that's scientific, I think you really got to question that because every scientific experiment ever on motion of the Earth around the sun shows 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. None has ever shown more than that. And Google will tell you it's 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour. So Google is, when somebody Googles something, it's just like, okay, whatever.
What tool is that you're talking about? Interferometer?
Interferometer.
No, it's a gyro. What they're talking about is a gyro-theodolite. And what it says is that the gyro measures arc angles and that it finds true north. The citations I can find, I've been trying to read about this thing, usually state that it detects the movement of the stars, which is what's saying the Earth's precessing, but then it's also used predominantly in building tunnels where there is no stars visible. I'm just trying to work out how I know there's an answer to it, but I just can't seem to find an answer or work it out, because whenever you go into any instructions on this device, it tells you the same thing, that it's picking up the rotation of the Earth with the gyro.
So, here you have a question. What was the question? Is there a question?
Yeah, Flying, I called Indio in. If you want to ask him the question again, I reckon he'll have the best response for it.
Okay, so I was talking with a guy that was talking about the Foucault's pendulum proving the rotation of the Earth. I debunked that. They've now brought up the gyro, what was it called? Theodolite? The gyro theodolite, which is predominantly apparently used finding true north and then showing true north by precessing with the rotation of the Earth. So when I try to look up this gyro theodolite, all the citations and anything that I can find on it either say that it's measuring the precession of the Earth, or that it's measuring the precession of the stars, which is equated to the Earth rotating. But obviously this claim is a claim that it's used in a tunnel where the stars aren't visible. So how is this gyro finding true north and finding the rotation of the Earth to keep it at north? That's the question.
They don't. Well, I don't know about the gyro theodolite, but I imagine it works the same way as a gyro compass.
Yeah, it is composed. I'm reading information. It is composed of a gyro compass mounted.
Yeah.
To a theodolite. Yeah. It is used to determine the orientation of true north. So it's a compass pointing to north, magnetic north, and you said it detection movement by the movement of stars. So maybe something else.
Well, they don't just find true north. You just don't set them up and they find true north. You have to input where you think you are. Right? So you have to input your latitude.
Yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't actually find true north.
The problem I've got...
Program.
Yeah, the problem I've got is every citation says that it does find true north, and every citation says that it does this by detecting the Earth's rotation. It says that it doesn't get affected by magnets or magnetism. It isn't affected by electricity. Mm-hmm. It purely finds it through the gravitational force of the Earth. Sure. That's all the citations. So I'm trying to find something to debunk this, and I can't find a citation.
Well, I mean, it's their claim, right? So just to claim that doesn't mean anything. They're claiming this causes this, right? X causes Y. Well, what's the evidence that the rotation of the Earth is causing the gyro to precess? They're just saying it does. But the fact of the matter is, it's not like they just turn it on and it does it. They turn it on. They have to input where they think they are, their latitude, and then after a while, it'll home on what they think is geographical true north. But how much it stays that way, because they use it on ships. So the first version was called the Sperry Gyro Compass. They put it on naval vessels, but eventually they took them out. And I never figured out why they took them out. But back then, they were, because you can get diagrams to these, they were hooked up to a magnetic compass. So like a naval vessel will have two magnetic compasses at the same time in case they get different readings. But the Sperry gyro compass was hooked up to both of them back in the day. Now the gyro theodolite, I don't know. Like, I imagine it works the same way. But I actually have a video from a flat earther named Rob Durham that demonstrates the gyro compass and demonstrates how it works. And then shows you, I think he opens it up and shows you the guts and all the inside and everything. If you want that, I'll post that in the live stream chat to give you a better idea of what the hell's going on.
I think.
Yeah, because I didn't think any gyros were designed to measure the rotation of the Earth, but when you go to try and look them up, every single document you find tells you that it's measuring the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, they're begging the question.
It's just according to them, it's just a finding north. It's not measuring the rotation of the Earth. It's just finding north. And it won't find north unless you input the latitude.
Yeah, it also says in their citations that, well, the main citation is that it's measuring, it picks up the rotation of stars, which equates to the rotation of the Earth. They sort of conflate the two together then and say, well, that's the Earth rotating. But then this guy's argument is well, we're underground, we can't see the stars. It's hard when all the citations that they're giving, because they're going, no, man, I got a citation, where's yours? And all the citations they're giving are sort of supporting that claim. I know that it's not correct. I just need to find the reason why it's not correct.
I understand.
Is the device actually, is it actually like looking at the sky and you're pointing it at something with the stars? Or how do they mean when it reads the stars?
So you listen, it's a spinning wheel that's mounted vertically. And according to, physics or whatever, a spinning wheel will maintain its rotation, its orientation in space. So this gyro compass is on, it's in the Spirit gyro compass is actually in a liquid, but it's supposed to maintain its orientation in the Earth spins, but it keeps pointing in the same direction, right? So to you, it looks like the thing is turning, but it's not turning. The Earth is turning, right? So it's changing the direction. It's a reference. I don't know.
Or nothing could be turning, and the gyro's just fixed in space, and they claim that it's turning because it's fixed in space, begging the question that the Earth's turning.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's absolutely a begging the question, and then like you get into like the technical details of like, okay, does it work every time? Does it work sometimes? Like, what do you do when it don't work? Like, I've never heard of anyone actually using a gyro compass. It's like one of those pieces of equipment which I've heard people talk about exist, and I've seen documentation, right, references to it, but I've never actually seen one or know anybody or come in contact with anybody or seen anything on the internet, somebody talking about how to use one, them ever actually being used in reality. So there's other devices in surveying that are like this. There's something called a dispersometer. Now, it's supposed to be able to measure how much refraction there is based upon radio waves and how the wavelengths or how the light or how the different frequencies travel different. Now, they make this device, but like you look at all sorts of documentation, nobody actually uses it. So like they have a theory, they come up with a theory of how it should work, right? And then they're like, okay, now we're going to manufacture this. But like in practice, when you go out, when some company has to buy it, they're going to buy it and be like, this is junk, this works, this does not work. So, but in practice, these devices aren't used. And probably because they don't fucking work. You know what I mean? Like you can sell whatever you want. But I mean,
well, when I have a look,
I don't know. It's just like they're stacking claims, right? Claim. Oh, my claim is based upon this guy's claim, whose claim is based upon somebody else's claim. How about an actual demonstration of it working? How about that? That's what I would demand. I want an actual demonstration of this actually doing what you said it does.
The other thing that they're ignoring out of this is they say that they then measure elevation angles from this device. So,
that's horseshit.
If they're measuring elevation angles, where are they getting their baseline? And they just ignore that question.
That's a horseshit.
I have seen. That's in their own.
How would you even do that?
That's in the own workings of their, like, whenever you research this and how it works, that's in their own documents, their own citations, that this theodolite is predominantly used for measuring elevation angles. It uses the gyro compass to find true north. It then stays on true north by precessing with the rotation of the Earth. It's underground, used in tunnels, so it can't be stars that are precessing.
Yeah, supposedly underground used in tunnels. I would see like what they actually use. I doubt they use that device. Quite honestly.
What's interesting is Google has to say that. It's just like with the LIGO. With the LIGO experiments that supposedly show curvature or something like that, or time dilation. LIGO gets $45 million a day. They get their money from the National Science Foundation, and their budget is $8.8 billion per year, and they're taxpayer supported. So LIGO's not going to come out as a taxpayer supported government organization and say the Earth is flat. They're just not going to do it. So Google is never going to come out and say that. It's just like, if you like I said before, if you Google speed of the Earth around the sun, they're going to tell you 30 kilometers per second, but no interferometer experiment has ever shown more than 3, 5, 6, or 8. So Google is going to keep the mainstream narrative going that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
I mean, that should be the grid.
Yeah, I was actually reading.
Can I say one thing, Doug? Can I finish?
Please.
I just want to finish what I was talking about, like this whole tunnel thing. Because I started this, I jumped in. This will be the last thing I say. I've looked at a lot of documentation on surveying and tunnels, quite a bit. I've never seen reference to any fucking gyroscopic theodolite being used ever. And it's like, because like most of the tunnels in the world are built in Switzerland. They have super ass long tunnels because they can't go over the mountains, right? Because of Swiss Alps. So they build lots of tunnels. They have like 3 of the longest tunnels in the world. They go underground. But they have all sorts of documentation on surveying practice in tunnels. And, I've never seen anything on a gyro compass theodolite. Though I'm aware that they claim they exist. I've never seen one used like in the practice of actually, it's like this. Like, say they made a laser, like some sort of device to measure something, but nobody actually uses it. Like one of those things. Like, yeah, great, it works in theory, but no one actually uses it.
I think you answered my question anyway. So a gyro maintains rigidity in space.
Yes.
But a gyro usually stays level in space. Yeah. That's what it's for. We use it in an airplane.
It'll stay fixed in one direction. If it's on like in the gimbals are smooth, right? And the gimbals are frictionless, basically. It'll maintain. You spin one up, it just points in that direction, and like you can move the device it's in, right? And it'll just the gyro, the wheel will stay pointed in some direction regardless of what the housing is doing.
It's just like that. It's just like if you ever seen on YouTube some of the teachers that hang a wheel by a string and then they spin it up. You can orient that wheel in any direction and it will stay fixed as long as the wheel is spinning. So it doesn't necessarily have to be horizontal, but it will stay fixed in whatever orientation that is set out in.
So then the gyro would not find true north. They would have to plug in the measurements to find true north. It would then maintain true north, but they can't see whether the Earth is turning or not, or whether the gyro is turning. They're just assuming that the Earth is turning and that the gyro is maintaining true north. This is why they believe it's precessing. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
That's your big word. Assumptions, presuppositions, Texas sharpshooter, and reverse engineering. That's the fake globe that we've been told about.
Another affirming the consequent.
Yeah.
Am I right?
So they wouldn't actually see that gyro moving on the theodolite. It would be encased. It would just be fixed in space. And because it fixes on true north, they just make that assumption, well, the Earth is turning underneath and this thing's still fixed on north, therefore it's precessing.
That's right.
That might be the answer.
They're just declaring their cause like they always do. The same thing with like the National Geographic boat over the horizon thing where they have the flag and the stripes start to disappear bottom up and they go, oh, there it is. That's the Earth curvature blocking it, right? They're just affirming it, declaring it, right? Declaring their cause claim. It's not actually tested.
It's crazy because again, like with what he just mentioned with the stripes and National Geographic. Well, CFI investigators on their channel or whatever on their network, and basically, they gave the method. The method being that they would have to basically see the stripes begin to disappear at 1.2 miles because the horizon is there. Now the stripes disappear, but there is no horizon at 1.2 miles or 3 miles or like it. So it's just like when Google, back to what you guys were saying about Google will say that you can begin to see curvature from left to right at 30,000 feet. Like Google says that, but everyone here knows that that's not true. That to me, that's like really the quickest way to prove that this is all bullshit. But at the same time, people are hypnotized, man. I don't know what it is.
That's right. It's just straight hypnosis. There's no actual demonstration backing the claim. They're just saying it. That's all.
Yeah, and I did Google it. Obviously, Google says that, but then you can actually go and read like instruction manuals and documents from the actual brands of these theodolites that tell you these things, and that's the citations they're pulling up. Do you know what I mean? It's not actually just Google. It's pretty much everything you read on these bloody stupid things.
So they're just deferring to somebody else who's also just saying it, because there's never an actual demonstration that they defer to. They just point to someone else who also made the claim.
Yeah, and I'll point out this. Someone's not going to manufacture a device and then say it doesn't work. Right? That's not a good selling point. Yeah, we made this device, by the way, it don't work, as we say. Of course they're going to give you instructions on how it's worked. These things cost thousands of dollars. And if it doesn't work or it isn't as accurate enough for them to do their job, then like, what? Do you get your money back? Like, you know what I mean?
How are they saying that the gyro finds true north without a magnet?
Maintains its orientation.
Without a compass gyro.
They claim that it's gravity that's finding true north, that it's not affected by magnets, by static electricity, and that it doesn't work. That's finding true north.
No, it can't be gravity that's making it find true north. What's making it find true north is the inertia. So the inertia of the gyro going in, like, it's supposed to like sway back and forth, and that sway, right, gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it homes into a certain direction, and then that is true north. Right? Because if you push on a gyro, right, if I have a gyro, right, and I push on it, it'll precess in one direction, right? It'll rotate orthogonal to its direct. I mean, it's hard to describe this shit. It's almost easier to show. But when you push on a gyro, okay, think about this. If I have a tabletop gyro and I spin it, right, and I push the top part, right, it'll start precessing, right? Yeah. But because the Earth is supposed to be spinning and it's tilted at an angle relative to the axis of rotation, it'll just wobble back and forth until that wobble just dissipates, right? And it's fixed in one direction. Now that would be like that type of gyro, it's oriented horizontal, but when it's oriented vertically, right, that's a sway back and forth about like the axis of rotation. So like the part that's pointing north, right? So I have think of a wheel that's mounted vertically, just like the wheel of a bike, and it's free floating on a gimbal. When you start spinning it up, it wants to stay pointed in that direction. Well, the Earth is rotating, so it tries to maintain its orientation, but because of the rotation, right, you eventually like change directions, right, because it's a curve, right? You're pointing in one direction, but the inertia from the curve makes you flip back in the other direction. It's hard to describe, but what actually is supposed to happen is it wobbles back and forth about north until it faces north. That's what
they would have to plug in. They would have to have all of their coordinates and all their crap for their theodolite to be finding north in the first place.
Yeah, because if they don't plug in the correct latitude, then like it doesn't home right. Okay.
It could be fixed in any position. I can spin a wheel up or a gyro up then in any position and make it maintain its position. But to find a point, I would have to know that point to begin with and point it in that direction. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It has to be preset to where north is.
Yeah,
And depending how far, and depending on how far out of whack you are, I think I remember it was like if you're 2 degrees out of whack, then it takes. If you're more than 2 degrees, then it takes longer. Right? If you're like within 2 degrees, it's supposed to take like an hour. But if you're like out of 2 degrees, it's supposed to take like 4 hours. And because you need, like, according to them, you need the Earth to spin enough of an amount so that it actually this counter inertia of the Earth's rotation counterbalances the precession.
Here's an interesting thing. What if CNN announced tomorrow morning at 9:00 that we've been lied to since Copernicus, that we don't live on a spinning space ball, that we're actually stationary? And
people would. People would be upset. People would be upset, but they would still be psychologically not able to motivate. What is it? Maneuver.
Yeah.
This world we're in, because the reason that people think it's a globe is because of the fucked up psychology. That's what it stems from. That's the main problem. So just because somebody tells them, "Hey, we lied, the Earth isn't flat," they're gonna be upset, really upset. But it's not gonna change, their brainwashing.
I think it might actually make it even worse, Elijah, because I think they might have a complete, episode where they feel even more helpless than they already are.
Right. Which is crazy, because if that's the case and you and I know it, perhaps they know it too. And perhaps this is why this shit has been slow leaked. Because it's just way too obvious for it to, I don't know. It's a possibility that they spent 500 years or even 100 years telling people about space, this, that, and the third. Who's going to be brave enough to do the right thing? Because because doing the right thing will probably ruin a lot of souls here. And I don't know if anybody wants to be responsible for that.
What you guys were saying about Google, you can see that on every TV station you tune into. All those media outlets and all the channels, they are all part of umbrella corporations that have interests in pharmaceuticals, weapons manufacturing, you name it. And so every commercial they push is something that is part of that umbrella. So they're not going to tell you something's bad for you that they have an vested interest in. And it's the same way with TV shows on certain networks, like the talk shows, when they push a new movie coming out, or they have certain actors and actresses on to promote them. They are connected to Hollywood with certain movie studios that actor is contracted with. That's why they're pushing that. It's everywhere.
To piggyback what Elijah said, Alexander von Humboldt, Humboldt, it's an older quote. But he said, "I have already known a long time that we do not yet have proof for the system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk to be the first one attacking it." So who's going to attack relativity? Who's going to be the first one to come out and say, "Nope, we don't live on a ball"?
Yep. There you go. So they're admitting right there exactly our sentiments. Everyone's afraid.
If CNN did come out and say that too about the Earth, they would have to have a news story that they would have to put out too to feed everybody.
Hey, because they can't control. If this is one of the key points of control, which is authority, if the authority tells you that they've been lying, why would you need them?
Correct.
Yeah, Flying High. I just posted a video in there. It's pretty short, but it shows you. It's going to be a practical demonstration of how a gyro compass is supposed to work using basically a bike tire.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to get my head around it. I thought someone here would know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I
the
was
very
talking
fact
about.
that to put
Yeah,
something
that's
in
what I was talking about.
programmatically, it makes it suspect. Period. The fact that to program it, because if it was true, just like a true natural phenomenon, they wouldn't have to do anything to it.
Yeah, they're hanging it from a string, right?
In this one, no, he's got it. He's got like on his lap, and he's in like a rotating chair. So he starts the wheel spinning, and then rotates in the chair, and then you can see it like bobbing back and forth until eventually it finds the direction of, not really a direction. It just stops going, right? It stops processing.
Okay.
And then whatever direction it's at, whatever direction the axis, the wheel points to after it stopped processing, that's north. But when you're programming it, that's because it's trying to spit out latitude and longitude, right? So you can do this, right? And it's not going to give you a latitude and longitude. It's not going to tell you the angle that wheel's tilted at. You need a priori knowledge of like where you are on Earth. You can't, because what if you're in the south?
You're fucked.
Yeah. So like, you're just right. So if you're at 45 south versus 45 north, it's going to be totally different based on whether you're pointing north or south, right? So
still needs a motor too, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be driven, of course.
Yeah.
But I actually just looked it up. It's hard to find stuff on this, man. I've looked before, so I'm looking like on Google Scholar because I'm looking like I want the actual people that actually tested it, right? So tested to see how accurate it is. And the only thing I found so far is they compared it to GPS, right? And after so-called correcting it, right, in quotes, air quotes, correcting it for motion of the ship, then it was the direction of north was different from GPS by like 0.16 degrees per day, which is equivalent to like being off by, I would guess, about a mile and a half. If you accumulated it over a bunch of times, it would be a mile and a half the first day, a mile and a half the second day. Well, no, it would be more than a mile and a half. It would be 3.7 miles or something per day. But that's after the correction. That's not before the correction, because apparently moving the ship fucks it up. And this was done like in 1994, and they invented it in the 40s, but they don't use it anymore, and they stopped using it a long time ago. So it's like one of these devices that like people talk about, and that there's some of them maybe out there or not, but it's not like a common practice to use these. And usually things become standardized in industry if they work well. Right? You don't reinvent the wheel, right? So it's like theodolites are the standard in surveying because they work, right? They work well. There isn't like a bunch of different versions of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you say, Indio, that theodolites work well because they give the globe what they want, 8 inches per mile squared?
They don't give them 8 inches per mile squared. They get nothing. That's all after the fact shit.
Yeah, because from what I understand, they a lot of the land surveyors, just take the shot and then put it into their total station or whatever they use, and the total station does the work for them after the fact.
Some theodolites have a program in it where you can either account for curves or account for refraction and stuff. The latest ones do have those, but those are just flat added changes afterwards, where like you look at stuff in the distance, it doesn't match, so you press this button, doesn't match, press that button, it doesn't match, and then you press another button, you add all that stuff, it matches. They just keep finagling it until it appears to match, and that means it works.
Yeah, so when they use theodolites for what engineers actually use it for, there aren't that many moving parts. But what you're talking about is them using it for the sole purpose of proving that the Earth is a sphere. Think about it.
Yep.
That's not what it's for.
they only have to use this when they're looking at something way beyond the normal operational range, where there are naturally errors, and those errors they believe is caused by the Earth being a globe. And the funny thing is, generally they assume it's all because the Earth is a globe, and Earth is bending down, therefore they're errors. But in that view, there's no refraction, and there's no light bending down according to the math in the theodolite.
Yeah, I called a land surveying place here where I live, and I asked the gentleman, I said, could I come by and talk about or could go on a survey with you? And he goes, well, we really don't do that. And I asked him 3 times. It was a yes or no answer. I said, hey, do you count for 8 inches per mile squared when you go out and look at something? And he goes, well, I don't have time to talk about it. And I said, sir, it's a simple yes or no. He goes, well, I don't have time to talk about it. I'm busy today. I said, sir, it's a simple yes or no. I don't have time to talk about it right now. And it's just like, he wouldn't answer it. He knows the gig is up. And these land surveyors know the gig is up. And that's why they won't answer your simple question. A simple yes or no takes how long? A second? And then I'm gone. I won't bother you anymore.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about methods. You don't actually even, and I know you know this, but you don't actually need his yes or no. Like the reason you're asking him is because the methodology is flawed in the first place.
Yeah.
We just need them to admit it. He won't even, that's just like astronauts gone wild. When they ask him, yo, will you swear the Bible? Get the fuck out of my house right now. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
He could have said yes, but no.
If he would have said yes, we take into account H per mile squared, and then you basically say prove it, and then he doesn't want to open that kettle of worms. And then if he says no, it's like, thanks for playing.
Yeah, but he can say no, but yes.
Can you imagine calling up a land surveyor and he goes, you take into account each per mile squared, and the guy or woman goes, no. And he just turn around and go, what's your name? Thanks for playing.
No, but we know globe because globe.
Globe. You can't prove globe, but we know we live on one.
Yeah, the funny thing is they have a bunch of different refractive models for the total stations, and when they measure something at a distance, they don't account for Earth curve at all. Until it doesn't match or there's some issue, then like you try the refractive models. If it's too high, you try refractive models. If it's too low, you try Earth curve, and assuming all light is straight at that point. And then if that doesn't match, you add more curved light on top. It's just an ad hoc excuse.
Is that why people, were told they go to the National Geodetic Survey? I guess they got a website, National Geodetic Survey, and they have models in there, and that they can actually pick out which model they want to use depending on the, conditions that they just witnessed. Is that true?
Well, the Geodetic Survey uses the globe models, essentially. It's just trying to reify the globe models. There are many, many different refractive models, and all of them have just set parameters of like, this is how we assume the air is. None of it actually takes any account of how the air actually is at that moment. It's just an assumption to make their shit work.
So would a land surveyor, to get to those models, those refractive models you were talking about, would he have that like in his office, or would he just go to the National Geodetic Survey website and get it?
Land surveyors don't deal with any of that.
Geodetic surveyors only.
It's the Geodetic Survey, yeah. Because Geodetic surveyors, that it's supposedly a larger area. But for the people that use like practical use, none of that is necessary.
Yeah, the geodetic surveyors are essentially just
their job is to reify the globe model. They have a model of the globe which they know it needs to be, and so when they look at things in reality, they see that it doesn't match their model, and so they have to add other stuff on top to try to make it work.
So a geodetic surveyor is basically a hired assassin for the globe.
They try to be.
So what's the difference between a land surveyor and a geodetic surveyor? I don't know. It's an honest question.
Who they work for. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. And how would I know as a layman who they work for?
Well, I guess yes and no. But a land surveyor is just taking angle measurements. Geodetic surveyor is using calculations, again, to affirm that they live on a globe.
Interesting.
Okay, so no, I mean, yes, you're right, Elijah, but let's deep dive this motherfucker. Okay, so there's something called the State Plane Survey System, which is all plane surveying, right? So they say that if you have this is actually what's debatable, 100 by 100 kilometers, you do not need to account for curvature of the Earth within the State Plane Survey System. Geodetic surveying. So if you you want to survey a field to sell it, or land, or like you're going to build a building, you don't account for any curvature. You just do regular plane surveying. If you want to build a highway, right, or survey like a mountain range, then they do geodetic surveying. So like I said, it depends on who you're working for. Typically, the only one that's going to use geodetic surveying is like if you're doing work for a government agency. Okay. Whereas a private company, well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but like who's like, oh man, I want you to frickin' build this strip mall. Make sure you use geodetic surveying because I don't want any of that plane surveying from flat earthers in my strip mall.
So I didn't know any of that stuff, and I'm not going to ask you to repeat it because I couldn't write it all down as fast as you said it. So this is
plane survey system versus geodetic surveying. One is 100 square kilometers. That's the plane surveying. Greater than 100 square kilometers, supposedly geodetic surveying.
So greater than 100 square kilometers,
yeah,
is land surveying. Okay.
No, greater than 100 square kilometers geodetic surveying.
Okay.
Land surveying or plane surveying is under that amount.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so but the thing is, who actually in practice does those things? No private company is surveying an area of 100 kilometers squared. Only the government does that.
Yeah, I was going to say no one, because what they do is they'll use an area and then set up down the road when they extend from that area, because those theodolites, they only usually use about 200 meters distance.
Yeah, well, they'll make a datum, right? So they'll set a datum. And it's like the city of Chicago itself, right? Their datum was set at like something like 1,000 feet under the ground. They're going off the idea that they're 1,000 feet above their horizontal datum.
Yeah. And then every 200 meters, you'll have a new datum point, which is the difference from that original datum. So they'll have these little metal plates around the streets, and that's your new number. That'll say what it is above that original datum point.
So that's where I've heard that a lot of surveyors don't do much more over 10 kilometers, because if you take 10 times 10, you get 100 kilometers squared. So
what, normal surveying? They don't do anywhere near that.
I know they don't. Yeah, not even close. No. So I can see why it'd only be taxpayer government supported to fulfill a agenda of a ball Earth. Yep.
So tell me how this makes sense. So I just posted it, right? I was wrong about the number. It's way worse than I thought. So this block right here.
Where'd you post that? Where'd you post it?
I posted in live stream voice text.
Okay.
So this is on the side of a building. It says the city datum is hereby established as a plane 17,640 feet below the benchmark out on top of the bottom stone of the granite base at the southwest corner of the Northern Trust Company something building at the northwest corner of LaSalle Street and West Monroe Street. That's this block. This is the start. This marks where the datum is, but it's down 17,844 feet. So if you were going to do an engineering diagram of the city of Chicago, your plane baseline is going to start 17,000 feet below where Chicago is, miles. Now, the city of Chicago itself is only 500 feet above sea level. Yeah. So why are they starting 17,000 feet down? That's like, how many miles is that, dude?
17,000 feet would be about 3 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. So why are they starting 3 miles below the street level to do their measurements?
Just to confuse people.
Yeah, and they also say a plane. They don't say a curve. Yeah.
I didn't know any of this stuff. A lot of you have seen, Whitsick's, talked with the main surveyor that happened a little over a year ago or a year and a half ago. I've watched that like 3 times, but I didn't know any of this detailed stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I mean, it's a security to obscurity, right? They try to just like baffle you with bullshit. Just throw out like jargon and words and like, oh, it's freaking some esoteric magical thing and you got to be in a secret club to understand. It's actually not that. Yeah, it's not that hard to understand.
Secret club.
Yeah, dude, that's what they act. All the surveyors, all the like global surveyors, they act like they have in possession of some esoteric knowledge that nobody else can figure out. I'm a surveyor. I've been doing it for 20 years. Yeah, like. But they don't know how any of it works, right? Because a surveyor just goes out and uses the instrument and writes down the results. And was taught some formulas, but nowadays they stick it in a piece of software.
Yeah,
so think about it like this, right? I've been a taxi driver for 30 years. And I come around and like, well, how does a car work? And they're like, works like this, works like that. And I'm like, well, I don't think it works like that. And they're like, man, I've been using a car for 30 years. I know how it works. Right? That's what they are. They've been using their little instrument, the theodolite, for 30 years. And they know how that works, but they don't know any about the mathematics of the globe and how any of that works. Because they run around saying, oh, we measure triangles greater than 180 degrees, not realizing that when they apply a formula, they're projecting those measurements onto a ball because that's outside of their little job. Surveying is so easy. When I was in high school, a friend of mine that was in the same grade, he did that as a summer job. They can hire, it's like, so, I don't want to call the people dumb, but like, it's what would they call semi-skilled profession. You need to be able to count, add, write, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, they have a finding when they check the datums. It's just a GPS machine, and they stick it on the datum, and it tells it whether it's still correct or not, whether it's been moved, and then they run off that datum to the rest of the site, the rest of the building site.
Yeah,
and it's simple. It's so simple. So that it's already programmed in what it is.
Well, this was
like
pre-GPS.
They're not doing anything.
High school, so like.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they have to trust the datum point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like he was surveying because they were like, I think it was like a summer, like we were in high school. It was a summer program. They had like a program for kids to do jobs during the summer that ran through the school. And one of his jobs was to go out and use a theodolite and survey. I think he was surveying where they were dropping like a fiber optic line or something. But that's not the point. The point is he was an average student, high school student, and just, he's doing that job. And these Globers, they have 30 years experience doing a job that a high school student can do. But they act like somehow they're above everybody else. Like Main Surveyor, for instance. I've dealt with him. I've dealt with Jesse Kozlowski. I dealt with Main Surveyor on Twitter too, man. He won't even. He blocked me.
He did. The Main Surveyors, when he was talking to Austin, he went, I take the shot and I store it. It's like, yeah, you took the shot and then you stored it in your total station, and the total station told you what the picture was. You really did a lot of work, didn't you? I was like,
Yeah, it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
This TikTok has their main surveyor. TikTok has every they have their main astronomer, major physics person, their major land surveyor, and the major land surveyor there is called Barron. His first name's Barron, and he's a total moron.
Doesn't surprise me.
He's 50. He's 56, 58 years old. He kind of gave us his background one time, but his name's Barron. He's just total stupid.
Yeah, so Jace pointed something out, right? I asked both Jesse Kozlowski, who've been surveying for 30 years, and main surveyor, who's been surveying, I think, for like 20-something years. I asked them, what's the deflection of the plumb line? They had no idea. They didn't even know it existed in geodetic surveying. And they've done it for 30 years.
What did you call it? The deflection of the plumb line?
It's called deflection of the vertical.
Deflection of the vertical. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so they didn't even know about it, but it's intrinsic to the globe model.
Yeah, it's inherent within geodetic survey. They might not know about it because they're just clueless idiots, but that's how the ball is made into a ball. Like, they assume the plumb lines are all curved.
So next time I talk to a Troubling Tribune had a surveyor on last week, and he came on going, well, there's curvature down at Pontchartrain because I saw a video that said there was curvature there, and I'm a land surveyor, and I'm going, yeah, right. And so next time I get hold of a land surveyor, I'm going to ask him about the deflection of the vertical. I'm going to see what he says.
So what they're saying is that plumb is not plumb. Do you know what plumb is? What it's supposed to be? You know what a plumb line is?
Well, I understand it is when you drop plumb or drop it, by computer, it drops perpendicular to the vertical, to the perpendicular to the ground, which is
horizontal. But it's supposed to be, but it's not in geodetic surveying. That's the thing. It's not perpendicular to the ground. It's supposed to be the so-called gravity vector. Yes. And because it's not perpendicular to the ground, and when they make their little globe model, they have to curve the plumb line. They say that gravity is curved.
Yes. Yeah.
Gravity think about how they're saying that if you hang a plumb line on a string with a weight at the end, that string is going to be curved.
From what I understand.
Which is absolutely idiotic and stupid on every level you could possibly think of.
What I understand is space-time curves gravity. Mass attracts mass. Space-time curves it along the edge.
Well, they'll just say whatever, man.
Yeah, they claim it's curving due to the mass of the things underneath it, and so
lumpy Earth.
Yeah,
love the Earth. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, lumpy gravity potato Earth. So the plumb lines are curved. But the real reason they came up with it is because when they survey the ground, it don't match the stars in there, but they have to compensate for that. So, if I drop plumb, right, and there's supposed to be a star directly over my theodolite, and that star's not there, I say, well, the thing just ain't level. I'm tipped in the wrong way. It's got to be lumpy gravity, making my bubble level tilt a certain way. So even though I'm under the star, my theodolite is tilted a little bit away from the star so that it's not at zenith with my measuring instrument.
So the easy way to say drop plumb is you drop perpendicular to the horizontal. That's the easy way to say.
The plumb is the first thing. Horizontal comes after plumb in geodetic surveying because the bubble level. How's that supposed to work? Gravity, right? Gravity pulls the liquid down and the bubble floats up away from it. Right. So when you level an instrument, you're fixing the direction of gravity.
And that's
what you find first. So you find plumb, and then 90 degrees from plumb is horizontal.
In their fairy tale.
Yes, in their fairy tale. But so I look at the freaking astronomical chart and I go, okay, Draconis is supposed to be directly over my head if I stand in this place on Earth. And then I set up my theodolite, I level it. Or I set up my bubble level, I level it, and then I look through it and see that it's not at my zenith where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be directly over my instrument, but it's not. And it's off by like a half a degree or something. I go, well, why would that happen? The Earth's a ball, so it can't be pointed in the wrong direction. I'll go, oh no, gravity is making it so when I set up the instrument, my instrument is actually tilted a little bit. And that tilt makes it not point at that star, and it's pointed somewhere else. So I'll take that tilt, say lumpy gravity, and then when I have to actually make my project it onto my reference ellipsoid, right, I'll just curve the plumb line so that it intersects it at a 90-degree angle. So it's a bunch of fudging. It's like multiple layers of fudging. They take the celestial sphere, they do some measurements, they curve the directions, right, to project them onto points on this other mathematical sphere, and that creates the globe. And then they'll take that, and then they'll use projections and turn that into a Mercator map or a freaking universe transverse Mercator map, right? So, like, everybody thinks that, like, they take a globe and then they project that onto something. No, they take the stars, and after the stars comes the Earth. And then after the Earth comes a mathematical conceptual ellipsoid.
Yeah, I do remember the Austin going over the National Geodetic Survey and going from a geo down to a ellipsoid. Is that what you said, ellipsoid?
Yes. The geoid is what the Earth would be at sea level if the sea went under everything, right? So you got the oceans, and then if the oceans like continued underneath the land, what would that elevation be? So that's the geoid. The reference ellipsoid is a, conceptual mathematical ellipsoid that doesn't exist in reality.
Exactly.
So there was a Clark ellipsoid, there's the WGS84 ellipsoid, there's the Bezel ellipsoid, there's a whole bunch of them. There's about 30 that I've seen. So there's a whole bunch of these like mathematical surfaces. So they take measurements in the real world, right? But you got to think, if you looked at it like a cross section, so you look at the cross section of a circle and you're mapping stuff above the circle and then projecting your measurements onto it. It's really called the mapping function. You're not really projecting it. You're mapping it to the surface. You can map any surface to any other surface. Right? It was like proved by Gauss and like the theorem of Grigium. I mean, but that's not important, right? So I can draw a coordinate system on a circle, and I can draw a coordinate system on a square, and then I can just map one coordinate to point 0.11. I put it at 0.11 on the circle. 0.12, I put it on 0.12 at the circle, or on the square rather. So I can map all these points from one object to another, right? And that's what they're doing. They're taking measurements in the real world and they're mapping it to a different three-dimensional object. But they have to do it a certain way, so they have to curve the plumb line because they have to make that mathematical object. It has to match the stars because the whole idea is that the Earth's a ball and everything spins because, there's a big ball around us, a ball of stars around us. They have to match the star ball to our ball. But there is no ball. And now I know it sounds all convoluted and complicated, but it's actually super fucking simple, dude. I just suck at explaining it. I mean, this is like these things are hard to.
You've done a good job.
Well, I mean, they're hard to explain. They're hard to explain verbally because they're visual things. You know what I mean? So, like verbally explaining, like if we were here and I had some props, it would be like super easy.
Yeah, they just make it hard though. It's them that are making it hard with all their jargon and garbage.
Yeah.
But, no, you've done a really good job explaining it. Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. It's like you gotta like deconstruct it, man. The devil's always in the details, as they say, man.
Yeah, I just started searching what these things were and just couldn't get an answer.
There are some of us, not to get religious or biblical, there are some of us who say the devil is in the globe, but we won't go there.
Well, I'd agree with that. but it's like the phrase, dig until you hit pay dirt. All these globe claims on the surface, they seem legitimate, but as everyone in this chat knows, that once you start digging, right, once you start digging deeper and deeper and deeper, you end up that the whole thing is just just a Rube Goldberg device of mental constructs, right? Just like all these things duct taped on, stapled on, assumptions, like conceptual ideas. And they'll take one thing in the physical world and build this whole artifice of bullshit around it.
They really did. They took 3959 radius and built a globe around it. They really did.
And look, that's what all these guys that I've been debating are doing anyway. They're just throwing out claims that they think are going to prove their point when every claim so far has been debunked. And then one of them's obviously come up with this theodolite. I was on the right path saying, I was telling them they're begging the question in the first place, but they've been coming back at me with these citations, so I just sort of wanted to confirm, and I want to say the right thing when I go back.
Well, what Indio just told us is awesome stuff, and if you haven't seen Austin and Maine Surveyors 2-hour and a half debate, it's online, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I did see that. It just didn't cover the topic that we were looking at with this theodolite that uses the gyro. But I was on the right sort of path. I just couldn't find enough information to 100% give an answer, but I do now. But what they do is they just keep getting debunked. They just keep throwing shit at the wall to see which shit's going to stick, and then all of a sudden that overrides everything else you've given them.
Once you see it, once you get past the indoctrination and the cognitive dissonance, once you get past all that, then it's pretty obvious that we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. It's really, really easy to see. Then you just got to dig, how deep do you want to go to understand their model, understand their history, their heliocentric history, and then how far do you want to go to learn what the truth is. And, it just comes down to the individual person, how much time they want to put into it.
Yeah, I've put a lot of time in, and I'm still putting time in. Like this, I want to give them the right answer. I just never even heard of a gyro theodolite. Now I've seen the picture of one. I have seen them used out on roads and stuff like that, I believe, but no one had ever brought that up, or I'd never come across that point.
Here's the problem we have as people who know we live on a stationary plane, not a ball, is that we run into people, who are, quote, experts in geodetic surveying. Then we'll run into people who are, quote, experts in astronomy. And then we'll run into people who are experts in general relativity and special relativity. And we'll keep running into these, quote, experts. And all they do is do that one thing, whether it's celestial navigation or whatever it is. And as us stationary, plane believers, we're supposed to kind of know everything, because if we don't answer, then we look stupid. So as in our position, we have to kind of learn everything, because we don't know who we're going to run into the next day, and online or in the real world.
Yeah, 100% agree. And like I said, and then like what you said, you can give them 100 points that destroy them, and then that one point that you're not sure of, can't answer, etc. And all of a sudden, that one point overrides the other 100 that you've beaten them on.
See, I started out about 2 months ago, like 20 things I wanted to learn to destroy the globe, and then it got down to 10, and now it's down to 3. I want to remove the constant speed of light of 186,200 miles per hour. because light is spontaneous. I want to remove that. I want to remove the photon, but you got to get into quantum mechanics to remove the photon. I want to remove the little g and replace it with A. You have to get into Gaussian surfaces and a downward bias and a little bit of density and buoyancy. And then I want to remove the motion of the Earth around the sun. You got to get into Michelson Morley. You got to get into interferometers. You got to get into Dayton Miller. And so you got to do all those things. But if you just destroy all three of those things, they got nothing to come back with, because that is their whole belief system. Forget the vacuum, forget the spinning, being in the car and stuff like that. If you destroy these three things, they got nothing. And I mean, they might come back and go, well, what about the air pressure on Mount Everest versus sea level? Who cares now? Who cares? We just took away your ball. I don't care about your Mount Everest down to the ground. I don't care.
That's also super easy to deal with. You just ask them, where is all the gas generated? At the ground level. Where, if you look at Charles's law, high temperature creates high pressure. Low temperature creates low pressure. And is there higher temperature at the ground level than above? Yes. So you have gas added to the system at ground level. You have gas removed from the system above with condensation and precipitation. And so why wouldn't there be a gradient?
Yeah, the only place you can have gas created at the ground level, and then you go opposite and you go, where's the electric charge the strongest? And it's as you go higher. Some people say 100 volts per meter, and so it goes up, and that's where you get your discharge down and seeks equilibrium, and that's where you get your downward bias, and then you throw density and buoyancy into the mix, and you take the G out of buoyancy and put A in place of it, and you pretty much got gravity, whacked.
Is just a question. I'm pretty ignorant on this, but has anyone confirmed that as you go higher, the voltage increases?
You saying the voltage increases? Is that what your question was?
Yeah. Is this been confirmed?
We do have a field meter. We can't measure gravity. Gravity is just a fairy tale. But
of course, yeah.
We do have a field meter. I'm trying to find that piece of paper, so forgive me if I can't find it. I feel bad.
No, you're all right.
But we do have a field meter. We do have a equation. It has something to do with, I don't have the paper in front of me, forgive me. It has something to do with voltage, capacitance, and capacity. And so we do have that. So we can measure this, this 100 meters, this 100 100
volts.
So we do have that. We actually have something that can measure electrostatics and electricity, and we do know that it works. We have two Gaussian surfaces, one on the level, one on the ground, and one up. We don't know how high exactly, and we know that electricity wants to seek its equilibrium because everything wants to seek its equilibrium, and so we know that. But we can actually measure using a field meter this voltage, or what they call electrostatics, as it goes higher. Now, can we go all the way to the top of the Gaussian surface? I don't know. I'm not that detailed. Has anybody ever done that? I don't know. But
there's a variable there. Hold on. There's a variable that I didn't hear. Pressure.
Oh yeah,
air pressure.
There's all kinds. Absolutely, you're right.
So what happens is, it sounds like a bit of an affirmative consequence to me, because at the same time, if you were talking about just pressure, it's also intrinsically related. See what I'm saying?
Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure gradient being caused by the static or whatever?
No, it's not the cause. The difference in gas pressure changes the impedance. So it affects the reading.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying,
That's why the reading goes all over the place when there's a storm.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
I'm just saying he's making the claim that gravity is electrostatics, which it likes to do, but
gravity is a pull towards the center of the ball, whereas electrostatics is a downward bias. There is no pull; it's just a downward bias. So it is two different.
Gravity is not a pull either.
Well, no. If you're on top of the ball and then you're on side of the ball and then you're on bottom of the ball and you're still standing upright according to their fairy tale, something is pulling you towards the center of mass or center of the ball, and so you're actually being pulled towards the center of the ball.
Well, they would say no.
Well, they would say no, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, Newton had pull, Einstein doesn't.
Well, Einstein, yeah, you make a great point. Is that in 1919, November 6, 1919, they threw Newton to the curb and gave 2 out of 32 photos or plates that they took May 29th, 1919, when 2 expeditions went to see a solar eclipse, and Eddington was one of them. And they threw Newton to the curb and announced to the USA and UK press that Newton was their boy. And Newton woke up, not Newton, forgive me, Einstein woke up November 7, 1919, the Earth mover around the sun. And Newton was basically, thrown to the curb. But they do incorporate mass attracts mass into their space-time, curvature, whatever, fairy tale. And so, a lot of people think that, there's mass attracts mass and then there's space-time curvature. Well, in the scientific world, they actually combine those two things, whereas in the world of social media, they still have them apart.
How do they combine them?
Well, no, they didn't combine them at all. It's actually in Einstein, he just used mass like Newton, but in his view, the mass needs to be great enough to bend space-time, which creates the effect.
Thank you.
Mass is not doing anything.
No. I totally agree. Space-time is the thing that bends the mass, or you can look at it the other way if you want to. You can switch that view and look at it the other way. But yeah, the top level uses both of them because they don't want to throw out Newton quite yet and just go. That's never been proven.
No. It's different fields of science use different things. Like astrophysics uses Einstein, and if you go talk to an engineer, he uses Newton. And when the two talk together, they argue like cats and dogs because they don't have the same belief system.
And I absolutely agree with you. But I've talked to physicists who don't have a dog in either game. And they combine both. And if you look it up, I've looked it up online. I know Google is not something you should trust, but I've looked it up online, and they put them right together. It's like
people do that incorrectly all the time. They claim that both work together. They don't. They are completely opposite to each other and do not work together. Einstein uses a completely different inertial reference frame. He uses a completely different geometry.
Yeah, so like what Drace is getting at, what I agree with is that people say they use them together, like they go together like white on rice. But what the truth is, like if you say they use them together, practically how do they both practically work in tandem? They can only say that they use them because in one paradigm they use math for one, and in another paradigm they use a different geometry for the other. But when the normie hears they use them together, they take that to mean that they work in conjunction. But we're pointing out that there's no practical. That's not true.
Well, the whole thing is not true. Mass attracts mass, and space-time is not true. So what they come up with in their mind is
Yeah, they use one or the other, and they use so interchangeably, even though they
Yes,
like
I
they
agree.
don't really like one. Either it's Einstein or it's Newton. It can't be both.
And what I run into, and maybe you do or don't, but I run into the normie that goes, they use both, and I run into the occasional physicist who goes, oh, they use both. It's like, okay, whatever, in your fairy tale, I don't care.
Yeah,
but I
but
do
when
care what you're saying.
when you talk to this physicist, just dig into what they're saying. If they say they use both, ask them how, where.
I got a definition here. I'm trying to find it on my iPhone. I mean, the definition doesn't matter, but I'm just trying to find it because when I saw it, you know, that they use it together, I screenshot it, and I'm going to see if I can find it. I find this whole thing very funny because mass attracts mass is fake and space time is fake. So I find the whole thing, you know, hilarious because it's all fake.
The point is, both are just different ways to come to the same conclusion. They're both looking at the effect, falling, and then trying to create nonsense around that to try to explain it.
Yes. Yep. I want to find this here. I'm going to find it sometime. I don't know where it's at. It's been a while. It's been like a month. I have this guy that I talk to quite a bit, and he kind of told me how they, in their minds, you know, in their mind, combine the two. And then I read it online. It's like, that's kind of what that guy told me. And I screenshot it. Now I'm trying to find it. So if I don't find it, I apologize.
I've got a question, actually, if anyone wants to answer it. The other night, we were having an argument with someone who was claiming that density was a force. I was saying, density is not a force. So his analogy was, okay, so you have something. He was using the egg in a cup and then changing the density of the medium with salt and making the egg float. So he said, my conclusion is that density is the force. I went, what? You're just changing the medium. Do you know what he means by him? Do you know what he meant by him saying density is a force?
I might have a clue. He might be confused because they do speak of buoyancy as the buoyant force. I've heard that because it can actually do work. It can lift weight, you know, and a boat's hull based on square inches of the container.
Displacement. Yeah.
Also, they also do this with gravity. When we say gravity's not a force, they say, well, the size or density of the Earth is bending space-time, so it is a force because it's creating this bend of the space-time.
But they would have to show it, so that's the problem, right?
Well, in this case, he kind of, I'm not saying density is a force, I'm saying he kind of does show it by increasing the density of the medium, therefore lifting up the other, the object in the medium.
Right.
Now, I know you need a direction though as well. So what's the cause of direction? That's when it starts going, you know, all right. Well, they claim the cause of direction is gravity, but if there is an up and down, that is the cause of it going up and down. But the change in density of the medium, it's really complicated, and I was finding myself, I was finding it difficult to refute what he was actually saying.
Yeah, but it's not the density itself that is any force. It's the medium. It's kind of like if you take a river and you jump in it, you're going to be moved with the medium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Well, that's what I said. That's what I was saying. And he goes, just because you're repeating it doesn't mean it's true. And I said, but, and then he used an analogy of a car. He goes, but the car, and I said, yeah, but what moves the car is acceleration. And then when you take away the force of acceleration, the car stops. I said, well, how do you take away the medium of density? How do you take away density? So when this egg is seeking its equilibrium, when it gets to its equilibrium, it stops. Where's the force gone then? Does it just disappear or?
Right. When it reaches
You know what I mean?
when it reaches the
Yeah.
equilibrium with the surrounding medium, then it, like certain things would even float part of the way up, like in the ocean,
Yeah.
for instance. Like jellyfish have a way of like doing this so they can obviously go up or down. So
that was my argument, and I couldn't work out if I was correct or not. I was second guessing myself, going, I know density is not a force, but the way he was explaining it, and I was saying, no, it's the medium, and he goes, yeah, but I'm changing the density of the medium, and I was like, oh man, I don't know, I don't actually know 100% how to argue it.
I feel like this guy is acting like this. If I pour the salt in, the salt is a force.
Yeah.
Or
that, you can't do that.
Or that the density itself would be related to the intrinsically to the object itself, like not anything to do with the medium that's surrounding it.
He is changing the density of the medium. For instance, he can do it with salt. He can do it with different liquids or different things. That does not mean that like density itself is the cause or a force.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I bet if you ask him I'm sorry. I bet if you ask him the definition of force, he doesn't know that it requires work being done.
Yeah, the law of the fabric of reality, and what gives things a propensity to move in the directionality that they do move in, while their object and medium, a relationship is changed, is still not understood. There's like these theories that people have about them, but they're not in any way, shape, or form formulated in a I guess a way that you can use it in the physical natural world. Only that you can quantify object and medium relationship within the like certain parameters that you set, like changing the medium and the object is in. But it's not the causation of it that gives the thing the propensity to go the place it does. It's just that it reacts to the medium. So it's not like the law of why it does what it does.
It reminded me of that argument we had with Divergent Droid. Do you remember that, Mayhem? Yeah. It reminded me of that, and I was like, well, you need a direction as well. And the direction, what do you mean you need a direction? I was just...
Yeah, he misunderstood, I guess, because there's a lot of... Okay, so on the flat earth side, because they're doing away with the ball, they're saying we can rewrite everything. We can look afresh at all new... we can look at the world anew, because we got sold this idea of what everything was based on this globe interpretation. So let's look at the world with a fresh pair of eyes and rethink everything and come up with better ideas. So this is, I would akin it to like a speculation, right?
Yeah.
If people are starting to look into like what can be, if we're saying that it's not understood, but let's find out, right? So even if that is the case, there isn't a consensus to actually agree with or put forth an effort to find out what that is. Because it seems like at best it's an object-medium relationship, the things that we can quantify. But the thing that we can't quantify is what is the reality? Why do things move in the way they do? Because if we're attributing some sort of force or electrostatics or anything to it, then we have to. Then it becomes quantifiable. Then you can actually manipulate that to actually change that field and then turn it around and check to see if that's the case or not. But when it's not, when it cannot pass the experimental phase of it, then it's going to be like, what do you have at that point? You know what I mean? So it really stops at the point where you can't quantify. Once you can't quantify, you enter into like these conversations where it's very metaphysical. You're thinking, well, let's give this particular fabric of reality a name. Let's call it, I don't know, electrostatics or ether or whatever, and then let's talk about how this could be the case that gives things a propensity, because there has to be something there. We can't say it's nothing, because obviously we see things abiding by some sort of law. Is that that's what the hunt is for? Everybody's on the hunt trying to fit, because it's of course not the heliocentric perspective, but it has to be something, right? So that something is what everybody's really trying to lock down. And I guess people get hung up on the object and medium relationship and just they want to like stake their flag right there, and that's the hill they want to die on. So it becomes like we're talking about just the basic quantifiable principles of like the object and medium relationship, and forgetting that even past that, there is still the law that governs all things. So,
I think basically, I think we know that anything that's more dense than the medium it's in, it's going to go down. If it's less dense, it's going to go up. So in this case, we have two objects, or we have the object that becomes less dense than the medium when the salt is added. The medium is not a force.
Right.
Yeah, I found that quote for Drace. I screenshot it on May 2nd. It just said, it's short, that Einstein argued that gravity isn't a force at all. He described it as a curvature of time and space caused by mass and energy. That's what the quote said.
Yep. But that doesn't say that Newton and Einstein are the same.
No, but then what Globers do?
No, I never said that they were the same. No.
Or that they work together, like they're completely different concepts.
So, some people will try to put them together, but they're not the same, because obviously they aren't the same, because space-time and mass attracts mass is obviously totally different. But some people, not all, some people will try to put them together. But if mass attract mass and space-time were real things, which they aren't, then obviously they would be totally separate. But there are some people that are so tied to this Newton thing, and so tied to this Einstein thing, and so tied to this science thing, that they want to put it together somehow. And I'm not agreeing with them. I'm just saying this is the story I've heard from some people.
I know.
Well,
I've dealt with many people.
Don't get freaking your information from Globers.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna end up in the wrong place. Let me tell you.
Yeah, twist it up like a pretzel with these ideas.
Listen to Globers and their fairy tale.
Yeah, so Newton and Einstein get mixed and matched, dude, like it's a freaking salad bar or something. No,
yeah,
it doesn't
all
work that
the
way.
time, all the time. Like in this server, they do it all the time, and people in specific fields of study, they would also mix them up and say, "What's wrong with that?" They ask us, like, there's nothing coming from the Globers perspective, right? They're like asking us, "Well, what's wrong with that?" So it's the same thing, and it's like they conflate them because they don't know they're mutually exclusive and how they operate in their paradigm. So that's kind of why we're looking to like the people that actually in their idea, they know how to separate them. But they, like, so far, the majority of the ballers that come in here, they don't know how to do it. They're actually conflating them and saying that they're possible to use them both. From my knowledge.
What did Feynman say? I know Feynman lived, I think he's passed away now, but he was on a black and white in a TV show. He was in front of a class or in front of an audience, and he was saying, how many people know about quantum mechanics, or how many people know about relativity? And Eddington supposedly said, well, if me and Einstein are the only ones that know about relativity, that's just fine. And it's just like, that's the funniest thing to say. It's just like, okay, nobody understands about relativity except for Einstein and me. Give me a break.
That's a fucked up thing to say, though. Like, to put
debatable whether Einstein even understood it. He changed his position on how it worked about 30 times.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fucked up.
I'm not even kidding, man. Like, his writings of what it meant just evolved over time. Where, like, he didn't believe it. It's the same way with Newton didn't believe in his own theory.
That sounds like something Professor Dave would say. Like, I seen a picture of him. He'd say some shit like that.
Yeah, because it's a cosmological constant. Einstein called it his biggest blunder. Like, there's so many. Einstein changed from the Machian principle to general relativity. Einstein didn't believe in black holes. He didn't believe in frickin' wave function. There's a lot of things he didn't believe in, which are considered mainstream now.
He didn't believe in quantum mechanics because he wanted to see things he could measure. He liked the macro more than the micro, but I think he stole it. But he proposed photoelectric in 1905, won a Nobel Prize for it in 1921. And photoelectric is quantum, but I don't know. What are you going to do?
Let me real quick, guys. I'm gonna just introduce Zodiac 420 is VC verified. Welcome to the chat, Zodiac.
Oh, thank you. I was here a couple hours ago, but thank you.
Yeah, cool, man. So, what brings you to the forum? Like, what did somebody send you here? You saw us maybe on YouTube or something?
No, I just was looking for like-minded individuals that know the truths of the world, and so I was looking for a Flat Earth Discord.
All right, so you've been researching Flat Earth, is that right?
Yeah.
And so what is your position right now? Like, what do you think about it all?
I think the Earth is flat.
Okay. And what led you to that? Like, what research have you been looking into that brought you to that understanding?
I mean, for many, many, many years, I've known about, just about all the different psyops and all the different lies, and attempts to keep us indoctrinated in lies by the evil cabal or elite or whatever you want to call the group of entities that has control over the institutions and the systems of the world, and the control and spread of information. So I've known about a lot of different things, but it was in collaboration with somebody who has knowledge on a lot of different truth topics. They were talking about Flat Earth, and that was when I was first exposed to it. And at first I had cognitive dissonance like everybody else, where I was like, what? That's just so outlandish. Like, what do you mean? But I'm somebody who's very truly open to learning about things, and truly open to asking questions and listening. And so at first, like I said, I had cognitive dissonance, and I was like, well, what do you mean? But I wanted to know like what their perspective really was. And and then as soon as I started doing independent research for myself and learning about the evidence for Flat Earth and the lack of evidence for globe, it would just made perfect sense.
How long you been looking into the Zodiac?
To Flat Earth?
Yeah.
I would say about 2 years. I've
2 years.
come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
So right when the whole debacle happened from, us being indoors all the time.
Yeah, somewhat coinciding to that.
Okay.
I think I absolutely would have come to that conclusion quicker, had I been exposed to information about Flat Earth. But I mean, as we know, it's very discredited in every possible way by whatever the mainstream elite agenda and
right.
agents.
So you've been here, like, even the mainstream elite. It's everybody, pretty much. They're all brainwashed.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the people that.
Yeah. So like, this is the thing. Like, it's not like so people come in here like we got to stop the like. It's not like any main elite person or whatever that's keeping this going. It's our brothers or sisters or friends, guy down the street, the guy driving the bus, like all those guys. They're all like, hate using Matrix analogies, but they're plugged into the Matrix, right? And they defend it. We like, listen, I know you just got here, but we do this all the time. So we've been doing this for a few years, and like, we have people that come in here. They don't know anything about their belief system, the gold model, but they really, really, really believe it. And they come in here emotional, offended, angry, as if the globe Earth is their personal theory, right? They turn into an agent, basically. And it doesn't make sense to me, at least, that why would they be so emotional about something they don't even know what it really is, right? So people are programmed at that level to just be like almost like it's almost like a emotional reflex they have to Flat Earth. It's not even. It's not even like an intellectual thought. It's just like an emotional spasm out.
Yeah, it's unconscious.
Well,
if you look into biases, you'll find basically the reason why most people propagate this belief and have such a hard time getting out of it. They have sunk cost into this, their education.
Oh, the sunk cost. Oh my God.
You're telling me all these years in school was just wasted? I learned nothing?
Right. So they want answers right away. Why would they lie? And so it gets to the motive like immediately, because it feels like they've been hoodwinked for such a long time. Somebody needs to give them some answers. but we here always want to put forth the evidence before, because we don't want to, it's essentially, I feel like motive is putting the cart before the horse. You haven't even drawn what evidence there is for the case to be even solid. You're already going straight to the motive. So it's important that we actually kind of redirect and show them the way to look at it, not the way they think to look at it. And so it's important, right? But like, I was kind of listening to what you coming into this, but what solidified your mind to know that the Earth is flat and stationary? Like, what did you do, or what did you investigate that actually brought you forth to that knowledge? Because everybody here can tell you a little story about how they encountered it. So
that's a good question. Let me just think a little.
Well, what's the single? What is like the biggest piece of evidence that sticks out in your mind, like like an evidence, like an observation or something like that?
Well,
right.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the main thing is like the Chicago skyline. That's a big one for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've been in this for 2 years, so obviously around this time
just
frame,
in flat Earth,
you must have, right, but you must have seen something. You must have heard something. You must have been convinced by yourself, not by anyone else, that you really know where you stand with this position to know that the Earth is flat. Because I can tell you, anybody that I talk to in here would have a position to say, hey, this is exactly how I know I'm standing on the truth. But it's just, over 2 years, you should have already been at a place where you can say that. Like, I don't know, to say, let me think about it. I don't know. It's just odd to me. Like, I feel like it's almost like anybody here could give you like here you go. I know how it is this way. But it's just
an example would be I was told the Earth was flat, and I went out and looked over water. I did a lot on the ocean, out in the boat fishing, and I started looking at distances over water where I could see navigation lights and other ships and going, wow, there's something to this. That's when the penny dropped for me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Flying. Let's see if he can, because we're trying to help him, but everybody who's done the research could actually stand and speak for themselves. So, I'd just like to hear Zodiac's perspective.
Well, yeah. There's many reasons why I believe the Earth is flat. When your specific question, I thought you were looking for one specific catalyst of information.
I'm looking for I'm looking for what
to reflect on my journey and find that catalyst for you. But if you're asking for the many reasons, I mean, I'm sure everybody here is familiar with some. I mean, one of the reasons is I know a lot about. I have my private pilot's license for one, but I know a lot about aviation and just the fact that on a long flights, if just thinking about it logically from the model of a globe, you would have to consistently be trimmed nose down to account for the rise. Basically, you would go straight into space if you maintain 30,000 feet, completely. And they don't adjust for the curve when you're flying an airplane.
Right. So, are you a pilot, Zodiac?
I told you I have my private pilot's license.
So, are you like a student? I don't know, what that means though. Are you fly small planes like Cessnas and such, like tiny planes?
Yeah, I mean, I have a private pilot's license, and then the next thing that you get is your instrument rating, and then after that, you get your multi-engine rating. So yeah, I have my multi-engine rating.
So if somebody, I want to kind of pose it to you. I don't know. It sounds like you're fairly new to a forum that actually has people in here that would challenge something that you would say, right? So let me just put it to you this way. If a Glober came in here and challenged you and says, I'm also a private pilot and I fly a plane and I don't fly over a flat stationary Earth, I fly over a globe. And that's why I've been taught. I mean, so how could you then make the case for what you do to be something solidified as in, I know that I'm flying over a flat and stationary Earth?
Well, I think one good piece of evidence is if you look at the literal. Well, I mean, to get your private license, you have to be there's there's flight hours, but there's also an equal amount of book hours, and in those book hours, you're taught the physics for flight, and in in any aeronautic physics textbook that manuals that give you the basics on physics that you need to understand in order to fly. One of the criteria for the physics or the theoretical math to work is to assume It literally says assume that the Earth is flat and stationary and there is no curve. So there would be no reason to.
Well,
right,
yeah,
if the Earth was actually a globe, there would be no reason to. You'd have to account for curve.
So it's been posted in the live stream voice text. I think you have the ability to see that. So just click on the text channel, live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel we're in. Drace AI posted the flight dynamic summary, which basically states similar to what you just said. But now, investigating these guys, right? Because they come in here, and so the rebuttal would be, I understand it's an assumption, but we're not flying over a flat Earth. We're flying over a globe. The assumption is that we assume that it is, but assumption is not the actual knowing. So we know we're flying over a globe. So even that being the case, how could you pin it down to saying, no, we're flying over a flat stationary? I know it says in the flight dynamics that it says that we're flying over, assuming to fly over a flat stationary Earth, but how can we know? So the question would then still remain, it's an assumption they could point out, right? So I'm actually getting you to engage with this conversation on a level that you could be able to stand on it. And if it's not something you can stand on, then I would just ask you, I would implore you to reconsider a position from the one you're coming from, to say like this would be a great place to stand and let's say hold a conversation to like get a logically consistent point on your flying of a plane over, if assuming to fly over, because that's what they would say. So what would you be your rebuttal to that, Zodiac?
My rebuttal to what specifically?
If they said, well, you're just assuming, you're not flying over a flat Earth, you're just, it says there on the paperwork, you're assuming, but when you really know you're flying over a globe, you don't have to assume anymore.
Yeah, the Globers will tell you that that's just a simplifying assumption. Gravity forces the plane to go down around the globe. They're flying using altimeters, and so they control their height. They're not
right.
Your arguments don't really convince Globers generally.
Oh, so yeah, that's kind of Paul V. You're hot micing, brother.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, bro. So how would you respond to that, Zodiac?
Well, I mean, I would respond to that by, I mean, if for one, as a flat earther, like I don't claim to know every single answer about the flat Earth model, but I think the difference is that people that follow the globe model do claim to know everything about the way everything works. Can you show me the flat Earth model? And so I would ask, what is your burden of proof that we are flying over, curvature over the globe?
Yeah, and the reason why.
Based on their own.
I didn't know you weren't done. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, you could take, well, much like someone described earlier about the whole water thing, and yeah, I mean, there's so much evidence, which I've done myself. I'm sure a lot of people have, of taking their own, the literal own equation for curvature calculation that they give us, and then say, okay, staring at so and so altitude, you should be able to see this far, and obviously being able to see objects that is past what would be possible with the globe model. But a similar thing is, again, to calculate like the amount of degrees of curvature, let's say on like a 10-hour flight, across the globe, the amount of to take the own globe model's equation for the amount of degrees of curvature that would be endured during a flight of that length. And again, there's no adjustment by that of you'd have to adjust by that by going down by like something like 30 degrees.
What will be the reply of Glover what he just said? What he just said about there's no adjustment to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, he's not doing that while he's flying. What would be the reply of a Glover for that? Hello?
The regulator of the pneumatic propulsion system.
They say
I mean, I think that point is great because QE has brought up that point, and many people in here have brought up that point that nobody's adjusting for the curvature of the Earth, and if you're going across the world and it's curving away from you, you definitely will have to adjust. And the pilot here is saying the same thing we know, but what is the Glober saying against that?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I'm getting him to actually engage with the question, Gypsy. So yeah, definitely These are the things that we need to talk about. Like, so when you say things, it has to go a bit farther than just saying, we're flying over a flat stationary Earth because it says so in the flight dynamics summary. Or, we have to think about a way that we're going to be able to propose it to them that they can't rebut and say, no, we're flying over a globe. Like, I know that you keep saying
his
that
point. Like, he's not adjusting. That's a very important point. It's not just the actual practical way of doing the flight. He's not using the curvature for anything.
Yeah, that's true. They just claim that gravity is automatically adjusting the plane and making it fall around the globe, which is kind of retarded because it would not work like that.
Yeah, so the planes fly in level flight. Level flight actually means physically level. That's a physical thing. So if they're saying that somehow because their Atmo is supposedly velcroed to this spinning ball, they claim, that doesn't affect the physicality of it at all. Are they saying the wind is making it not go off into space? Like, what are they? They don't have an argument.
No, they say the weight of the plane is making it fall around the globe, like all the satellites and everything else.
So check it out.
And then it's flying along using the altimeter and the pressure readings. So it's not actually flying 100% level or straight, but rather going along the pressure.
Yeah, so we're not dealing with like your rank and file Globers at the level where people actually start to debate these things. We're dealing with, like, they're not going to be like, "Oh, that's true. They're flying over a level surface. You got me." They don't stop there. The cognitive bias goes farther. They've already hijacked the term level. When you look at the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the first adjective says what level is described as, and it's not the level that we speak of in here, which is the truth. But even in that definition, so it's a layer cake of like different ways that they're actually trying to say, no, it's flying over a globe, because look, it's supported by the word level, which is also supported by, like, I've heard personally somebody saying that when a plane's flying over the globe, it's like attached with a bungee cord. So it's in the way to think about it, right? Not it's actually attached to a bungee cord, but gravity's holding on to it like a bungee cord to the center of the Earth. So if you have that, it's just flying like over the ball, like not changing altitude. So even if it was to say that you're not dipping the nose, as you go farther, their out is to think about it in a way that gravity's an out, or the term level is an out, or so, you know what I mean? Like, these are the sophist, tricks that actually start to happen and develop during this conversation. So it is a logically consistent point to bring to them, but they have outs. So I'm not saying that you can't hold them there to like, oh, what do you mean? Like, there is nothing that we're not dipping the nose. It's flying on a level flight, but they have their layer cake of like ways that they get out of it from saying, well, define level, and then you go to the definition, and it kind of doesn't really help in the adjective. We know what it means. You know what I mean? But it's always like you have to like go into a place where you're solid in what you're saying. So
it's gone to the level. Yeah. I want to back up what Miggy's saying to a degree. They've gone to the level. They've sunk so low that they've actually changed Wikipedia entries. Globers have, and added shit, dude. I'm no joke, man. They've literally gone into Wikipedia. So there's a section on visibility, and but it's meteorological visibility. So it's how far you can see based upon the clarity of it there. Some Glober went in and added curvature to it, which has nothing to do with meteorological visibility. But someone went in and added a whole section on seeing a certain distance because of curvature. Buoyancy, the buoyancy section. It used to say in it, oh, we don't need to use G because G cancels out in the equation. That got removed. I'm serious. Like, they will literally, like, when we say they're changing definitions, they'll literally argue from like level means curved on a globe. Like, so like you saying level flight just means it's a globe.
We had Zanuck was arguing from the heads up display, because he has that, the HUD from like these pilots, they wear their HUD. And so when they're looking through that heads up display, it shows drop over distance. He's like, he brings an argument. And I'm not saying that any of this stuff is like the actual reality of it, but what it turns out to be when he's starting to formulate this argument, against like people that use like flying over the earth as a point to, you know, to argue against. It's like they have their it's so weird, man. Like you get into this whole world where they're making shit up, and then they have like their talking points that are supported by anti-flat earth propaganda, and so you're fighting like not people that are being honest. Basically, it's just it's disgusting, you know. So it's hard to keep up with that kind of stuff.
So Zanny comes in here from time to time.
Not in a while.
He used to.
Not in a while.
Good.
Not since he talked himself into a circle.
Oh my goodness, he's a one of a kind. I tell you what.
It's even worse than
another small piece of advice for Zodiac is to be careful of his choice of words when discussing this topic, because I've heard him several times say he believes, and he mentioned flat Earth model. Yeah. There is no flat Earth model, and nobody here will, ever pitch a flat Earth model. There isn't one, and anyone who does,
and we don't just believe the Earth is flat. We have evidence, and we know it.
Yeah. We have repeatable tests that have been repeated over and over again, all different types of things, laser tests. You want to go to radio wave propagation, like all of it.
But it's more than just Ricky. We've had, over the years, we've gone through so many high schools and different very respected educational websites, and found a bunch of things that support our cases, and when we use that regularly, the anti-flat earthers get their hissy fits, and then they try to talk to the schools, and they get the websites changed or removed. So we're constantly fighting dead links because of the Globers' endless obsession with trying to edit everything after the fact.
Yeah, just the whole point of this is to just get you kind of more standing firm on your talking points too, Zodiac, because like if you do bring it up, then you're met with resistance in a way that probably you wouldn't imagine that you could. You're like, dude, this is such a lockdown, airtight argument. How can anyone get away from this? And you hear them come up with like these mental gymnastics like that you wouldn't even like dream that. I mean, they're coming up with links and with like people that back them up, and you're like, dude, how'd you manufacture this information? Like this is weird. Like
we had a guy saying the other day that going over a mountain's a curved line.
No, a straight line. Going over
straight line. Sorry, that's a straight line.
Don't ever let anyone ever as well try to put the burden of proof onto you. The burden of proof isn't on you. You don't have to prove anything to them. They need to prove the globe to you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's the best position to start with until you know all your shit and you can argue it off the drop of a hat. Start with just Socratic method. Make them prove their shit because they're making the claim the Earth is a globe, so you can just rip that apart.
I think past all logical arguments, I think where people most Globers will arrive at the end is just simply, well, we have pictures, and so what would be your rebuttal to that?
We got.
We already discussed this with you earlier, Zodiac. We explained to you that we can't present anything that we ourselves can't verify.
I'm not asking you that. I'm
Zodiac,
how you would respond to it.
Well, typically the way I respond is, yeah, we got pictures of Bigfoot too. Yeah, does that prove Bigfoot? And sometimes if we got a real hardcore one, I'll say, so NASA has pictures of Jesus walking on water. Would you believe that? And of course they'd say no, right? I wouldn't believe pictures of Jesus. Why not? We got pictures. What if they have 20 pictures? What if they have 1,000 pictures? What if they have 1,000,000 pictures of Jesus walking on water? You suddenly going to go out and become a Christian? No, you're not. Because pictures aren't good enough. No scientific journal in the world has ever accepted photographs. Just simply photographs as evidence of something, right? I couldn't take a photograph of Bigfoot and go to a zoological journal and say, listen, I prove Bigfoot, publish my paper, here's the pictures. They'd be like, nah, we need more than that. We need some hair, we need some scat samples, we need a skeleton, we need some DNA. They would need something. The pictures wouldn't be
good. And you know what's crazy? It's not exactly sequitur, but you do know that a majority of the Western world is Christian. And there are places that you can go to where they will swear to you that they have, like, and preserved a little bit of Jesus's blood, like, no cap. But I've been told this, and it's like,
or the cross.
Who wants to believe? I want to know that's true. You know what I mean?
Getting back to the pictures as well, if you study all those pictures together, none of them, they're even sloppy with that, and none of them match up. I mean, from the size of the land masses and positions and things, and it's really sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all bullshit, right? I mean, when we called them out about like them copying and pasting the same exact clouds, they're like, "Oh, we just did that to like make the image look better for people." Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so they have edited images, and they only claim there's one real photograph. And if you look at the documentary, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, I think that's the name of it. In that, they show you how they faked that picture. So they have 0 actual pictures of the Earth. They just have composites. Meanwhile, there's actual pictures of Bigfoot.
I think one of the things, Zodiac, that they do, Globers do, is they'll throw the burden of proof back onto you and say prove flat Earth or whatever they say. And the thing you got to remember is, if my spouse cheats on me repeatedly, and I see it and I hear other people tell me, I don't have to wait till I find a new spouse to get rid of my cheating spouse. So if I know my globe has lied to me repeatedly, I don't have to wait to get a new, someplace that I'm living before I get rid of my globe. So, how many globers come back and say, well, prove flat Earth? It's like, I don't have to prove flat Earth. I just know that you're a cheating spouse and I want nothing to do with you anymore.
Well, Zodiac, as a pilot, I mean, he should definitely operate in the private, because you're a pilot, right? You shouldn't. There's people in these communities that will hear that, and since you already figure out that there's someone lying, but you don't want to put, your pilot position into any jeopardy or anything like that, because there's people in these communities that will, they will want to mess with pilots because they don't want to hear you saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we've seen that happen. People who have engineering degrees and other such things get attacked more.
No, they got that girl pilot too, remember? The commercial pilot, remember? She's like from Finland or something. Came out as a flat earther, and then they grounded her. Don't you guys?
Yeah.
Who else remembers that, man? That was a little ways back. That was like a couple years ago.
I do.
I remember that.
I've seen it posted recently here.
Yeah, because flat earther comes with a baggage, and that might be like a mental problems, and you don't want a pilot with mental issues, right? So don't be wearing that flat earth hat or sweater when you're flying the airplane, bro.
Well,
I'm not
working commercially, so
I'm not concerned with what anybody else thinks about me.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I'm just saying that in the commercial world, that happens. But since you're private, that's my point. In the private side, that's totally fine. But in the commercial, it could be tricky.
Can you imagine if he turns back when the people are loaded in his plane? He's like, "Hey guys, we're flying over a flat stationary Earth. Buckle up." Like they're gonna be like,
"Well, that feels better than you're flying around a spin ball." Like that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, if my pilot told me over the intercom, like, "Yeah, we're gonna be dipping our nose down to account for the curvature of the Earth," I would be like, "Fuck, where's the?"
Plus we got to curve. Yeah, we got to curve the plane too to stay over the same line, right?
But you guys make too much sense and using too much logic. People don't want to hear that shit. People want to hear the glow fantasy stuff.
So Zodiac, check this out. If the Earth is a spinning ball and you fly directly north to south, right? How do you trace a north-south line over a spinning ball and make the plane go straight?
Well,
aren't you going to have to take a curved path with the plane to stay over that line, right?
I'm sorry.
Like, say if I drew a line from like Brussels to South Africa.
Okay.
And I want to stay over that line on the globe.
Right.
But the globe is spinning. So by the time I get to South Africa, it's spun like 180 degrees. How can I possibly fly in a straight line and get to where South Africa is?
Well, you can't. You know, and I mean they'll come up with all sorts of like excuses, like, oh, I mean, and that's the main reason why.
No, they'll just say two same things at the same time. They'll say there's a Coriolis effect for the airplane, but the air is also rotating with the Earth at the same time. They will just contradict themselves and do it shamelessly.
Yeah, they'll say the air is moving with the Earth and moving the airplane so that it actually hits the location, even though the location should have been moved away from the airplane and it should never gone there.
Right.
Hey, real quick, I'm just gonna unmute Vapors to see if he's here, and then we'll come back to this conversation. So,
Zodiac, they're gonna lead you into an area where they're gonna say, "Well, okay, but why would they lie?"
Yeah, hang on, Paul. Let me just get to Vapors. Vapors, are you there?
Sorry.
PD.
Is it PD? I don't know. We got a couple of them in here, actually. Vapors, are you there? And also...
Yeah.
Okay.
Used to be a rap song called "You Got the Vapors" back in the 80s.
Oh, I found it. I found the KLM pilot. I just found it. Hold on.
We got TV that also... TV just left. Never mind.
Here we go.
You got the vapors. That means never mind.
Dutch airplane.
Vapor left and TV left too. So I don't know. Can you guys hear me while I'm talking?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So we also Zodiac. We're gonna come back to the conversation with Zodiac, and I interrupted Paul V. So Paul V, if you wanted to finish your point.
I mean, I didn't really have much more to say. I just wanted them to make him aware that they use these like little diversion tactics to try to get you off the actual true evidence, you know, that they can't have an answer for. A lot of times that's all you need to stick to is, you know, the drop over distance, you know, make them, you know, stay in that conversation. Don't let them try to veer you off into shit that is just speculation.
Yeah, they want to weasel off into everything else, so they will jump on to next topic before actually letting the implication of the first thing sink in. Because one thing alone can destroy the globe, but they want everything.
Because their position depends on getting off the point. Because when they confront it, their position is toast.
Yeah, I just remember too, they also will do this thing where they'll say, well, let's suppose, or let's pretend. And no, we don't have to do that. That serves no purpose and proves nothing.
Yeah. Just ask him directly right up front. Show me the direct measurement of Earth curvature and the method used to measure it. It should be a standard that is used by everyone doing anything around the surface of Earth.
You can get them to take themselves apart pretty easily, though, because if they talk long enough, they'll always contradict themselves. Like you guys were just talking about Coriolis. They invoke that, and then they have their two separate reference frames that they're also invoking when they try to argue Foucault's pendulum, but then they go to drones and balloons and helicopters. Oh, now it's just one reference frame, so which one is it?
They're so fickle.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about outer space, too.
Yeah, so Zodiac, what do you think about it? That because we're on the point that you were saying with the flying an airplane, and I mean you came up with some really good points to actually rebut what they would say if they cornered you on that. But is there any other research that you've done into flat Earth that would also solidify that you're not on a moving globe?
In laser tests, like someone mentioned before, another good one is, you know, water always finds level, and so if you look at, so therefore, based on the globe model, you know, if you look at the largest freshwater lakes on Earth, that there should be, and again, it's going to be minute, right? It's going to be in the decimals, but there's not even a single minute change in curvature from one side of a lake to the other side. and that right there proves that there's no curvature. Well, with laser tests, and then yeah, of course, vision tests where you take their own calculation and say, okay, this curvature calculation is saying I shouldn't be able to see this object 7 miles away, and I can.
Excellent. No, it's great, man. I'm glad that you can come onto this forum and be a part of this server and just kind of hang out and stuff, and just join in whenever you want to. And we have people coming in here that are of the globalist mindset, so you'll be able to jump in and maybe talk to some of them and see if you can fare with a discussion, because sometimes they feel like they do have some evidence, so they want to come in here and kind of take shots at flat earth and say what they want to say. But
well, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the welcoming from everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Congratulations. You're no longer asleep.
But yeah, back to like something that was said earlier. I mean, a lot of it boils down right to like human ego, right? I mean, everybody wants to feel like they're smart. Everybody wants to feel like they're right, and yeah, like accepting even just one of these things, obviously flat earth is a huge one, but accepting anything it destroys your entire worldview, and yeah, like people don't want to believe that they've wasted their whole life. Well, I guess it depends on what your definition of waste is, but like, yeah, people don't want to feel like they've wasted their whole life, dedicated to information that's completely false, to a worldview that's completely false.
I would say like invested into something that is not even profiting them anything. So their investment in the Earth being a globe is like, it's just like in the crypto world, it's like a rug pull. it's not existent in like any practical means. It's just in your mind. It only exists in your mind.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, it's just complete source bias, complete blind faith in, the authoritarian powers that be that say, this is this is that, and they're like, okay, sounds good to me, no critical thinking.
At this point, it's just a collective delusion, man. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
like Santa Claus, right? When we no one got together and told all the parents, tell your kids Santa Claus is real. It's like a collective delusion that everybody does, right? It's just like everybody else is doing it, so I'm going to do it.
It's actually a traditional delusion.
Yeah, traditional.
Yeah, I mean, I think
a cultural.
If someone in here has experienced this, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think most people's experience is like the flat earth is the first thing that, they become awake about. And so, but I think it helps once you've, found the truth and got rid of that denial, got rid of that cognitive dissonance about one thing that you thought would never be possible. I think it really helps being open-minded to, that everything else could be a lie. I mean,
I just want
Flat Earth was the first thing they come across, their mind would be shattered in one go.
And so for me, like the first thing was 9/11, and once it was completely obvious with so much overwhelming evidence that was an inside job, it was like, okay, well, if that's possible, and like the media and politicians and literally everybody would lie about that, then there's no extent of what they wouldn't lie about.
There's a slight difference with flat Earth though, because like with 9/11 and JFK and the moon landing, you're always relying on external information to make evaluations about. It's never anything that's personal. As opposed to flat Earth, like all you got to do is just go outside. That's literally the biggest trick, because they've convinced you what you've experienced and observed your entire life is actually not the reality of the situation, that the Earth just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball. But you can't see it because you're too small and it's just outside your visual perception. And the Earth is spinning, but you can't feel it because it's just outside the perception of your detecting motion, right? So they've told you that whatever you experience, that's a bunch of nonsense. And like, trust the scientists, this is the way it really is. But you don't have to rely on any external information to arrive at a flat Earth. The thing is, you have to be told it's a globe, not the other way around. So, like, you watch TV, oh, JFK was shot by Lee Harvey Oswald, yeah. And then you have to figure out on your own that that's not the way it happened. Flat Earth, you can just, like, shut off your TV and just go observe the world.
Yeah, and even with the JFK thing, you're still left with, you cannot verify it because it's happened in the past. It's not like JFK is outside your house every day and you can go check it.
Well, 9/11 is pretty easy.
Their programming is so strong too on the globe that when they're in a plane and they look out and see flatness, and then they come back down and somebody will ask them about their experience, and if they saw a curve of the earth, they will automatically say yes. Now, when they were probably looking out that window, that wasn't even a thought in their mind, right? But they just say yes because they assume that they had to have. And that's what everybody does. They just assume it's there.
Zodiac.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over somebody.
Zodiac, can you? I'm not real familiar. You have a gyro or a gyroscope on your plane, is that right?
So it depends on which plane you're flying. You know, when most people talk about that topic, they're talking about like commercial jets.
Okay.
And yeah, there is a gyroscope that is. What's the word I'm looking for?
Is it that thing that's in the front that has the level, that has the level going across the horizon, or is it between the two seats?
You'd probably use a mechanical gyro.
Well, it depends on the airplane, because every airplane has a different cockpit. Different cockpit outline. But yeah, I mean the reality is, in 2023, nobody uses the actual like physical gyroscope that you set. I mean, it's all like autopilot, it's all computers at this point. Okay. I mean, the only thing that like the pilot is actually doing is like on a commercial jet is the landing and the takeoff. But even that is heavily autopiloted with lasers that, calculate your exact trajectory and stuff. But yeah, back to what we were saying. Yeah, there is a what you would call, I guess, like an archaic metal gyroscope that you set. But I mean, now you don't even set it with your hands. You just set it with a button. You just make sure it's set correctly, and that just basically is a physical, like, non-electric backup way to see your altitude in the event that like your plane loses all electric or hydraulic power, which if that really did happen, like when planes lose electric and hydraulic power, I mean, usually they go down and they crash. So I mean, it's not like it would be that helpful anyway, but yeah, that's the only purpose of it, is to be able to maintain and to see when the plane is level, like without electronic and technology.
I wouldn't say they crash. I've watched a few videos of planes losing power. They try to land wherever they can and do emergency landings, but and most of the time they are pretty successful.
Yeah, I'm just saying, usually, like if you were able to lose all instruments, it would be very difficult.
If Boeing builds a new commercial airplane today, 2023, do they put an archaic gyroscope in there, or are they being built without them today?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I'm not an ATP, so I wouldn't. I'm not like super versed with that.
The visible sign of the gyroscope in either case, whatever they're using, is the artificial horizon for the pilot, correct?
Yeah.
And that's in the front. And that's in the front where the pilot's looking.
Yes.
Well, it's in the cockpit.
Yeah,
cockpit.
So, you hear these stories. You hear these stories that there's some sort of gyroscope between the co-pilot and the pilot. Is that true at all?
Well, yeah. So the whole thing about like why flat earthers say that the whole gyroscope debunks globe Earth is because, like I said, the gyroscope is just another reference point without technology of like, okay, so once you set the gyroscope, right, when you're on the ground, then you're going to be able to see like when you're tilting forward, when you're tilting back, when you're, when the nose is going down, when the nose is going up, you're going to see that gyroscope tilt. And so the reason it debunks, the globe theory is, yeah, when you reach your cruising altitude, let's say a commercial jet, when you're at 30,000 feet and you set it to level and you level it off, that gyroscope is not, like if the Earth was a globe, that gyroscope would be constantly tilting forward, signifying that, you're going down.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be constantly tilting as you move around the curve, and it would be constantly getting misaligned due to rotation as well.
Exactly.
Oh, thanks for that information. I always wondered.
Hey, Zodiac, how many hours do you have logged of flight time under your belt?
So, yeah, like I said, so I have my private pilot's license. I do not have my commercial license. And commercial license is what's necessary in order to make money by being a pilot. So if you only have a private pilot's license, then you can't, you can't charge people for your services for flying. So I just fly as a hobby and just fly for fun, fly with family and friends.
My dad's a private pilot too. That's why I asked. He logs.
You said you are?
All his hours. No, my father is.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, so I have about, let's see, the last time I checked my logbook, I have about probably 2,100 hours now.
Nice.
Yeah. That's nothing compared to career pilots,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You need to be hired for a big airline, you need at least 5,000 hours in the certain model that you want to fly for commercially.
I'm surprised that you don't have to with the twin engine pilot's license. You said you had that, right? First
multi-engine.
Multi-engine.
Yeah, the way you do it is you get your private license.
So you can drive you could fly those private jets then, right? Those.
No.
No.
Technically I can, but there's no private jet chartering company in the world that would think it's a good liability move to let somebody who's never had hours in a private jet charter that.
That's what I thought was kind of weird that they would give you that license without it being a commercial license, because I assumed that was a commercial license too.
Yeah, no, the only multi-engine I've flown is a Beechcraft.
I got a recording of a pilot that was going against Flat Earth, and he came on. I have the whole video if you want to see it, but it's just a small clip of what he does. I'll put it on the bot so everyone can hear. Just give me a second. I'm going to load it on the bot. It's only a couple seconds.
Yeah, Indio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm just back at home now. I've been driving all day, but you were 100% correct. I've been sitting there doing some more research on this gyro theodolite, and they generally use them above ground where they use the stars as a reference point. They claim it's spinning, but it can't be spinning. They claim the Earth, they use it to measure Earth's rotation, but they can't because it's still affixed to the Earth. So what they're doing is they're looking at the star rotation and saying, well, that must be the Earth. When it's used in a tunnel, they have some major issues unless they already have surveying data points that they can use to set that up to face north to begin with. So the whole thing is just debunked. You were right.
Yeah. And I, after we talked about it, I looked a little bit on Google Scholar for stuff, and it says that they used it in mines, but they had to pre-survey to figure out what the azimuth was beforehand, before using it. So, which is basically, the azimuth is how many degrees from north or whatever the tunnel opening was.
Yeah, that's right. So here it says that if a gyro is rigidly attached to the Earth's surface, it will rotate along with the Earth and not detect its own rotation. In this case, the gyro will maintain its orientation relative to the Earth and not provide any information about the Earth's rotation. A gyro can only detect the rotation of the Earth if it's free from being rigidly attached to the Earth's surface. So then they go into talking about if it's outside, they can see the stars moving, so they assume that's what it is. But in that tunnel situation, they 100% need those surveying points prior to setting it up.
Yeah, it's you like that's why I'm like, why would they use it, right? Because on a boat, right, the boat's moving around, so you always want it pointed at north, right? You want it to stay fixed at north because you turn the boat one way, turn the boat the other way. You want this gyro compass to constantly point in the same direction. Underneath the ground, like when you're making a tunnel, like why do you even care? Like how often you even moving the instrument? Like once every 3 days? Like what are you even talking about? It didn't even make sense to me why someone would even make one. Unless they were like in some place that like say you were in some place that had like lodestone or something, right? So you just could not use a compass. The compass would be wicked, super inaccurate, right? And you're doing your surveying during the daytime. Yeah, that would be great to you set that up and it's just oriented the same way. So you always know what north is. If you move it around a little bit, like 50 feet this way or 50 feet that way, it isn't going to mess it up. It's going to maintain its orientation. Yeah, I could see in that situation, but the Globers always talk stuff up beyond what it's actually used for. Always. They like let their imaginations run away with them.
I got the clip queued up, so whenever I can, I'll start at 38 seconds.
Oh, I'm good.
All right, so it's a pilot discussing what he does.
Essentially what that means is when I go to work, I show up to my plane, everything's been fixed, the flight plan has been worked out for me. I show up, walk on the plane, verify that everything on the plane is safe, that we have all the documents that we need, and then I safely fly that plane from one place to another place. That's all I do. Not involved in tickets, selling stuff, handling bags, fueling up the aircraft, none of those things, and I'm not involved in organizing other people's travel plans, and that's why I said you could organize the flight. But apparently that message got lost and they heard me saying, oh, let me organize your flight. I want to plan it all for you and I'll fly the plane for you.
He goes on further than that. Just I wanted the clip to where he said what he does.
Is that clown that was trying to bilk money because he's fucking unemployed?
Yeah, I'll put the video on live stream voice text.
Yeah, the pilot, like the Flat Earth Challenge. Yeah, that's it. Yep. $1.5 million challenge to prove the Earth is flat. Yeah.
He wouldn't pay up. That's what I do know about this character. He doesn't have that money.
No, he wants you to pay the $1.5 million, and he wants to get paid to fly the airplane to prove it.
Huh.
That's what the deal was. That's what he was talking about. Because Jeranism called him on it. Like, okay, yeah, tell us the plight.
Yeah, they raised money. They raised enough money to charter the flight, and then they said, okay, we've got enough money to charter the flight. And he said, oh, no, I didn't say that you could use the flight. Oh, I could fly. I was saying that you guys charter a flight of your own. It's Wolfie, yeah? Wolfie.
That's Wolfie?
No, that's not Wolfie.
Yeah,
I know what Wolfie looks like. No.
Different Australian pilot, I think.
Yeah, different.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm just going over because a lot of people say they do this and that, and pilots are getting everything ready, and like he just basically said, it's autopilot, man. I just get in there and just take you from point A to point B. Like it's not even. I don't do anything else. Like that's all he does.
Look, so these days they only need the pilot to take off and land. Like the rest of it's autopilot.
They basically
they're just there to see if any of the alarm lights up and to report during the flight.
They just monitor everything and make sure nothing fucks up, right?
Yeah, they're like a train engineer. That's all. Like a train engineer, you just get in the train, you freaking push the button. You don't even actually train. You actually push a button to keep it going. So dude, this is really weird. Because train engineers can fall asleep, there's a button that after like 60 seconds you have to hit it, keep the train going. And if you fall asleep, the train just stops itself. If you don't hit the button in time. Yeah, so. But they're basically doing the same thing, right? They're just like the autopilot's on. They're just making sure that thing doesn't like do something weird. But like planes don't. Let's put it this way. Almost never did they crash in like flight. They crash on takeoff and landing. They don't just fall out of the sky. That's a very rare thing. I'm sure
They may have to adjust.
it could confirm that. Zodiac.
Indio, don't you think they might have to adjust for like weather conditions changing sometimes, turbulence, stuff like that? But it's basically autopilot.
Yeah, they'll change the direction. But from what I've seen, they'll be given like a choice from the company of like 5 possible flight paths. And that basically they'll decide, they'll coordinate with the thing, like which one they actually want to take. And they'll all be in like a couple hundred nautical miles of each other. So they'll take one that's like whatever weather, like depending on what the weather is. You know what I mean? Like say 3 of the flight paths have bad weather, then they'll decide on which of the other 2 they want to take. But there could be weather at different points in the flight paths. So they probably have some criteria where they pick them, But they're pre-programmed routes. They just pick the route. But they can divert and stuff, but like they're above the clouds. They have almost no chance of anything happening to them. Yes, occasionally a thundercloud can go up to like 70,000 feet, but that's rare.
I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Yeah. So, just to confirm, most airplanes crash on takeoff and landing, right? They don't just fall out of the sky, right?
Yeah, I mean, most airplane accidents are on takeoff or landing.
When you're getting your license, you have to actually with a somebody in the your what do you call it? I'm drawing a blank. Well, anyway, they shut the plane off on you, and you have to guide it back down with the engine off, don't you? And perform a landing as part of your test for your license.
So, first you get your private pilot's license. That involves flight hours, classroom hours where you're learning airplane physics, and then solo hours. So once you get enough hours, then the instructor's not with you anymore. You fly on your own. What you're describing is once you get your private pilot's license, then you need to get your instrument rating. That's the next rating you have to get in order to get your long distance rating. Or no, it's called your cross country rating, as well as your multi-engine rating. So to get your instrument rating, someone else is in the plane with you for safety reasons, but you have to take off and land the plane just purely looking instruments. You cannot look outside at any point in time. You can't look out of the windows to your sides or out of the window in front of you. You have to just take off and land by looking at the instruments alone. And that's your instrument rating. And the reason for that is to prepare you for bad conditions where there's potentially zero visibility, or conditions where your plane's malfunctions and you have to rely on specific instruments instead of the normal instruments.
What happens if you accidentally crash your plane into a government building the day after it lost a bunch of money?
Well, what you want to do, once that happens, what you want to do is you want to magically go in secretly and take all the security camera, traffic light footage from that area and just magically make it disappear.
That's a good idea.
And invade somebody, a bunch of people.
No, I mean, the thing about 9/11...
My father...
9/11 is cut and dry. Because literally, scientifically, jet fuel cannot melt steel. End of story.
Did you know about the explosions at the bottom? And
that's what they.
Trucks filled with explosives.
It was thermite. Thermite.
Oh, no, they were literally trucks driven into the building at the bottom and exploded at the bottom of the building.
Yeah.
They also found trucks with explosives, that didn't detonate. There was also another truck, all the same hijackers, by the way, supposedly, had another truck, friends of theirs, who went to, filled with explosives, They got stopped and apprehended, and they were going to one of the bridges near there.
Yeah, totally. I totally believe that.
Being a pilot yourself, too, you must know that flying a plane at that speed with no instruments, it'd be almost impossible to hit those towers. And with limited, flight knowledge and limited training, and as well the Pentagon as well, it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah,
the Pentagon would have been really hard. The towers wouldn't have been that hard.
Oh, the Pentagon would be. Yeah, the Pentagon would be incredibly difficult. Where it hit the side of the building. You know how hard that is?
It's not a very tall building, too.
Allegedly.
Yeah. And you look at the video. You look at the fucking video of the planes hitting the towers and tell me that's not fucking CGI. I mean, the plane literally goes into the fucking building completely. That's not how it works.
You guys know
whenever two things collide, the thing that has more mass is the thing that is withstanding. If a plane really hit a tower like that, the plane would explode.
That's all correct, but you guys know one thing that did not happen on 9/11? It did not happen on a spinning globe. Back to you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I watched documentaries on when they were building the Pentagon and how they built it to withstand airplanes hitting it, and I saw videos of them testing small airplanes and stuff like that hitting the walls, and the planes would pancake on the outside of those walls.
Yeah, they just disintegrate.
Bro, nothing makes sense. I mean,
didn't they also say that the buildings were rated to actually be able to withstand 3 commercial jets striking them?
Yeah, there's literally a video about Trump saying that, where he was like, these planes were built to withstand like 747 explosions.
Oh, it's not something that hadn't happened prior to 9/11. So yeah, tall buildings, it was a possibility. It was taken into consideration.
Nobody said fireproof passports, so I'd throw that in there. Go ahead.
I mean, and then there's just so many reasons. The entire tower collapsed in like a little over 10 seconds, and it's over 100 floors big. That means that the entire building, literally millions of pounds of steel, concrete, whatever else, fell in at nearly free fall speed
into its foundation.
And steel beams found miles away on rooftops. Miles away.
Yeah.
Never heard that one before.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, I think something like that, like, once you realize something like that is possible, then that's when your mind opens, and then you're like, okay, anything's possible.
Right. They'll lie about anything. That was the same thing for me, was 9/11. I was in school when it happened, and it was like, holy shit. They'll, like, it's that realization that they will lie, like, the extent they will go, and how many people can be involved in it. I think that's...
I remember I was at work, man. They were saying that they flew a plane into the Statue of Liberty. I'm like, what? That's bullshit. Everybody was talking about it. They were like, yeah, dude, they flew a plane into the Statue of Liberty. You know, I just, like, the first time that I heard, like, it was like everybody was talking about it. There was a bunch of stuff going on, and like, I heard it was like Red Dawn, like the whole thing, like we're getting like attacked by like an army, like we're getting invaded, like U.S.
Jesus,
like.
5 minutes of phone game and you're already at the Statue.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about fear, right? That's the whole point.
Russians are invading, you know.
False flags.
Yeah, it was bullshit though, but yeah, that's shit that was going on.
And it's the expense of innocent lives, you know.
I remember hearing.
You know what's funny too about 9/11 is when they show the plane hitting the building, there's this huge explosion, right? And then they tell you the reason why it collapsed is because the fire and the fuel kept feeding the fire. And it melted, and it got so hot it melted those beams. But that fuel would have burnt up immediately on impact. That big explosion you see is all the fuel. So how is the fuel, how is it still there and continuously feeding that fire to get it hotter and hotter and hotter? It wasn't. And if you know anything about fire and the color of smoke,
the color of India, do you want to answer that one?
Coming from those buildings.
All you gotta say is Building 7. Building 7 wasn't even fucking hit by a plane.
Yeah. Do I want to add to it? Yeah. Jet fuel doesn't explode, brothers and sisters.
Well,
it does not.
So it wouldn't even
explode at sea level.
Holy
ever.
shit! Wow.
Yeah. Ever.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. So that right there. There's the smoking gun. There was an explosion. Jet fuel doesn't explode. So what exploded? Yeah, that's the $1 million question.
I've been saying that.
Yeah, so you can just look up the material safety data sheet on jet fuel, and the flash point is 105 degrees.
I mean, listen, back to what that guy said about the trucks. Like, you literally go back. Of course, they try to bury all this footage, but you go back to the footage of Ground Zero where they're interviewing all these people. Every single firefighter, every single first responder that they interviewed said, "Yeah, I heard explosions from the basement. Heard explosions from the basement. Heard explosions from the basement." Because how does over 100-story tall building with steel frames, how can all of it collapse, right? There has to be destruction of those support beams literally at the lowest level.
Yeah, look at this video. I posted a video in the live stream voice text chat. They go really deep into all the things that basically never get talked about concerning 9/11 and the explosions.
You can hear the booms too of explosives going off with that footage they have of the firefighters entering the building. There's several videos of the firefighters going into the buildings and hearing explosions. You can hear it. It's crazy.
There was a convenient guy at the base too who they interviewed, and he was like, the buildings just collapsed from the steel couldn't handle the temperature of the fire, blah 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 blah. It was like a total plant interview. I think he's even associated with Fox News at the time. It was just like, finding passports, finding how to fly airlines for dummies. The whole thing was crazy. Like, the idea that, like, I'm the crazy person for telling people that it was bullshit has bothered me for 20 years.
Not just that, but a week later, when you go to the site of the rubble, there was still molten metal a week later.
Right. That's crazy.
No longer than that. It was like 6 weeks later or something.
Yeah, just crazy.
Yeah, they were in a big hurry too to clean that up and get rid of the evidence, right? They wouldn't let anybody look at the debris.
Not just that, but there's a whole bunch of other shady shit like Dick Cheney did at that time. Like, he, like, for the first time ever, he, like, put the air guard units, like, off of alert. Like, must just be a coincidence.
NORAD was on training. NORAD was on some training ride, and they didn't know what was going on. They had been doing training exercises. NORAD should have taken those planes down within 15 minutes.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Every single other, like, terrorist plane in, like, U.S. history, like, there's been fucking jets, like, have been escorted to the location at, like, under 5 minutes. Like, there was plenty of time to shoot those planes down.
You remember when Payne Stewart, the golfer, his plane, they all lost consciousness in the plane. There was Air Force fighters on their wings within 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were having an exercise during the 9/11. Most of the different things connected to this, there were false blips on the radar. They were having an exercise with that. They were having an exercise with the police, the firefighters. So many of them were having an exercise on that exact day, and that's one of the reasons they claimed they couldn't scramble the jets in time and didn't know exactly where those planes were because there were so many false positives being displayed.
Yeah, it's even actually deeper than that, because that training exercise they say they were running for that scenario of hijacked planes, the tail numbers that they would use when they were communicating with each other about what planes they say were the exact same tail numbers of the actual planes in the actual event. Which how is that even possible? The probability of that just happening by accident is got to be astronomical.
And if you're training, you gotta do it like it's real.
That's why
Anyway, you know?
That's why I recommend that video I just posted in the live stream voice text chat, because they really break down all of it. A week or 2 weeks, somewhere between there. The same guys, the hijackers, essentially tried to blow it up with car bombs and failed.
Well, isn't it? And then I mean, they use like all the different stuff afterwards, right after every false flag. They're like, I mean, how many years was it that it was like taboo to talk about it? Like that, they did that for a purpose. They didn't want people talking about it because they knew people would have found out the truth. They're like, oh, it's too soon, man. Can't talk about it.
Yeah, to me, it's clearly the FBI and the CIA knew all about this, and they just let it happen.
Right, them and Mossad, for sure.
They didn't let it happen. They did it on purpose.
Someone did it on
So
purpose.
they had an excuse.
Someone did it on purpose. We just know that they would have had all the information to stop this, and they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they did it on purpose so that they could go invade the Middle East for like 20 years.
Plenty of high up people.
Hey, you guys want to go down
that day?
We could talk about this forever.
I don't want to be.
I think the reasons for 9/11 were deeper than just oil and that shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be.
It was. Well, look at all the things they passed to restrict our freedoms in this country.
Yeah,
they took away a lot.
Deeper than that. They were slaves before, slaves after. Deeper than that. It was to traumatize the world into an infantile state to make them malleable for.
But they passed
the fucking heavy globe indoctrination coming down the next 2 decades and all the rest.
I mean,
it's called trauma-based mind control.
I mean, technically speaking, you know, in America, we have no freedom since they passed that act, because if they suspect we're a terrorist, they can literally by law, like, seize all our property, keep us detained without, you know, due process.
They can already, because under war provisions, which we've been in a state of war ever since shortly after
Civil War.
Revolution. Well, yeah, it's okay. Go with Civil War, but yeah, they can do anything they want. They could.
Dude, what do you think? What do you think happened with Coco? What do you think? What were you doing at that time?
The Mexican beer germ, bro.
Yeah, you were indoors all the time. Couldn't go anywhere. Forbidden to leave. Even forbidden to go in public, like certain areas you needed the certain validation. Like it got really crazy, man.
I got some pictures, man. I took lots of pictures during that time, man. I got some funny ass shit, dude. That people, I think everybody forgot about it. Like forgot about how retarded it was.
It was pretty bad.
So what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about 5G?
We got real quick. Yeah, I was gonna say we got MacGyver in the chat. He was somebody that was thinking about from an earlier discussion that we were having in here. What's up, MacGyver?
What's up, guys?
Nothing much. I was just mentioning that we had like a conversation. I don't know, it was months ago, but you were talking about like how do people know like what voltage is as you go higher in elevation? Like that conversation stuck with me and Jedi like when we were having it with you. So I don't know, maybe you wanted to kind of talk about it a little bit and like the reason why you would say that and you know what you do. That way people can they don't think you're just regular old bloke off the street. You know, just.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I guess in a nutshell, so I work in the electrostatic discharge mitigation industry, and you know, I watch a lot of debates. I'm obviously into flat Earth, and I noticed for a long time there was a lot of people speaking of the atmospheric static charge, you know, how it increases 100 volts per meter as you increase elevation. But then when you look into that, it's sort of like all the rest of the globe claims. You realize that, you know, there's no real primary source documentation. There's no experimentation. There's no list of the devices or test equipment used to verify these claims. And so that's basically where it's at now is, you know, if you claim that there's an atmospheric static charge that increases as you go up, I would say, what device did you use to measure it? First off.
So, hey, I know something a little bit about this and where it comes from. So it originally comes from Feynman's lectures on physics, and he is, I posted a link to it, and he is citing Alan Chalmers, a book on atmospheric electricity written in 1957. Now, apparently, his data comes from testing that he did for the U.S. Navy in the 40s. How this was done, I don't know. It could have been like radio sonde with a wire. I have no idea. It could have been like little bottle rockets. I don't know exactly how.
You posted it in the lobby.
He came up with the
not
data.
the option.
Yeah, I posted Feynman's lectures in physics. I think the book is still under copyright, so I was unable to get a copy of it. But I think this section that talks about the vertical voltage gradient, I think that's on Google Books, that section, if I remember right. But like I said, how he tested it, he doesn't go into. And I haven't been able to find like the original like military reports. They might not even ever be digitized at all because they're pretty old.
They're saying you posted in the lobby, not live stream voice text, bro.
Ah, okay. I'll repost it.
Yeah, and I totally agree with what you're saying. I read the Feynman lecture, and that's when I went, oh wow, it doesn't really show how they measured this. And, you know, if you check into when the static field meter was created, which is what you'd need to use to measure that, you know, that wasn't created, I think, until the 70s. And, but as you said, it's very hard to figure out the exact method that they used. It's kind of like when somebody goes, well, we know the Earth is a ball. And you go, well, how do you know? And they go, well, I don't know how they did it, but it's written in the book, right? And I'm not saying you're the same as a Globie, obviously, but it's the claim ends up in the same spot.
Yeah. I don't know how you would measure that, quite honestly. Like,
yeah, that's what he was saying. That's what MacGyver was saying. That me and Jedi were like, shit.
Because
like,
you have to, don't you have to ground it against something? And isn't that what you're fucking measuring? Like.
Yeah, it's always in relation to ground, right? So with a static field meter, you have a meter and it's got a ground cable plugged in, and it goes to an earth ground or a common point ground, whatever. And then you put the static field meter and aim it at whatever thing you're testing. If you're doing atmospheric charge, you'd have like an aluminum ground plane or a piece of aluminum sheet metal essentially that would gather the charge, and your static field meter would read the charge on the plate, and the meter's grounded. But
yeah, so you're basically going to make like a little parallel plate capacitor and measure how much capacitance it has, right? Okay.
And then so what happens, you know, when you think about this is it starts to turn into like airplanes flying over a rotating Earth, right? And pressure gradients and weird stuff. So if you consider, sorry about my dogs, I have too many of them. But where would you measure this charge, right? So let's say you're standing on, in my city, we have a mountain that rises up 5,000 feet in elevation from the normal ground level of the city. And it's almost like a sheer cliff on one side. And so I thought, well, where would you ground it to, right? If you grounded it to the top of the mountain, and you measured the static charge, and you're at 10,000 feet altitude, well, is it going to be more if you dangle it out over the cliff? Because now that's 5,000 feet above the ground. I mean, how in the hell would you measure this, right? And being that static is like pressure and gas, it kind of has like a gradient. Sometimes it builds up in some areas, and then it dissipates, and then it builds up in other areas where you have high winds and dry, dusty climates and things like that. So trying to measure it, it almost seems impossible. It's kind of like measuring a horizon distance.
Wow, dude, that was blowing my mind, India. When I was listening to him, I was like, wow, dude.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I completely agree with everything you said. Like, that was like when I first heard about it, that was the first thing I thought, like, how would you even measure that? Especially because, you
could try.
Yeah, you could try. And then there's this claim that there's a current, right? Did you read that part? From Feynman's lectures? There's a current that it reaches maximum. It's a current, air to ground current that reaches maximum at 7 p.m. UTC every day, no matter where you like. It's just 7 p.m. UTC, wherever it is in England. 7 p.m. has nothing to do with like the sun or anything else. Just the same time every day is when they supposedly measured peak current.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about. Is the I mean, obviously you can get a corona motor. If it's not what it's purported to be, then what's the alternative kind of explanation?
Well, let me ask you this: have you ever seen a corona motor in real life?
No.
Okay. Right. Neither have I. And that's another one of those things. And the problem with that is that a corona motor, they say it's powered by static electricity, right? Well, a motor needs amperage or current to operate. Normal electricity provides current and amperage. But however, static electricity is static, and that means that it's not moving, and therefore it has no current.
Can't do work.
So right, exactly. And so a corona motor is kind of like a perpetual motion machine as far as I'm concerned. I'm not saying they don't exist. I just have yet to see one. You know what I mean? And so do you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, you could probably make one with like using high speed switching or something. Make a basically pulse DC or something. Possibly.
Yeah. And if it was possible, I mean, why wouldn't they be everywhere? It wouldn't be illegal to manufacture one or to sell one. But the hard part is just finding one that actually works. There's videos on YouTube, but what you'll notice is it's like those guys who go, oh yeah, here's my proof that a rocket works in a vacuum chamber. And you go, all right, where's the vacuum gauge? And on the corona motor, I go, hey, where's the voltmeter? Where's any sort of meter that shows any value of anything, so that I can somewhat confirm maybe what you're doing. So I like to take a critical eye at those things that I would even love to believe in to be true. And sometimes I find out they're not. But that's how it goes with guys like us.
What's a hypothesis if it's not 100 meters, 100 volts per meter? And obviously, we can see that things change during the weather, during thunderstorms, things of that nature. And I think we can concede that gravity's never been measured and that gravity's a fairy tale. What is our best hypothesis, to use a scientific term, of what's going on?
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you this, though. This is one of the funny things I thought of. Okay, so let's say it is 100 volts per meter. That's cool. How many meters is an airplane flying at 40,000 feet? Like, what, 12,000 meters?
About 12,000 meters. If you're talking 39 inches per yard or meter. Uh-huh.
So what's 12,000 times 100? Is that 1.2 million, or is that 120,000?
Oh, I think we can concede it's a big number. Absolutely.
Right, but I mean the point is, I think it's 1.2 million, right? So that'd be an airplane flying in the sky would be experiencing 1.2 million volts. Does that sound like anything you guys have ever heard of being measured or heard anyone saying, well, in an airplane, we experience 1 to 2 million volts of electricity depending on the weather. So we need some serious protection. You know what I mean? It's none of us have ever heard of that. And I work in the industry. We sell the things that would mitigate these sort of charges and prevent them and protect the electronics on board. And nobody's ever talking about 1 million volts of anything.
What do you sell in your industry that protects these airplanes from electric, current, whatever?
Oh, there's all sorts of different devices. I mean, devices for creating. On aircraft, they have stuff called contrived grounds and things because they don't have an earth ground to ground electronics to, so they create an equipotential voltage, right? So you can only have static electric discharge where there's a voltage differential. Let's say you walk up to the door handle in your wool socks and you built up 10,000 volts on your body, and you touch a door handle that's 0 volts, there's a differential, so your finger arcs out a shock to the door handle, right? Well, if you charge up the door handle to the same voltage as your body, there's no differential, so there's no charge exchanged. So on aircraft and what they claim on satellites and spacecraft, that they have a contrived ground, so everything stays at the same voltage. And so there's things like that. We sell items for electrostatic protected areas where they manufacture electronics and NW projects and things like that, from flooring to garments, static neutralizing ionizers, nuclear alpha ionizers. We sell pretty much everything for mitigating static in the workplace.
What's your thoughts on 9.81 meters per second squared, which in the gravity fairy tale you have to have the radius and the math, and the mass within that to get to 9.81 meters per second squared, agreed upon average. What do you think causes things to fall to the ground at that rate?
Well, they only fall at that rate in the medium of air.
Yes.
Right? They don't fall at that rate in water.
Yes.
And so I think that things fall down because they just do. I mean, what more reason do you need besides relative density?
Okay.
Besides a spaceship or a thing in Narnia or something we can't confirm, what does not abide by the laws of relative density that you've seen?
Well, because obviously, if it's less dense than the air, it doesn't fall down 9.81 meters per second squared. It, either falls less fast or even goes up. And so, obviously that is, I think in our community, we're kind of looking at, we want to kick gravity to the curb. It's like we want to kick speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. We want to kick that. We want to kick motion of the earth around the sun. We want to kick that out, and we want to kick gravity. So my question is, I think all of us understand density and buoyancy, but what else is there besides, relative density and buoyancy?
Well, I guess why do you need something else?
Okay.
I mean,
why do we need we don't need to replace gravity because we don't think we're sticking upside down on a ball. We don't need gravity we don't need any theory of why things fall. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
Static
the 9.8 meters per second is not just in air. It's in a vacuum with, or not a true vacuum, just very little air. So little that there's not enough resistance to stop it.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah. So I have a question. Probably a couple questions. I don't know why I haven't heard you on here before, but you make sense, which is, not saying anybody else doesn't make sense, but most new people are kind of like lost in the weeds. So what do you think about?
Yeah, no, he's.
So what do you think about this? Now I take off in my Saturn V rocket to go to the moon. What's the probability that the Earth and the moon are electrically neutral to each other?
Oh man. Well, I guess you'd have to know what the moon was to know maybe
There you go.
whether
Dude, I always thought like if they actually flew there, you would just
insulator
see
or
one
conductor.
giant fucking spark, dude, and they would just blow up.
Well, you mean like an arc from the moon to the Earth?
Yeah, because you got to think whatever the ground of the Earth is, right? Whatever its charge is, they fly to the moon. The moon's going to have a different charge, and they could be billions of voltage
Hey,
differential.
You're talking about a
Brilliant.
huge pair. You're talking about a huge pair of wool socks, man, touching a doorknob.
Because you can't leak current, right? Through the air you can leak current, but once you get into like the vacuum of space, there's nowhere to leak current to.
Yeah.
Right?
You're
You
getting
leak your charge. So like you're holding all that static charge. When you hit the freaking, like in the astronauts too, like none of this stuff would work because everything would have to be electrically neutral. Otherwise there'd be sparks flying everywhere.
Yeah, you get.
While we've got him in, here too, I want to pay homage to one of the greatest flat Earth songs ever written. Thank you, MacGyver.
Oh man, I'm never gonna live that song down.
That's
I'll
Cheech
take
song.
it.
Oh, it's fucking brilliant. Yeah, India. I think you're talking about the differential. Well, I've got a pretty good rebuttal for you. The astronauts weren't aware of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great rebuttal, man. Actually,
Yeah.
better than.
So it didn't affect them.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Forgot about that, Indio.
God, I need to incorporate that in places in my life, but I don't know how I.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty, tell an officer that when you're cruising down the highway. Dude, I just forgot about the speed limit. Like, is that cool? Like,
But you really receive a bunch of bills and you just send a letter back going, "I wasn't aware of these bills. So I don't have to pay them."
MacGyver's a badass dude. Like, he's been a part. He's on again, off again though, because he sounds like he's pretty busy doing live stuff. But
fucking MacGyver, dude.
Yeah.
I'm making so much shit out of like paper clips and toilet paper. I don't even have.
You want to hear something funny? I was literally talking to my son, my 11-year-old, about that today. Like, do you know who MacGyver is? He was like, no. I was like, it used to be a TV show. And he didn't like understand. It's because I was fixing something and I was doing a MacGyver, right? So I was making something work that shouldn't work with things that you shouldn't be able to use to make them work.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
There was a MacGyver episode where someone's having a heart attack. He took 2 metal candlesticks, cut up the floor mat, right, that was made of rubber, wrapped them around the candlesticks, and then he plugged them in to the wall socket and made a defibrillator out of the candlestick.
Oh, fuck. The hell.
I was going to say, my kids asked me what it was like growing up in the olden days. And my youngest is 13 and my oldest is 19. I'm like, what do you mean the olden days?
Before the
iPad.
iPad.
A dinosaur, man.
Before the iPad.
Yeah, my daughter asked me if we had street lights when I was a kid.
Oh shit, dude!
Like the colored ones, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure." And then she said, "Well, did they have slides and swings when Mom was a kid?" And I was like, "No, she's way older than me." But
that's why she's angry all the time. They didn't have that back then.
So MacGyver, if it isn't, and I'll concede anything, with this, if it's not 100 meters, 100 volts per meter, can we at least agree that there's more of a static electric charge the higher you go up, and that there's a downward bias for the electric current, the electric gradient, to seek its equilibrium?
Well, you do know there's electric discharge up as well, and sideways.
But generally, is it a downward bias to seek equilibrium?
No. It depends completely on the charge.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a thing, if you want to Google it, it's called the Triboelectric Charge Series. And it's a scale, and it shows different materials and how they charge, right? And so different materials, Teflon, glass, plastics, some of them will charge to negative DC static voltages, and some will charge to positive. And all of these things will fall to the ground. So there's that. And then as far as the increase in static charge as you go up, I don't know. I haven't measured it, and I can't find anyone that has.
I can tell you from personal experience that I've experienced it. I never measured it, but when I was up in Colorado in the mountains and we were staying up there, one, the oxygen was really low. You know, if I was just to walk up a set of stairs, I'd be at the top like I've run a marathon. And two, the static electricity was absolutely insane. I would like lift my blanket on my bed in the dark and it'd sound like firecrackers going off and the whole sheet would be blue with sparks.
Really?
I was scared to touch anything. If I touched the TV to turn it on, I'd get a boot off that like I'd been booted off a PowerPoint, not off a static electricity. I'd be scared to touch the TV.
Sure, but
what elevation were you at?
Let me check. Hang on.
It's sort of irrelevant because that
I would
happens
say that too.
at low elevations too. I mean,
That happens in my home. That happens in my house.
2,707
in that bed, mate.
9,097 feet is what it says, or 2,766 meters. But I've never experienced static electricity like that. Like I live in the mountains in Australia. We're not that high. We don't get that. But the higher we went up, the worse that static definitely got, and the stronger it was.
I got that in the Midwest.
That's just region dependent, like, and the conditions of the day. Like, you can't make the assumption that that was caused of the height.
That would be an interesting experiment, though.
Well, it is an assumption, but I've never experienced it again since being below those elevations. It was only at those elevations that I ever experienced it, and it was
weren't you on
pretty
the ground,
crazy.
though?
What's that? Sorry?
You were touching the ground, though, right? You weren't floating in the air above the ground.
No, I wasn't floating in the air. I'm just saying,
you were grounded. And that's
Yes.
the big thing, right? So you have to. We're talking about elevation above ground level. It can't just be because if you're grounded, right?
Yeah.
So
we're grounded.
When you think of static, think of it sort of as almost like when we're looking at horizons. You know, you have some amount of distortion and refraction and all this stuff. Like, it is dependent on the daily conditions, right? If you know what causes static, you know, the drier the air is and the more particulates that are in the air rubbing together are going to cause more static. That's why an airplane gets a lot of static. It's flying through particulate in the air, and the static is caused by triboelectric charging generally, and that's the contact and separation of dissimilar materials.
Well, I would agree with that because it is very dry there compared to where other locations I am. So I'm pretty sure that the water in the atmo would be absorbing those charges.
That's what happens in the Midwest. Like when it gets really cold over here, like just everything shocks you, man. Like just like what you said with your bed sheets and everything shocking you. It's like
I've had the same experience on sea level in Iceland.
Yeah, righto. Okay.
Yeah, the dry factor is the biggest one, and one of the ways the biggest ways they mitigate static in these protected areas is by increasing the relative humidity to around 30% in the labs. And that's enough to cut down about 90% of the static charge buildup on anything. And then the rest is done with static ionizers and different things like that. So in moist climates, less static, dry climates, a whole shitload more.
But like to Jim's point, as you go up in elevation, you're not going to get that like, I guess continuous like elevation is going to keep rising, and what he was talking about. Like, does it cause an equalization of that static charge? Because he was trying to bring up a point. I don't know if he fleshed it out or not. So Jim, I don't know if you.
I find the whole thing fascinating because it's like 89-90% of the world lives in the northern latitudes and only 10-11% live in the southern latitudes. And I was looking this up. Supposedly we have 8 billion people on this earth, and it looks like 500 million, which is what 5. That's like 6% of humans live at like 5,000 feet, or above. So the majority live, way, a lot lower than that. I think that would be an awesome experiment to see electrostatic or electrostatic current, at 10,000, 15,000 feet, because we have so few people that actually live that high, just like we have so few people that live in the southern latitudes.
Regardless of whatever it was, I never thought I'd be that scared to turn on a TV. I felt like an absolute pussy.
Well, I tell you what, it does, whether you think it's 100 meters, 100 volts per meter, or whether it's something less than that, it does make sense. But I've never gone to Pikes Peak. I've never been above 10,000 feet in my life. So I can only listen to people like yourself, who say that happens. I've never experienced it. Like I've never been to the southern latitudes.
Let me ask you this. So aside from all of the talk within the flat earth community about this atmospheric static charge, based on your own thinking, why would you think that the voltage should increase as you go up in altitude?
Oh, I am not there at all. I'm on the backs of people who have told me on that one. And so
to me it seems
I'm only assuming,
like,
but maybe it has to do with the atmo conditions. It might be more humid lower to the ground, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's a fair guess. I mean, correct. I don't have an answer. I'm just wondering. It's kind of like I ask Globers, I say, why do you think there's this point at which you just go up high enough and then you start to float? Like all these crazy fucking things happen if you just go high enough, you'll get to 1.5 million volts and then you'll start floating and you'll be like this, electric superhero that shoots lightning bolts, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, why not based on everything else that's said, but
what's fascinating, I'm so far away from the Rocky Mountains, but I'm almost tempted to drive now to, because there's 50 peaks in the Colorado in the Rocky Mountains that are 14,000 feet or higher. I'm about ready to go and find a cabin that's about 12,000 feet, camp out there for a week just to find out.
Well, I was in Frisco, Colorado, which is just up the road from Breckenridge and the ski resorts there.
Yeah. I've never been up that high. I haven't been up that high before, so I don't know.
I was even buying cans of oxygen.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, when the kids were training, because they went up even higher on the mountains, for the first couple of weeks they were there, we had to give them oxygen to throw in their bags, and then they'd, just because they were so wrecked, and then, they'd get to the top of their hike up the mountain or whatever, and they'd take some oxygen, and then they'd snowboard back down.
Wow. Yeah, you always hear about people who go out and play football, in Denver Broncos, Mile High, and how they have to get used to it. And even inside of the basketball gym, I know Michael Jordan. I go back to Michael Jordan, and he would talk about how difficult it was to go play at Denver because they weren't used to that. Even indoors, they weren't used to the Mile High atmosphere.
Let me just say real quick, if you're planning on going and checking out the static, I want to be very clear. If you go up to the top of a 50,000 foot mountain and you're touching the ground, you're going to get the same reading as if you're down at sea level touching the ground. The point is you have to get a certain elevation above the ground as far as electricity is concerned. So that's another reason I went, well, how the hell did they test this? Because how many hundreds or thousands of meters can you get a static field meter into the air to do this test.
How do you feel about flying high? Said that, he was at, 99, 9,800 feet, almost 10,000 feet, and he was scared to touch his TV, and he's grounded to the ground, obviously. He's scared to touch his TV because of the electric, charge or electric shock that he might get.
Well, I live at almost the same altitude, and it just depends on if it's a dry day. I mean, are you standing on carpet with socks, or do you have sweaty feet and you're on a concrete floor? I mean, all of these things play a part, right? But as far as being scared, I would say, man up, bro, you can do this.
You just wouldn't expect. I was never expecting. I've never been shocked by static electricity like that. And then, like I said, it wasn't like getting hit with static electricity. It was almost like I'd been zapped from a PowerPoint. Like you'd see the spark and it'd boot you, and I'd be like, "Oh, do I want to touch that again?"
If you can see it and hear the spark, it can be between 10,000 and 20,000 volts generally.
Damn.
So it's.
You probably got the business end of that one right there, probably 20 or something. If it's
you could hear it. You could definitely hear it, and you could definitely see it, and it'd hit you, and it'd be like, bang, off. And then, I'd be like, oh, do I touch it? Do I not? Oh, I'll be tapping it with the back of my hand first.
Yeah, I think...
Get a humidifier. That'll take care of it.
See, I think our community... At least myself and others, we want to get rid of the photon and the speed of light. We want the speed of light to be spontaneous and not, travel. We want the motion of the Earth around the sun to be squashed because it doesn't happen. And we want to know about replacing G with A or whatever we replace it with. Density, buoyancy, some sort of A. And that's kind of what we want. And we want to. I guess we want to be somewhat definite about it. And I guess we aren't quite yet.
I think that's a general statement, though, because that's a general statement there, Jim.
Oh yeah, I agree.
My dad would say, "What do you got? A mouse in your pocket?" No, I'm just kidding.
I think Quantum Eraser would disagree with that statement greatly.
Yeah, I just want to get rid of some of those heliocentric globe lies that I've been taught and believed.
You want a replacement so that when you talk to people that they take it better? Is that the issue? I don't mean that in a mean way.
I want to be somewhat knowledgeable.
Right, but about things that you can know, right? Other than...
Well, I know I don't live on a ball. Now I need to tell them why I know I don't live on a ball.
Right, but, trying to tell them why things fall down, like trying to replace... gravity with something else when globers don't even know what gravity is. I mean, you ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes, gravity? Well, we don't know what that is, and you're like, oh, okay, so you don't know either. So why would I need to replace it,
Yeah, if you look in the highest degrees of so-called science today, they tell you flat out that they don't know what gravity is. Einstein's been debunked, Newton's been debunked. They need to find quantum gravity now, and they haven't found it yet.
Yes, their elusive goal is the unified field theory, and they'll never get it because they don't even know what the string theory is.
Well, string theory is also just nonsense.
Sure. Why can't things just fall to the ground? Like, what's...
I like that. I like that. I like that.
If you're worried about, okay, so things fall to the ground, and then now you're like, well, why do things fall to the ground? We could take that to another argument, and it would sound ridiculous. Okay, gas pressure requires a container. Okay, well, why does gas pressure require a container? And it's like, bro, how deep are you going to go on your whys before you accept that some things just are the way that they are, And maybe, since it's Speculation Sunday, maybe you're not supposed to know everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the intellectual academic realm that are waxing themselves, knowledgeable because they're on TED Talks and there's professors kind of just saying these things and theorizing and such. And, it makes it feel super redundant when you hear a flat earther talking about it like in that way. And I guess some people, like, I don't know, maybe I'm not speaking for Jim, but some people would like to have a rebuttal or a replacement so that they don't sound such a like empty pockets, like both pockets are turned inside out. You got nothing. It's like you want to have something on the table. So like, I personally don't feel that way, but I mean, I guess according to what we hear in the community, sometimes they want to replace those things, and it's almost like to have something to give them, because obviously in their minds they can think of things, like they can actually theorize and speculate or whatever, but they'll come up with some kind of workaround to what that causation would be to the effect. It's.
I think in a lot of ways we just want a alternative. Now, whether the alternative is, hopefully we don't present the alternative as factual. We just give it as an alternative to your gravity, which sucks.
They don't have gravity.
Yeah, and why? And I'm not trying to pick on you, but why do you keep saying the phrase, "We just want an alternative"? I have two problems with it. We and want an alternative.
Yes.
And so I don't understand why you need an alternative so badly. And I'll tell you definitely don't want to replace it with static electricity, with gravity, because somebody will say, well, how'd you measure it? And you'll be like, God damn it. Now I sound like a glober,
Yeah. There are those, I'm not saying everybody, but there are those that I hang with that are, we want to, myself, I want to get rid of whether it's mass attracts mass or the bending warping of space-time or whatever that garbage is. And I just want to give it an alternative. It doesn't have to be, gosh darn it, I know it for a fact, and it's
that's already gone, Jim.
Well, in the minds, I know it's gone, but in the minds of the vast majority of the people that we talk to every day, but I totally agree with you. It is gone. I mean, it's bye-bye. It never was. And so,
but then the point is you need to teach them that and not create a new thing for them to believe in.
I agree. I agree. If, like I said before with Zodiac, if your spouse cheats on you and cheats on you repeatedly, you don't have to wait for the new spouse to come along before you get rid of the cheating spouse. And so, I firmly believe that I don't have to have a new spouse or a new fact or a new whatever you want to call it before I get rid of the old one, which is, my cheating gravity, my cheating globe.
I was watching some videos earlier with my wife about cognitive dissonance, and we're laughing because it's funny how, you have two opposing views, right? And you're going to hold them both at the same time. That's cognitive dissonance. And as we see in here, the Globers come in and they think the Earth is round, but they don't know why, but they know it to be true. And then what happens is, in between these two opposing views, they create a story on the spot to make it all work for them mentally, right? And it seems to me like your alternative is sort of doing the same thing. Like you're trying to create some sort of link between two opposing views that doesn't exist.
Oh, I think I'm just trying to give people an alternative to make them think that what they were told since age 5 was baloney, and that I do this with virology as well, and so I just try to give people a different alternative to what they've been brainwashed with or indoctrinated with.
I think the only alternative is you just turn them on to the point of just doing their own drop over distance tests themselves. So the drop over distance test, that is their alternative. It's either flat or it's not.
Yeah, I think I got before my list got made smaller down to 3. I had 10, and the first one was show me 8 inches per mile squared. And so that was my very first one. And so, but you know what's fascinating about the Globers now is the Globers are running faster away from 8 inch per mile squared than a pig runs away from a shower. They just don't like that. They don't like that 8 inch per mile squared anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in here, MacGyver, and just kind of going through a few things. People have a lot of questions when it concerns that, and you know, you work with this specific field in a very practical way in your field of work. So I think that lends more credence to like what you're saying, because you're actually, it's applicable. So you're not just, you know, saying things, you actually work with things. So
Yeah, man, and it's like everything that whether you're talking checking doing long distance tests or whatever, like anybody can do this stuff. The equipment's out there. It's, you know, costs about the same as a P900.
Yeah.
But you know, anyone can do it. We're all scientists. I don't care what Dr. Tony Purcelli or whatever his name says.
Yeah, I moved from Dallas to Michigan City to live by Lake Michigan in February, so I'm almost 4 months in, and my P1000 I got about the middle part of February, and it's really fun. I have a nice little tripod, and I've learned how to use it somewhat, and so it's really fun to you know, someday, if you allow me to, you know, maybe in a month or so, I'd love to share some of my videos that I've taken over Lake Michigan, you know, in a screen share sometime, you know, for 15, 20 minutes. But it's been a real experience. I've seen Chicago from 50 miles to 53 miles. I haven't seen it as I want to yet because my elevation height has been 10, 15, 20 feet. And with Lake Michigan, there's so much stuff going over Lake Michigan because the sun is and the air temperature is so much warmer than the water is right now. So you get a lot of things going on over water, but it's interesting. You know, we see all these silhouette pictures of the sun moving away from behind Chicago, and here it happens about 1st of March and to about the 1st of, you know, and then the 1st of October, because right now the sun is way far to the north of where Chicago is, and it will continue that way until June 21st, and then it'll start coming back. So it's real interesting that that I'm living here, and I love it because I get to see God's creation of a stationary topographical plane every day when I want to.
Well, what you're seeing there is actually a mirage.
Yes.
Especially in your area. So I have a question from a couple questions that I could. I won't be too long. So MacGyver, you said so you need to get the elevation like higher to get any kind of a higher reading. Now you're talking about static electricity, right? Is that correct? I don't know if you hear me.
I can hear
Hello?
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So now what about these people that have had antennas, like 120 foot tall antenna, and they say they're getting like over 100 volts, like, or a couple hundred volts. Is that true?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that if you take a static field meter, you just put in your socks on the carpet, right? And you take a static field meter, lift your foot up 1 foot above the ground, you'll make 10,000 volts just in one step.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, I'll find this video real quick and post something for you.
So that's the question. So having an antenna that's taller, and the demonstration I saw was on a YouTube video. It's a little while ago, but I think it's still probably around. I'm not sure of that. But he's using capacitors, and the antenna is grounded into the ground a couple of feet. And so he's got some kind of circuitry there, but he's showing a voltmeter. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there to see all of that, to measure it myself, of course. That would be the whole thing. But so are you saying that are people not able to get electricity from, let's say, these high power, high tension towers?
He's saying it varies too much. There's too many variables. There's static on the ground level, and there's static. It's not something that you can just measure like a.
But I think we're talking apples and oranges, because static isn't the same thing as actual current. Like what I've seen is people creating the antenna into a ground, and in between they have a circuit, and they're creating current.
Yeah, that's like a Corona motor.
It's not a motor. It's just electricity.
They're using it to power something, like going from static electricity to powering a device.
Yeah, I don't know. He just had an antenna like 100 feet tall.
Okay.
And had a large copper wire, and then he had the circuit of capacitors and a couple different things, not too many components. And then that went into the ground, into the earth, and he was showing like, I think, over 100 volts.
Well, 100 volts, I mean, could make that rubbing a balloon on my shirt. I mean, so
right.
You could certainly, because you have a big tower made of metal, you could certainly gather some static charge on the thing. But the same thing could happen on the ground as well. So I'm not making a claim that this is impossible or does not happen under any circumstance. It just it has yet to be practically demonstrated and shown with the right equipment and experiment or test, I would say, by QE standards. Yeah, I mean, if you look at that video I posted, there's a guy there that's just like has a static field meter, and he's just pulling a piece of tape off of the roll, and you'll see that little tower of power behind him goes up to 1,000 volts, and you'll see just what happens when you crinkle cellophane or pull tape off a roll and the kind of voltage that it makes. It's an interesting demonstration.
So the next question was, then I've seen people that actually have what they call an earth ground generator. Like, let me see. I just had it up. 1 second. Where they actually just have a grid of a wire going around a certain area, and they have that going into a couple different types of metal. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it here.
I've seen a lot of those things look interesting, but again, I always find them lacking in their demonstration, right? So they'll be like, look, it's powering this, and because it's on YouTube, I'm not saying I'm not an auto hoaxer, right? There very well could be a damn electrical wire buried in that dirt that goes over to that thing they say they're powering. I mean, if you know about electronics, which I know you do, Sonny, you could have some capacitors and wires hooked up to shit, and nobody would know where it goes, and it could absolutely do nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'd like to see it for myself. And also these other things, people have brought up these magnets with coils of wire around them actually lighting light bulbs. I think those are hoaxes too. I
think so. I mean, if they were real, you could just go buy a damn magnet wire thing at the store, because it wouldn't be illegal to make them.
You wouldn't need to you wouldn't need any you wouldn't need to plug lights into outlets if that was the case at all.
They'd be the hottest selling thing, and they would be mandated. Maybe not, because the government wouldn't make money off of them, but all the green energy folks would be like, You have to use the magnet wire thing. You're killing the environment with your electricity. But nobody's
So
there
there's
doing that.
there's like these people that are like,
Oh yeah, the Ukrainian guys, man, super cool. I saw him down in like some tunnel, like wrapping up some wire on some things. They were making like a, what do you call that? An ammeter probe kind of that wrapped around these wires in a tunnel that actually generated a current. And I can see how that one would work. Because that's how you can measure current on a wire as well. But yeah, those guys are cool. I don't know how much nuclear waste they've all ingested swimming in those pits, but it's fun to watch. Did you see the one where they found the old Russian space shuttle props?
No, you kind of lost me. I was distracted.
Oh, Sonny, man. Yeah, that channel you just posted with that light bulb thing. Those guys go down into this old Russian military thing that's all locked up and sneak in apparently, and they find these 2 fake space shuttles, and then they go in there, and there's like wooden fire extinguishers and all these just fake knobs everywhere on the wall, and a guy like me went, yeah.
They just made it all up.
Yeah. But
So the second one is this Mr. Thessalonian Earth generator, home size power plant build. So they're just running wire. They're saying they're running these wire to different types of metal that are grounded and causing it to be like an anode cathode, I guess, from one side to the other.
That would be more like a battery then, which I suppose if you had the right chemicals in the ground, you could make that work.
Yeah, but this is just two. I haven't watched the whole thing, but there's 2 parts of it. But it's an interesting topic. I've been interested in that for quite a while, actually.
Yeah, it's weird because I wasn't a flat earther when I got into the static industry, and then it was super boring for me. Like, it was such a nerdy topic, and then I got into flat Earth, and it started applying to something interesting. And Flatsy Klein static is DC, AC.
I was being silly.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I noticed this now.
So MacGyver, I'm fascinated with all this stuff. Is the equation for measuring electrostatic Q, which is charge, equal Cm, which is capacitance times voltage times V? Is that actually it?
I am not sure. I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't have to do a ton of math.
How do you feel about this statement? It only takes 30 seconds to read. Everything is electrostatics. We have measuring instruments, and I think you talked about it. You have your field meter that can help to make invisible phenomena, static charge, more visible. The field meter does this by means of measuring the electric field with the electrical field meter. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that's what a static electric field meter does. It measures the charge.
And it says here again. I read this, so it's not my. It says the capacitance is set at the measuring distance of 100 millimeters, which is almost 4 inches. Does that make sense or anything?
Yeah. There's different distances depending on the meter, but many of them you're going to have within a couple inches of the product that you're measuring.
Yeah, I find this all very fascinating. I'm not definitive. I'm definitive on gravity and mass attracts mass, and the bending warping of space time being total garbage. I just want to come up with some sort of alternative in my mind that and obviously, if you believe that density and buoyancy takes care of getting rid of gravity, then that's absolutely awesome. But I think a lot of people look at everything being electrostatics, and possibly within that electrostatics, it can give you some sort of a downward bias.
It kind of falls in the realm of belief there at that point, a religious belief in static electricity, doing things that nobody measures it to do, right?
What does the field meter do?
Me?
What would the field meter do as far as measuring electrostatics? Can you actually take a field? I know there's different variables involved when you go higher, but could you take a field meter, electrostatic, the measure electrostatics, and go at different heights, like our good gentleman from Colorado was talking about, and actually measure it at 10,000 feet as opposed to sea level?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, you can take it anywhere. It's like a handheld device. So you could take it anywhere you want to and measure. You can measure, physical things, metals, plastics, whatever. And then if you wanted to measure the charge in the atmosphere, you'd have to have like a 1 foot by 1 foot aluminum piece of sheet metal. And it would have to go up into the sky, and the meter would have to somehow be attached to it so it could be reading the voltage on that plate as your altitude increases. And the meter itself needs to be grounded, so the logistics become difficult, but it's possible.
Could a person, total, no clue what I'm asking here. Could a person actually take that aluminum? You said aluminum foil or something like that. And that's the field meter is attached to, and actually a person carry it along as they go up higher, or would they have to not be able to touch it?
You could. You just need the important part, like I said, is so the meter itself has a ground cord on it, right? And that needs to be attached to earth ground. And so as you go up in altitude, you just need to make sure you had a ground cable long enough to go as high as you're going to go with your meter. And then it would be reading the voltage difference between your current altitude and the place you started at where it's grounded. Okay. That would tell you something.
Okay. Now you got me all interested.
Yeah, it's weird though. Like I said, if you were to visualize static charge just around the Earth, it's similar to high and low pressure fronts with weather, right? Because the weather does affect the static. So as a rainstorm moves into an area, it's going to diminish all that static charge. And then as it's dry in another place, it's going to get more static charge there. And then it's going to move around, and it's constantly shifting. It's like a gradient, or, best comparison in my mind would be atmospheric pressure and weather. It's going to be different in every area depending on the time of day and location. So measuring it would be kind of like chasing a ghost.
See. Very interesting.
But I would love to see anyone who wants to try. I mean, that would be very interesting for sure.
It would be. Yeah, it would be awesome, and then ask questions of that person afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think after all the chat about this topic that, with everyone claiming that it's so, that there would be more demonstrations, right? And if you look, there's really, if you go on YouTube, there's nobody with a meter just testing it straight up,
There's not. It's really interesting. One of the reasons I got the P1000 with the 4K 2160 capacity is I haven't seen a video. I've seen a lot of pictures, but I haven't seen an actual video of filming Chicago from St. Joseph, which is 62 miles away. I've never seen an actual video. No, I know Nowicki did one, I think, from 53 miles away, where he had like a 35-second video when the sun was moving behind Chicago, so they had the silhouette of Chicago. But that's about the only video I've seen, and that's my whole goal, is to get a documented video from that far away.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I gotta sign off. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a good night, you guys.
Night.
Night, everyone.
Not Sonny. Hey, MacGyver, I'm very appreciative of you challenging folks on claims like this that they don't really have backing. And that's what we're all supposed to be here for, is challenging those things. So that's what's up, man.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those challenging for the. I don't know what's better for anyone, but if we're all trying to be here to be empirical and go with what we can prove and not what we just believe to be true, then it's certainly important to at least bring those things up, and then we can battle it out, have the argument, and then somebody ends up testing it. And, maybe I go, oh, cool, I was wrong. That's awesome. Like, I love finding out that I'm wrong, because to me, that's a surprise and it's new information, and life is more exciting now. I'd hate to think that I knew everything, because that would be the most boring existence I could imagine.
Yeah, you got me wanting to go to Colorado now for vacation. I want to go up in height and find out for myself now.
Well, all you have to do, this is very simple. I mean, according to the claim, right? It's like testing curvature. All right, there's a stated value, so we can test against this value, right? So if it's 100 volts per meter, well, you should be able to go up 10 meters, right? You can get a 30-foot long ground cord and go up to the top of a building or a structure and see if it coincides with this 100 volts per meter. You should be at, 1,000 volts or something at 100 or at 10 meters. So that's a very short distance and a very huge increase from 0 volts to 1,000. Surely this should be able to be measured with that equipment. That doesn't take a mountain, an airplane, a helium balloon, or anything. It's just a very simple thing.
I wonder if they have a lookout tower at Sears. Sears and Willis Tower is the same thing in Chicago. It's 1,450 feet tall. I wonder if they have a lookout tower. I could go rent a field meter, start at the base, and then go up to 1,450 feet and see if there's a difference. I might do that.
Yeah, you just got to see if they'll let you string a wire all the way down to the bottom,
That's what it takes. I do that. Oh my goodness.
You're like, trust me, don't worry, I'm just running some wire here.
I can't run the wire from the top floor and step outside to the observatory up there.
No, it has to be distance above ground level where you have the wire grounded. So
Wow. That makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, now think about how they go, well, yeah, at 1,000 meters you have this. You go, how the hell did you get it up there that high?
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, so all these logistics, it's like Oh, really, Eratosthenes? You talked to your buddy 500 miles away back then. Like, how did you do this? You know, and it's like, well, you sent a dove with a message tied to his foot.
He had a very fast donkey, MacGyver. That's how he done it.
It's one of those race donkeys, yeah.
Yeah, it's a race donkey.
Things are fast.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to do it unscientific and just still turn the TV on at 10,000 feet and see what happens.
Yeah, you're gonna get
Well-
1,000 volts going through you. Be
If it's
shocked.
plugged. Sorry, ma'am.
No, I was just gonna say he's gonna probably get the flying high experience, man. He's gonna get shit. Flying high was right. Fuck.
MacGyver, I think I've heard your audiobook, the one that says Clovers.
Yeah.
That was you, right?
Yeah, that's me. Yep.
Pretty good audiobook. It's inspiring. Thank you.
I do all my own voice work. But
Beast, bro.
I started coming up with lyrics to another spoof song for Flat Earth, and but I need somebody who does like beats, you know. Usually my son will help me with the music, but this one he's just like, hell no, I'm not helping you with that song, because he doesn't do anything rap related. But this one's funny. I kind of want to like post the lyrics so somebody can like run with it because I don't have the time. Who does like rap beats around here?
The lyrics could be inspirational for some people. I don't deal with sound or any of that, but there's people in here that do, and many people. I've heard multiple people in here saying they do what you're asking for. So yeah.
Yes, CB Creation Bear does that, and Crypto messes with like mixing. Who else that we know of? There's a few people in here that do that.
Yeah, MacGyver, yesterday, 2 nights ago, about this time, I put together 10 things that I was looking forward to. Looking forward to on my way to the moon, and so I just posted it. It was from 2 days ago. So I have a lot of I use during that 14 minutes. Hopefully, it's entertaining. Maybe it's not, but it was fun to do. So.
Sweet.
So bad, but I found out it wasn't there.
Sorry about that. Stepped away for 1 second. You did what now? A curvature test?
No, I just posted in voice text. I did a little spoof on 10 things that I did on my way to the moon.
Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
I found out that I couldn't get to the moon. So I did it 2 nights ago because I was, instead of going to bed like I should have, I decided to stay up and just do it. And then I loaded it onto YouTube. So that's it right there. There's no moon for me, no moon for you, no moon for anyone.
That's the truth.
Maybe, MacGyver, I was gonna tell you, man, we got the arena bumped up here, right below this chat.
Oh, nice.
You were
Bringing
around
that back again.
Yeah, the arena days, right? You were around here, around this time.
I was listening in then. Yeah, that's when I was just learning about everything.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get some people to have a spine and want to do it. We'll schedule some.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
I definitely love debating people. I just sometimes have to stay away because I can, like all of us, I could just talk all day long about it,
It's addicting. I know, man. I know.
I know. And I'm trying to finish up a car I'm building, and so then I'm like, just turn it on YouTube and listen, man, while you work. But then I find myself
You wanna
yelling
jump
at the radio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to put the gloves on, you know. But
Heck yeah.
the arena's coming back, so you know, we're gonna get somebody that comes in here. They want to debate. We're just gonna be like, hey, you know what? We're gonna move this to the arena, and then once we're there, you know, just tell them the rules. Because we used to have objections, you know, 3 objections. If they're valid, you know, the referee will allow you to keep your objection, so you never lose any. But if they're invalid, like the referee finds it invalid, he'll just be like, well, I'm going to have to take one of your objections. And if you have none to object, that's the worst place to be, because then, you know, you can't argue. You can't stop the person from making logical fallacies. So usually the Globers wound up losing their objections. Let's just say.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's hard if they can't. If they're not allowed to just sit there and continue on with their fallacies, then they can just drag it on all day long with the bullshit, pretty much.
Yeah. So we're gonna revamp it and kind of maybe open it up for anybody that wants to come in there and, you know, if they want to debate. Not too many ballers these days. You know, the old ones were just not really coming around anymore because they already know what's going on in here. But we've had an astrophysicist that's come through here. We've had an engineering student that's come through here, Finbob. As a matter of fact, we got some sound clips. Got a minute sound clip of one that I was going to play here, but I got to search for it.
Last time I was in here, I was just yelling at Matthew Learns. Kept lying to people. He was pissing me off so bad.
Currently, he's banned from here, but they're talking about bringing him back. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not.
He's so dry and boring.
I debated Matthew on November 19th last year for 2 hours on biblical cosmology, and then we skipped Thanksgiving weekend. We came back for 2 hours on December 3rd about regular, you know, flat versus globe. So we had 4 hours. It's on YouTube, and it was all cordial. We didn't need a moderator. So you know, Matthew is Matthew. What are you gonna do about it? You know.
Yeah, let me. I got the clip out here. I just want to play. It's only like a minute. Let me see. Is it a minute? Yeah. Or is it a long one? I'm not sure. The long one's like 7, but it shouldn't be so long. It's pretty cool. Check it out. Oh, 7, Finbob. Do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that. Like
because
that's how
the vast majority of the people in the world, you know, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it, and you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100% true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. I mean, there's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You
Yes.
can do all these things. These are
Non-Euclidean geometry.
buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what there are. I just bet
What they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it? Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface.
Yes.
You hear yourself.
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
On spheres,
a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Yes, it like confines.
How do you get
of the object.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yeah.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent. Now,
yes.
How do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that perform a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle it creates is
on the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodetic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between these 2 points, straight line.
It should be 180. Do you know what a sphere is? First of all, do you know what a sphere is?
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
That was it. It's funny. Ties himself up in knots. What's up, Backroads?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, really well, man. Just kicking it on a Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
So when you say there's something really wrong with you, can you say that about every Glober who goes online, basically?
I mean, you could, but it just shows that his logical he was yes, no, yes, no, 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 yes, yes, no. I was like, he couldn't make up his mind, man. Just
You got him to agree that a triangle doesn't have curved lines, and then he says, "But it does." Like, there's got to be. I mean, is there some clinical term for that? I mean, it's because that's just a microcosm for the exact thinking that all the Globers come in with. I mean, I've never heard so much talk of straight things being curved and waffling on about the simplest words, that we all grew up with. It's not like it was some word made in the Urban Dictionary and now we're battling it out over the meaning. It's like it's been around for hundreds of years, the word straight, thousands, and nobody ever argued about it until now.
Oh, yeah. I could make a joke about that, but I shouldn't.
I was thinking about the same one, probably. How do you know you're really straight, right? That's like, well, it could be. But, but it depends on what we're talking about and who we're talking about it with.
People want to argue about everything these days, especially that.
Some days I have a lot of fun, man, in here. Like,
yeah.
It's just crazy, man. Like, you don't expect them to be, they can agree that straight lines don't curve at the same time they're saying that they do, but they really don't. But they actually do. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
They only curve with the fisheye lens.
That's how you know when someone is straight, because they're gay.
Freaking Jency.
Yeah, because of gravity. It bends everything towards the center, so.
Yeah, gravity's the cause of all of it, huh? It's a culprit.
Yeah.
Gravity making their heads flat.
Sexuality is a gradient.
I'm gonna take my leave, guys. You guys been great, man. I'm probably chat with you guys tomorrow.
Alright.
Peace out, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace in.
I hope I didn't miss out too much. I was here for last Sunday, but I joined late today. Hope I didn't join too late.
You're very late.
I bet this is the most calm. Go ahead, sorry.
No, nothing. You go ahead.
So it's funny that it's Speculation Sunday over here, and the stuff that we talk about is still very close to what can be provable. And man, you go on any other server and talk about speculation, holy shit.
Well, it's not Speculation Sunday in Australia anymore, so stop it.
That's speculation.
How much time you got? Aren't you about to fall off the globe already?
Speculation Sunday end when California goes into Monday.
It's Monday in Australia. How the Australians are going to speculate if it's Monday?
Oh, the Americans could still speculate.
All right.
And then we come in on your bloody on our Sunday, and you go, no, it's not Sunday yet. No. Then we go, okay, well, it's your Sunday now, and you go, no, but it's Monday there. So we don't actually get one.
Speculation? I mean, everything's inverted over there, so, you know, they're upside down. So I'm assuming their thinking is upside down, too.
Yep. You got that right.
So, who wants to plan a voyage to Antarctica?
You can go by yourself, man. I'm not coming.
I'm joking. Ain't nobody want to do that, man.
Hey Timbo, I got an honest question for you.
Yo.
I was just thinking about this. Huh? Did you just say no?
No, I said yo.
So
sorry, mate.
I thought you wanted to fight, bro. I'm just kidding.
No.
Do they call Australia the land down under because it's supposedly at the bottom of a globe? Is that where that came from? I never thought about it before until now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I thought it was called the land. Oh, go ahead.
Is this the first time you thought about it? No, I'm just kidding.
Did they call it that before the song? Now, I'm thinking maybe that song by the I come from a land down under in the 80s.
Toto. They're not singing about that down under that we're thinking.
What were they called? Men at Work. Remember that?
I thought they call it the land down under because it was hot like hell.
Yeah, something like that.
But I'm pretty sure that's why they call it. I'm pretty sure it's land down under because it's supposed to be underneath the ball. It's got to be.
Probably.
It's supposed to be underneath the ball, not on the underneath on the ball now.
Yeah, because there's a up and down in space, didn't you know?
Right. I always thought that was confusing.
Yeah, maybe they're at the top or the side. How the fuck are we supposed to know? We just assume it's supposed to be spinning up and down, but it's, that's just our stupid ideas.
When I was a kid learning about this, I asked that same question. And you know what they said? It just is. I'm like, who decided that?
You want to?
That's a good answer for some things.
6th grade, interesting.
Oh yeah.
13. Because you one of them flat earthers? It's like, what? Really? Is that a thing? And that's where it
You know,
started.
it actually makes sense. Nah, I didn't say that.
6th grade.
Yeah, I've been raising 2 kids, and they're both flat earthers. And so, man, that's interesting with school and everything. But I actually wanted to get my youngest one, my daughter, on. I thought it'd be interesting. She's so fun to talk to about flat earth and stuff because, she's so logical. She hasn't been indoctrinated by anything. So you get those, like, unadulterated kid answers about, well, how could you see if the earth is spinning? She's like, that's stupid. I don't, how would you ever do that? And
that's so based.
How old are they, your children?
You homeschool it?
One's 8, and then the other's 18.
So the 8-year-old knows she doesn't live on a spinning space ball?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm assuming you don't send them to public school.
She goes to a charter school. But yeah, they don't teach flat earth over there.
I remember when I was in school, my dad he wouldn't say anything about the earth, but he would say about evolution, how that's a lie. And I knew that was a lie when I was young. But
yeah, that's an easy one for kids and most people. Because, like, who wants to think that they came from a fucking coconut or a monkey?
The monkey.
Right? So they're just like, oh, I didn't? That's super cool, actually. I'm glad to hear that.
Hell yeah, man. I don't want to come from those, bro. Come on now. What are they trying to say?
Yeah, I don't want an amoeba for my great-great-granddaddy.
So,
and then you figure out how fake the moon landing is, and you're like, this government ain't all accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, especially the thing that I cannot
plenty of
say.
stories out there.
Especially the thing I can't say. In that year.
Yeah, that was a crazy story. That's a bedtime story I don't ever want to read again.
Same.
But, yep. So.
That was nuts.
Who's got the digital wind in their mic?
Oh, that's probably me. I apologize.
Digital wind.
Digital wind. I have a telephone here.
Yeah, that's a telephone, all right.
It's a desk phone.
Mickey, was that guy arguing that something is straight because it's curving? I think it was Mickey talking to that guy, right? Earlier.
You could tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, he was saying that the distance between 2 points on a globe is a straight line, but he was failing to recognize that he's going around a curve, and that's a curved line, and a straight line would be a tunnel from one point on the ball to another. That would be a straight line. So the guy was a pure idiot for sure.
Sounds like he knew his shit. It was just shit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo,
I know a lot of shit. Good for you, bro.
Yo, random question. Have you guys ever argued with the furry?
Every day.
Every day? Are you serious?
Yeah, I got one on my left shoulder and another one on my right shoulder.
Bro, is it just Discord, or is there like a lot of them? I see them everywhere, and it's scary.
What do you mean you see them everywhere? You look left and you see one, you look right, you see one, you look up, you see another one, you look down, you see another one, you look to your under your...
No, I mean in Discord, like...
I think Jamsy's talking about his cat.
No, I don't have a cat. I'm talking about how
Jamsy is.
In servers not in these, it seems like they've become very prevalent. I don't know, maybe
Man, I don't even know what a furry is.
Bro, lucky you. Lucky you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. I should know the most.
I think it's like a boat that carries people across a river or something like that.
No.
No. Not at all.
Oh, I've been on one of those many times, actually.
It's with a U, not an E.
I really do forget, though, what it means.
Did you say a furry?
Yes.
Oh, man, dude. Why? Why argue, you know?
Oh, man. You already know.
What is it again?
Yeah,
For real.
when
Do
you
we gotta explain it?
Yeah.
So, like...
when you see grown adults at the grocery store with a tiger tail clipped onto the back of their pants, you know there's an issue in society.
Oh, yeah. That's basically what they are.
Oh.
They think they want to be a fox or some shit. Man, there's a lot to say about society.
I don't mind if you do that privately with somebody, but dead gum. Yeah, keep it out of the public.
Oh, you know damn well they do not keep it out of the public.
Yeah, it's kind of
the thing with these types of people. They can't keep it. They can't keep it private. They can't keep their mouth shut. They just can't. It's like vegans.
And since it's
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Since
It's just, if it's weird like that in public, it's kind of just weird. Just is. It's weird.
Have you guys been to like Target or Walmart or anything lately and looked in like the men's clothing area?
Yes.
It's freaky how many Hello Kitty t-shirts are in there. And like, there's like Cheetos.
Target
You can get a Chester Cheetah shirt for an adult because you're that into Cheetos apparently. And Hello Kitty.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. The men's section, the actual men's section where they sell actual men's clothes in Target, it keeps shrinking. Every year it's shrinking and shrinking. And most of the stuff there is very, very girly. And very gay.
Interesting. I haven't been out.
Yeah, dudes are wearing like short pink shorts now. It's weird.
Oh, good lord, man. I was at a water park. I'm not even gonna explain. You already know. I was at a water park. I shouldn't have to say more.
No, you don't.
Exactly.
Were you wearing pink tight shorts?
Someone's got too much stuff hanging out, huh?
So, yeah, I saw these two guys in a tighty whitey, but they were so muscular. It was so weird. And then this black guy was wearing like pink bathing suit skirt. Shit, man. I don't even know how people live with themselves.
Are you for real? Oh my
Yeah, I'm for real.
Oh my goodness.
Man, I see him walking to the women's restroom.
Yeah.
Maybe he just likes pink?
Maybe he's a bundle of sticks.
I know exactly what you mean.
Gotta keep it safe for you too.
That I know what that is.
Yep. A fascia.
Now I've learnt what furries are as well.
Unfortunately.
So you're saying he's a Harley Davidson driver in a South Park episode?
Yep. Oh my god, Toby, you're from Portland? Man, I hear that place is ass.
Well, yeah, it's port and land. Portland.
Portland.
Everybody gets their ports plugged.
That's funny. You know, I don't often reference the Bible, but it reminds me of that story. It's like this town. I think it's called Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yep.
We all know how that ends.
Yep.
One day.
Dude, you're already there, man.
Oh, I think we're way past that, honestly.
There is stuff now that they never even thought was possible when they wrote the Bible.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. Like there's no talk of furries in the Bible. That should have been a major warning sign of the coming apocalypse.
Oh yeah. Just imagine.
Somewhere in Revelations, I'm pretty sure.
Imagine, bro, you walking down the street, you see this guy dressed like a fox, like just walking down the street, like whatever. Like, bro, we not at no convention. It's just a Walmart. Then again, I see weird people at Walmart all the time. So
I don't think you want to be wearing no hot ass furry suit in Middle Texas.
Oh God, no.
90-degree weather, man. You're gonna be sweating and probably stinking.
And you know what they trying to do, right? They trying to do some gene editing so they could make that a real thing. Unfortunately.
I was at Target today and I noticed the jumpsuit, but with no legs, like half the tie doesn't make it to your knees, and then you combine it with the pink T-shirt inside of that.
I almost want to get off this now. Really badly now.
Did you buy one, Jamesy?
I was thinking about it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Then I was today driving into a property, and then I parked, and when I walk next to, like, there's still like dumpsters in a corner. There was these two girls, but there was one standing in front of the dumpster, and the other girl was inside of the dumpster, peeing while standing.
The fuck? What?
Like, I never seen a girl actually doing that, but I mean, she was peeing while standing. So I had my doubts about.
I guess she's where she belongs.
What the hell?
Sorry, that was rude. I'm sorry.
She wasn't in the dumpster. She was next to it.
Oh, like you said, she was inside of it, taking a piss.
Yeah, my bad. You know how they have this kind of specific section of a property, and then there's dumpsters inside.
Yeah, the
but
loading bay.
Yeah, that loading bay. Yeah, she was inside the loading bay next to the dumpster, and she was peeing while standing, and her friend was washing her. I mean, not washing her, like covering for her. But the thing is, when I went inside a business, and then they came into the business, and then I noticed that this girl is way bigger than I was. Like, that girl was like twice the man that I was when I got.
Why the hell does anyone need to do that when you could just go inside and use the bathroom?
No, there's a lot of policies in many businesses around here, like no public restroom. No, but I'm 100%. After I saw her inside the business, she was. I mean, how can I say this? She wasn't born a girl. That's, I guess.
Oh, bruh.
That's why. Then I was like, oh, that's why she was standing and peeing.
Good Lord. Help.
But I just saw that. I'm just sharing with you guys because I know you guys care about those kind of stories.
Man, I don't think I've seen anything that bad yet.
Well, I'm not going to be sharing.
I saw with my own two eyes.
Public indecency. They used to arrest people for that.
Hey, Gemsy, do you know, I've been having trouble trying to private message other users. They don't seem to be getting my messages. Do I need to have a confirmed friend request from them before they see my messages?
Yes, they have to accept your message. Basically, accept it.
Yeah, there's a new thing.
So they're seeing it, but they're just not accepting it?
No, it's like in a new tab. You gotta go to like the top and it says message request and you gotta accept it, yeah.
Okay. Because, I tested it too with somebody in the lobby and I sent them a message and they said, yeah, they didn't get anything and didn't see anything. So
depends on both of your settings.
Yeah.
Like, you also have to have a setting checked where if somebody shares a mutual server with you, then you can send them messages.
Okay. Yeah, it was mostly people from here.
Yeah, there's another tab called message request. And you have to go through the message request and either accept it or cancel it. Reject it.
Just cancel it.
There's a bunch of spammers in Discord, but if just cancel the spammers and accept whoever is sending you messages. I mean, you're the one sending the message, so they have to look into their message request and accept you.
Let's get that.
Unless we're friends already.
Chopped up and on the pan. Damn.
Pineapple and spam.
See you guys.
See ya.
Have a good night, everyone.
Where are we seeing?
We'll see in the sea level.
Peace out.
See ya. It seems Speculation Sunday is coming to an end. How's that?
I got 1.5 hours of coastal speculation time left.
Yep.
How am I going to use it? Let me speculate on that.
Might just use it sleep.
I don't think I've ever heard you speculate.
Yeah, it's weird. I do speculate a lot, but never in here.
He's keeping his secrets.
Whatever shall we speculate on? Oh well, guess I'll just look at the memes.
Everything got quiet. What's going on?
I'm good.
We got Cheesy Boy. Cheesy Boy, you spoken to people in here? Cheesy Boy. Cheesy Boy. Maybe he doesn't want to talk right now. It's all good.
Sorry, man. I was doing something.
Were you speaking not too long ago?
I have spoken before, but not in this specific. Like not today. I haven't.
Oh, all right. Everything okay with you? How you figured to join this server? Like,
my dad invited me.
Your dad invited you?
Indeed.
That's pretty cool. I wish my dad was able to invite me to places, but he's already passed, so too bad for me.
Oof.
It's all good. We had a good time while it lasted. He was great.
Well, that's good.
I think Cheesy Boy's dad spent a lot of time in the lobby.
He might be, but he's Shiny, or not? Shiner, or Jimmy. Y'all know him as Jimmy.
Used to be Jimmy Space Crabs, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could have this conversation with my father, dude. Like, honestly, it's only a wish.
I know.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
My dad brought me into it, and we talked, and he showed me some things, and definitely been a learning experience.
Well, let me tell you, bro, you're a lucky man.
I was almost asleep because I forgot I had almost fallen asleep with my fucking headset on, and then I hear my name. I'm like, oh balls! I'm in a Discord call.
Hey, bro, get some rest. It's all good. Tomorrow we speak. You're tired already. If you're falling asleep already, bro, get some rest.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. Alright,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to bed.
Thanks for the replay. Talk to you later.
Yeah, good night, bro. Alright, well, I'm finna go. It don't seem like this going anywhere.
Hey, yeah. Who was that?
Me?
Oh, okay. You've been talking for a little bit. Yeah, if you're tired. Sayonara.
I joined too late, though. I joined like 20 minutes ago when everything ended. So, yeah.
I did too.
Oh, well.
I've been in here all day, but I've been playing games and blaring music all damn day.
Nice.
And then I took a nap, a little hour nap, from 9 to like I don't know, freaking. No, it was more than an hour. It's probably 2 hours. 9 to 11.
I joined in the near noon I mean, it was morning still. I was just home. Then I went to work, do some work, and I was still here. And I went with my family, did some stuff, and then I came back, and I'm still here. So whoever is tired, get some rest. I'm about to go home in a little bit and get some rest as well.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
I got a DoorDash.
What's the name?
Let me check. I'm sorry, because yeah, 1 second. It's giving me some issues here. Cam, Kamm. Do we have to do this line every time we come pick up a DoorDash? That's ridiculous.
Jimsy, you're still unmuted.
What the? Yeah.
Tell the Door Dashers that they're live on the air.
Yeah, they heard. Yeah, they heard me. And can you hear me, Miss? Yeah, they heard me here. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm near my house, and this lady can hear. She can't hear me, but you guys can hear me.
Tell her the S is like.
Nah, that will go over her head.
Here's the flat stationary. Have a great day, ma'am.
Would it curve over their head?
She'd be like, but my head is curving.
Be a curveball. Be Coriolis deflection on that.
My hair is
goes over her head. It would appear to take a curved path because we're rotating.
I ask her because there's some places that you can go pretty easy, pick up the stuff, but here you have to make a fucking line. Like, it's ridiculous. You have to do the line of the customers and the line for...
I thought they didn't know what lines are.
What was that?
I thought they didn't know what lines are.
Yeah, but in other places they have a different section that is you go through that section and it's easy pickup. Here you have to do 4 times the waiting than other places. More than that. Probably five times, even more. Just crazy. But whatever.
It's great having a pull-up bar in the house. So if I ever just go right by the pull-up bar, I can just do a pull-up here and there. You know?
Yeah, I'm gonna need one of those.
We have Suteki join the server.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow, he dipped quick when you called him on.
Damn. Probably my accent.
There you go.
It's scared. My accent pulls the ladies and scares the men.
Oh, you reckon he's got something against Puerto Ricans?
Just joking.
Maybe he thought you were Mexican.
Right.
Oh, there he is. Hey, dude.
Hey,
he's back. Suteki? No.
Said, dude, techie.
He gone.
He gone. No other new customers? It's still Sunday night, man.
We have this flat earth professor dude. He might be a something.
Yeah. I could play a Glober.
The troll.
Not with that name.
I say Gravity a couple times, and what else?
Coriolis.
Well,
Refraction.
Refraction and Coriolis with a bit of dip correction on your sextant.
Ah, yes, dip correction. The horizon is geometric again. Thank God.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Gotta have a good dip correction once a week, you know.
Yeah, gotta account for that curvature that we can't see.
Yep.
It's always refracted, so it's
Did you
invisible.
guys catch the 700-mile picture?
I saw the claim. I don't know if I'm completely sold, but yeah, I've seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. I saw it came up.
It could not be Crete. It could be clouds. You know, I don't know.
We got a new one. That was a different one, man. This is
okay. No, I haven't seen that. Then I just lied
from
to
the
you.
Alps. Taboo conspiracy. Here, I'll drop it.
So not Israel to Crete, or
no. We got the Alps from 3,500 feet, 700 miles, and you can see all the peaks of the Alps.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
700 miles away. It should be 50 miles below the curvature. I was like, I was listening to it. I didn't get to actually sit and watch it. I just happened to have my headphones in, and I go, I'll click it. And
well, at that distance, the light only has to bend 1 degree.
Yeah, exactly.
Less than a degree. I don't know. I'm trying to channel my inner Matthew Learns.
It's just a 1 degree dip. What is it? The arc seconds. It's just like a couple arc seconds, man. Don't worry about it.
Arc second.
There you go. It's not very long.
I'm gonna measure it with freaking time.
Another great video to share with you today.
You're gonna measure something with time. So actually,
anyway, that was a pretty good week, man. I mean, we had 600 and something, and I got 700. Not too bad. I guess the guy took it with his iPhone too.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Flat Earth, dude. I wasn't convinced until now, but now I'm convinced. Thanks.
Well, we got 1,200 miles of Jay Tolan. You know, if we really, really want to, like.
I was still kind of holding out. I was still sort of a fencer, you know. I thought it could be a globe, but now that you've shown me this, yeah, it's done. Thanks.
It's done, man. Somebody did write that in the chat in one of the comments. They got like 250 comments. They're kind of funny to read. The guy's like, that's it. Pack it up, boys. Pack it up.
Yeah, we tried.
Pack it up. No, you're gonna burn it.
We held it as long as we could for the globe. To pack it up.
We're all gonna gather around and force them into like a circle.
So I guess you can take like
them burn their own ornaments and globes and everything while they're weeping and crying about it, while they have to manually burn it.
Yeah, here, I'll drop it in the YouTube chat for you guys too.
Right. Is that Chuchamatic? Okay.
YouTubers. Who's out on YouTube here? Let's see.
That would be a big bonfire, though.
Jenna. I miss you, Jenna. I don't know where you been.
All the globes in the world.
Squatch. Flat Squatch. Lord Racer's out there. All right. Now you guys check this out. Click that link. There you go. Greg T. Old dude. What? MacGyver. Is he in here?
Nah, he dipped a while ago.
Damn it.
MacGyver was speaking for a while here. He was awesome.
He's awesome, man. I love that. That dude's sharp as a tack, man. There he is.
Yes, I'm building a space engine at the same time.
Right? All right. 700 miles. That's pretty good. That's ground to ground, man. That's awesome, man. Not an airplane.
Well, don't you know that it's a globe because it doesn't look like it would if it is a globe, so therefore it's a refracted globe, so therefore it's a globe.
That makes sense. Unless you're upside down like Timbo, but that wouldn't make sense at all.
Yeah, you can't actually see the upside downiness. You just have to know it's there because we know it's a globe.
Hey, Timbo, you got a holiday tomorrow or today for you? No holiday. No.
Leaves the chat. You made Timbo leave.
I did. I totally chased him out of here. He should be just getting home from work, or if he'd worked today. Yeah, that's fantastic, man. All right. Damn.
Wait again.
It'll be fun to hear the backlash.
Yeah.
If we ever do, like, they're just not coming here now.
They're not. They just maybe one a week, maybe. But has some kind of fight. The rest of these people coming in, and they don't know anything. So
yeah, and they're more humble lately too. They don't come in swinging like they used to as much.
No.
Like a lot of them are like, well, I think it's a globe just because that's what I've always been told. But like, I just want to sit and listen, hear what you guys are saying. You know, like there's more openness to it than there was.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good. That's good. That's a sign of progress. But it would be fun to just throw down like old times.
Yeah, it would be, man. Those were crazy days, though, man. But every once in a while, it was kind of fun, man. Yeah.
It'll happen.
Mickelson Morley or Sagnac, something. Yeah. Be good.
Oh, it can't be the motion that's bunk. It must be the ether. Throw that out instead. Yeah, the ether was wrong, but the motion, that's totally true. I mean, I don't really want to go there, but I just the interpretation is just so forced. It's hilarious.
Come on, Bendy Light. Get your ass in here, man. Give it to us. It's really slow tonight. It'd be a good night for you to come in, man.
Did anyone set a date for Witsit and QE?
I haven't heard of one yet. There was no mention of it on Glowbusters today.
Bendy Light.
I don't think anything's set.
No.
He would have said something. He's just doing the Wit's real busy with the audit NASA and doing his streams and jumping in here every once in a while and over Earth Awakenings and wherever else. He's doing a lot on was it Telegram? So he's a busy guy, man. Got a lot going on. Got a new baby.
Yeah, I mean,
that must be rough. Oh, not rough, but tiring.
It's just a ton of responsibility, and then you gotta. But
I couldn't imagine having another kid.
Time consuming. But I missed their little interchange the other day, but it couldn't really have one. I guess it didn't work out, but work it out, boys. Work it out.
Hey, I can see boats going over the horizon.
Well, that's it. Pack it up.
Pack it up,
man. Down the server, guys. There's 3 boats out there. But the funny thing is, one of them is, I reckon, about 20 kilometers away, and you can see the bottom of it.
That's impossible on the flat Earth.
It looks like the bottom's disappearing because it looks smaller than the other boats.
That's impossible on a donut Earth. It's also impossible on a cheeseburger Earth. Impossible.
I love these guys. They come in there claims. I don't know if it's you, Heretic. Somebody was talking about, hey, well, if it wasn't flat Earth, man, it would, it would be this or that or that's some crazy fucking. Yeah, that wouldn't work that way on a flat Earth. I know it wouldn't. Like, how the fuck do you know that, man?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how I know, but I know.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't work like that on a flat Earth. It's funny.
And then it comes down to them not knowing how they know it, but they know somebody else knows it. They don't know who that is or what they know exactly, but they know it.
Yep. And then you hit them with, "Why are you here?"
Yeah. Oh, I had one tell me. One time they told me that star rotation, the way that we see stars move, that's impossible on a flat Earth. Then the next thing they told me was, now it could happen on a cube, perhaps, but not a flat Earth.
Yeah, why are you here in Flat Earth Discord again?
Yeah, but a cube, though, the surface of a cube is flat. I didn't have to say anything else. It's just like, okay, you took care of your own stupid argument for me. Thanks.
Yep.
So have a look at that photo, right? It looks nothing like I'm seeing in real life.
What, a photo?
Nah.
Photo?
But that one in the middle is the closest one. That's about 5 kilometers away. The one next to it is a car carrier. That looks like it's about 10 k's. That one over the back is a fishing, commercial fishing vessel. Vessel is about 20 k's away.
Shouldn't see it at all.
No, it's a shorter boat too.
Impossible on a flat Earth.
Refraction, because we know the size of the globe. Therefore, if you can see it, it means it's refracted around the globe.
Yeah, we know that there is a curvature obstruction there that's refracted so that it's invisible, and therefore that's impossible on a flat Earth.
So, who chased Matthew Learns away, man?
Helio did. I mean, I wish he didn't ban him because we have like Zero Glober to talk to a lot of the time.
Oh, Helio banned him?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
that means it's not official then.
Right.
Yeah. It's a drunk ban.
Fuck, I got banned.
He was hogging up all the new people, honestly. New people would come in for months and months, and they would just get skipped over because of him.
Just mute him when he does that.
Well, we don't. We just keep going with him, and the new people get passed over.
I will. I mean, I would. Meet him. He can sit on the
Yeah,
side.
I'll do it too, because I find him really fucking boring.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything new. That's true. He is boring.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. Hey, him and I did the Eratosthenes thing, man, twice.
You just got to remember the mission
And
sometimes instead of getting lost in the fight.
Anyway, 3,477 miles. So it's 39.59, man. If they use the 39.59 for the distance of the sun and the radius, man, boy, that's like a double whammer, man. That would make things work out pretty smooth for them. But then Latter-day Saints would come in and go, like, dude.
I'm just saying, though.
I'm just saying.
What up?
What up? What's up, brother, man?
How you been?
Good, man. We got another meetup coming up down here, man.
When?
June 24th.
June 24th.
Things are so hard. What's going on with that?
Love to see you come down, man. Love to see you hop a train, man.
All right. I'm gonna go to this one for sure, bro.
Yeah.
Because I won't have a job to keep me from going.
Oh shit! What do you mean won't have a job?
Well, I mean, I don't work at the gas station anymore.
Oh, what happened?
I just started buying too many lottery tickets, bro.
You can't do that, man.
I know. I realized that it became an addiction, and it was weird because I can go into a store and I don't even think about buying a lottery ticket or being behind the counter with like all the rolls of lottery tickets. I don't know. I just started. You know what I mean?
The rolls of lottery tickets started talking to you. Buy me, buy me, buy me.
For real, bro.
Win me, win some money, win some money.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, man, it's so sad, man. I mean, growing up, we didn't have any gambling, man. Gambling was illegal. The most you could do is go to a fucking bingo parlor here in California. And it was like, mom, fucking blue hairs everywhere, right?
Yep.
You throw in like $10, get your little stampers thing. They roll the balls. Sometimes I, walk out of there with like $30, $40. Sometimes nothing, but that was it, man. There was no. But as long as it's state sponsored, yeah, that's okay. Gamble all you want. Fucking, gamble responsibly. They'll say there in our television commercials. They run television commercials. It's be the super winner. Be a winner. Be a winner. Be a winner.
You know what I noticed, bro?
So bad, dude. I fucking hate it. I lived in Vegas for 4 years, and I fucking hated it. After 4 years of that shit, I'm like, this is fucking stupid, man. Why is anybody giving these people their money, man? It's ridiculous.
Damn, 4 years of your life fucking wasted.
Well, I was in trade school, man, but
Oh, okay.
I was learning, I was gambling, I was winning, I was losing. Lost my whole fucking paycheck one weekend, man. Fuck, 2 weeks pay, man, down the drain. Got nothing.
You know what I noticed?
Fuck.
The stuff that you scratch off the tickets, that material.
Yeah.
It's a different material in every single ticket, bro. A different consistency, everything, bro. Different grain.
What?
And yeah, bro. And when this stuff, like some of it gets below the ticket or whatever notepad you're doodling on, and it gets like ingrained in the fucking surface of the desk. Dude, that shit's fucking that's nanofiber, bro. That stuff's like smart dust.
Oh,
I've seen, like the patterns that it makes, like when it's pressed and stuff. It makes like off symmetrical patterns, dude. It's a trip.
Oh, you gotta get us a picture of that shit. Well, don't do it now, but yeah, pick up an old used lottery ticket. Every time I go to the gas station, man, there's like 50 lottery tickets laying in the fucking parking lot.
Yeah,
bro. How do you lose a whole paycheck? You said.
I lived in Las Vegas, bro. It was 2 weeks paycheck. Gambling, man. You think you got to win it back. You keep putting more money on. You've been drinking. It was Friday.
I get it now.
With my friends, and we're fucking lost a couple hundred.
I thought you lost it down the drain. Like it went down the drain, and you lost it.
That's called core interest.
It was just fucking that.
I was gonna say just call the water company. They'll give you a refund.
It never happened again after that, man. I'm like, nope. I ain't gambling, boys. You guys go ahead, man. I'll be at the bar, man, drinking my 25-cent Heinekens. Okay.
I think that's why they get you. They want to get you drunk in the casinos. Start drinking.
Back in the day, man. Back in the day, I don't know if a lot of places don't do it now, but if you're at the table, man, yeah, they bring you drinks.
Yeah.
For free.
Hey, you know what though? One thing none of us will ever be able to say is that we regret not getting a shot.
A shot of fucking whiskey.
Yeah,
it's good once in a while. But
you never hear me saying like, "Damn, I regret not getting that double shot last year." You know what I mean?
There's some other things then that I wouldn't do the shots of because it's just not as quality as like Jack Daniels or something. Good. Yeah.
Hey, when I went into a bar, I was so short they had to give me a booster shot.
Crown Royal. Pretty tasty stuff. That are Canadians, man. They know how to make some whiskey, bro.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not gonna lie, I am
I
a little
love Crown.
of that topic.
Mm-hmm.
Flatter.
Yeah, man.
I'm a little. I mean, the code words and all is kind of obvious.
It is super obvious. That's why I was like trying to take it to like ridiculous levels.
Chair?
Here.
They give the kids when they go in the
Jack
restaurant,
Daniels, or maybe some Crown Royal. I don't know.
I had it.
There's
It happened
Jim
to me.
Beam.
So a great crime has happened to me. So.
Jim Beam. I like the Jim Beam, man.
Those chairs that they give kids in restaurants.
I don't know, man. I'm not going anywhere near this subject.
No, I'm just asking if you've ever heard of the chairs that they give kids in rrestaurants so they can sit up.
Yeah, the booster seats, the little booster seats. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. When I had the youngsters, I'm an uncle. I had I got like 27 nieces and nephews, whatever. They'd come over, go swimming. Yeah, we'd have to go to the restaurant. Yeah, get the little booster seats, man. Sometimes you had a booster seat plus an extra one, just to get them up high enough because it wasn't high enough. Yeah.
Sometimes, bro, when I was younger, we were so poor. My mom used to boost stuff from the store.
Well, my mom, dude, we would go to Sizzler. Sizzler was the first place to ever have like what they call a salad bar now, right? And she would just she would pack her fucking purse from the salad bar, dude. I swear to God.
My mom did too.
Fucking rolls, and whatever, chicken wings and shit. Yeah, she was fucking busting that, man. I was like, that's tomorrow night's dinner, man. Shit.
And
but all you can eat salad bar, man. That was. I remember when it came out, man. I was like, what the hell? This is awesome, man. You got soup and salad and croutons and onions and olives, and it's like it's just a fantastic thing, that salad bar, man.
It was like Christmas and Thanksgiving all rolled into one, huh?
Yeah, it was like all you can eat. Oh, you got to be kidding me! It was like back then. It was like $6.99. Now it'd be like $20, $25.
They'll be growing these things. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, jump in, Mike. Man, don't be sure.
No, I was talking to myself.
Okay, you can talk out loud. That's all right, man.
No,
everybody does it. I do it all the time. I'm like, man, that fucking that piano note sucks, man. I gotta fix it. But anyway, so yeah, the world's changed a bit since when I was growing up. It's a lot different now, man. It's a whole lot different.
The global warming's making it different. It's changing. The climate's changing.
We got climate change. We got
making everybody horny.
We got straight clouds. Have you guys seen straight clouds? They're
they're like lines.
They're like line clouds. I don't know. We got to come up with a cool name.
It looks like the devil is racking up lines in the sky. You know what I mean?
You know what? The devil's doing some cocaine. That's it.
Oh shit! You can't snort better than me.
Oh man. What have you missed, Saints? Man, there's been a lot going on around here, man. We got 700 miles today. Flat Earth to Earth, 700 mile pictures.
Damn! And it wasn't from the light bending.
No light bending that I know of. It's 10:40. It's 10:47 past the hour up in the live stream, man. You can check out the link.
All right.
700 miles. I just think it's interesting, man, I think it's interesting we find these observations. Davey, what's up, man? Another chill here, bro. What's up? Yes, I like the late night cruise, man. A little more on the edge.
Still Speculation Sunday, huh?
It still is for us, man. We can speculate a bit.
So what I heard that the material that they use to make those children's chairs in the restaurants are harmful and cause cancer.
Well, the hell of a speculation, man. I heard it was. Yeah, I can't even.
Well, I don't quite need a booster seat, but I almost do.
You never hear kids when they grow up.
You're pretty short.
Huh?
Flatsy's only 5 foot tall, man.
Flatsy, you ever hear your kids say when they grow up, "Oh man, I wish I would have gotten more booster chairs when I went to restaurants as a kid"?
No, we don't go to a lot of restaurants or anything like that.
You know what I mean,
He
though.
doesn't use booster seats. I mean, he has to if we. But he doesn't though. He won't sit it on.
The fact that it's this world is just not fair, man. My brother told me that. He's 15 years old. He's 15 years older than me, man. I remember getting into some shit, and he's like, "You know what? This place isn't just. It's just not fair, man." And
it is a fair, though.
It is a fair, but it's not fair.
It costs money, and it's a circus, but it's not fair.
A clown show at the fair, yeah, juggling, and it sucks that we have to kind of power through it. But you know, most of us somehow figure it out. But at the same time, we know we're in the fucking show, and that's why Issa wrote that song, man. Welcome to the show. You don't know you're part of this show.
Sucks a lot because all my grenades are just bubbles.
It happens, man.
Against us.
Where are you guys on vaping, man? I'm not.
I'm not for it.
I'm not against it, but I'm not for it, man. I'm not
Either
like
smoke like a man or don't smoke at all.
Well, that's what I love flower. I love the actual greens we smoke. I don't like the vape, but I'll tell you what, man, it's so fucking convenient, man. You can walk in, the pool hall and go.
Preferably don't smoke corpo tobacco.
It kills brain cells.
Don't.
It kills brain cells? What evidence do you got for it? What evidence you got for it?
There's a component that just a component, but one of the main components is antifreeze.
Antifreeze is bad, man.
Like glycol ain't good for your lungs either.
Definitely poison. Definitely smoking better.
All right, check that out.
Cigarettes. Yeah, nicotine's way better. Why not grow it yourself? It's really cheap to get UV light and grow it now.
I get.
No, it is. It's like super
tobacco. It's like pipe tobacco, high quality Kentucky tobacco, and I make my own cigarettes.
Shout out to the Osage Hills.
You can see the evidence when you get a normal cigarette that my dad smokes. I try to get him off of it, but he won't listen. But you can see two extra smoke trails come off of it, and it's so much denser, and it's right in your face. But if you get one of my cigarettes, my smoke doesn't do that. It goes up and away from your face and away from everybody.
My smoke brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, "It's better than ours."
And it does feel good. It smells like a nice. It smells like a nice oak wood fire.
You guys ever? I hate smoking blunts, man. Not a fan.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't give a shit how good the weed is, man. You put it in a fucking cigar wrapper.
Yeah, you don't mix it. I don't believe you should mix those two together. It's too harsh.
I mean, I've seen guys roll 50-50s. That's cool. But something about the cigar leaf.
It's too harsh.
It's too harsh, man. It just dries my throat. I'm like,
you gotta get the zigzag ones. They have zigzag ones with tea leaves, bro. They're made of tea leaves.
That would be better.
Just with weed and with some Flat Earth Farms in there.
Vanilla needs to be dried out with vanilla next to it. So tobacco ain't so harsh.
I smoked. I would take corn husks, man. Dry them out. And I fucking rolled a few of those and tried it out and see how it would work. It works, but it's pretty harsh. Pretty harsh. I wouldn't recommend it. So yeah,
I heard that 9/11 out of 10 doctors recommend it.
I love that, dude.
9 out of what now?
I'm sure that's in one of your songs, man. Right? Come on.
9/11 out of 10 doctors recommend it.
Brain on math there, dude.
That's got to be in one of your songs, right? Am I right, or am I right? Or am I right?
It will be, though.
All right.
It will be. Hey, fuck yeah, well. 9/11 out of 10 doctors. I love that.
Look at that fire.
That it couldn't get any better than that, dude. Yeah, we got to start using that one, man. If you go to a party,
9/11 out of 10 doctors agree that your children will grow up taller if you use booster seats continually when they go to restaurants to eat.
Yeah. Hey, wow. I love your brain, brother. Fucking love it.
Thank you, bro.
Don't ever change. We got to get you a job. Fuck. All right.
I know.
What do you want to do, man? You like working on the side?
I want to be a flat Earth rapper.
Mm.
Do you think that's possible? I grew up to be a flat Earth rapper.
You already are.
There you go. You already are.
Thank you. Well,
now, I mean, I'm not saying I know anything about anything, but I know a few people that have made some bucks off of truth music, flat Earth music, whatever.
Yeah.
They made a few bucks. I don't think they got rich or anything. Obviously, there's no number one hits or anything like that, but they might have made it.
Cartoon Ball. Cartoon Ball is a dope ass song.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to ODD, man. He just got burned out, man. Some guys get burned out, man. I get it, man. It's hard to fucking stick it out long term, man. I've seen so many people drop, dude. I mean, great fucking people doing videos, shit. All of a sudden, one day, man, they're like, I'm fucking done. And they're just gone. And it's okay, man.
Or something, you know what I mean?
There's a lot, man, that just, it's hard to stick it out this long, man. And this is a negative, the stuff we look at is pretty fucking negative, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I mean, there ain't a whole lot of positive. The positive we take away from it is that I'm learning about how disgusting this place can really fucking be.
Dude, we're like spiritual homicide detectives, bro. We're jaded.
Yeah, we're jaded. We've seen it all, man. I've seen everything from everything, dude. And there's nothing you can fucking throw at me I haven't seen, dude. Nothing.
You know what story I've shared here, if anyone remembers.
I've seen the worst of the worst, man. I've seen shit I wish I'd never seen. I can't get it out of my fucking head kind of shit. And I'm like, all right. You want me? And I asked for it, man. I told God, man, show me the truth. Just show it to me. I want to know. I want to see the truth, man. And I got to fucking see it. And it's like, a lot of people aren't ready for this, man. No fucking way. They ain't ready. Flat Earth's one thing, but some of those,
they're not ready for the confetti.
The deeper, darker holes, man, are so wicked, man. You're like, whoa. They're doing that too, and they're telling us the Earth's flat, and they're doing that. Really? Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. Really? Oh, fuck. All right. Okay, I got it. I got the truth. I got all of it, man. And it's like a, what do they call it? The download. I got the fucking download.
TTGT.
Wicked, man. Anyway, but the rest of it can be fun as far as like just, talking to some newbie that thinks they live on a spinning ball, man. I love that, man. What evidence you got for your spinning ball? Okay. That I just love talking to people about where they think they live. Because I know exactly where they think they live. And that's like, we got like a kind of a, ace in the hole, man. They're holding a deuce and a 7. We got 2 aces. Like, really? You want to play this hand? Okay, come on, man. Let's play it.
I'm not doing anything with your hand.
Right. I played a lot of cards, man. Mostly blackjack, a little bit of poker. Not too fond of poker, man. I didn't like the direct competition with different people that were trying to win around the table. That's what I loved about blackjack is we're all trying to kick the fucking dealer's ass, and I'm like, yeah, man. It's like being in here, man. When you get a Globie, and it's like, all right, everybody, man. Don't fucking hit on a fucking a 9 when the dealer's showing a 6. Don't hit the 12. The dealer's showing a fucking 5.
Hey, when the dealer's showing a 9, I always split 10s every single time.
I never split a 20, dude. No,
I do only if the dealer's showing a 9. I'll split 10s.
Oh, you're the kind of guy that'd be like, dude, stop that. That's not in the rule book, bro. You're
not in the rule book.
Mentioning poker because
the rule book.
Very few people give Lady Gaga the credit because after she came out with that song Poker Face, that's when poker basically was invented after that. And then now they have like the World Series of Poker and stuff, but it's all because of
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. She's the patriarch.
Oh, shit, man.
Patriarch.
My shit's fucking up over here. All right, shout out to YouTubers. MacGyver went to bed. What's up is what? What is out there?
What's up?
What's up? There's 23 people out there on YouTube watching. I'm one of them, so there's 22. Join in, man. Join the freaking
VCs.
Yeah, that's it. Join the VC. Mongos, come on.
Flatter, dude. Check it out. It goes, I was eating chicken and waffles with this bitch. It was awful, man. We had an awful good time. She offered up me her taco. I'd offer up on Costco in this nacho line. This nacho line.
That's so Mexican, bro. I love it. Can you sing it in Spanish?
Eventually.
Wow,
Eventually.
Yeah. We'll get somebody.
The Cuban vibe is what he needs.
Oh, Flatter. He nailed it, man. It's called post-traumatic globe disorder.
Yep.
Right.
I'd say syndrome. I'd say syndrome rather than disorder. It's more of a syndrome. Because I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between disorder and syndrome.
Dude, I ordered those things a long time ago, and I'm still waiting for Amazon to send drums.
I like the word disorder better. It's very fitting for everything, not just that.
Well, there's so many disorders, man. There was like, attention deficit disorders, and I scratch my ass too much disorder, and there's so many disorders, man.
Or
I'm thinking like syndrome seems more.
Have you heard of the New World disorder?
The New World disorder, exactly.
Yeah. It should be named. That's all that it's gonna be.
That's in one of your songs for sure, man.
Or have you heard of that new? It's called the ADHD LBGQT or something like that.
Yes,
it's like 15.
I have heard of this.
15 different acronyms all packed into one. With a crunchy core and a chewy center.
I don't know what you are going to do with
ADHD, F off is Hey man, I went to Target last week, man. I walked in the front door, man. I was going to get some 3x5 cards for my wife, and it had this big rainbow thing in the front there. And, I mean, it was whole psyop. It was this whole psyop going on, like right in the front of the store, right? Yeah. Just as you walk in, you cannot miss it, man. And you go in the store, you have to go around the carts, and you have to see this stuff. And I started looking, and I'm like, no. I mean, I had already known that they were doing this, and I was like,
whoa. They have the sex toys in front.
So I went ahead and I just turned around and walked out of the fucking store. And I'm like, I'm gonna go over to fucking Staples, get my 3x5 cards, man. Fuck this.
Oh.
Like, I'm just like, okay, that's it, man. Done with Target. I ain't done with Budweiser. I'm done with any.
You know what's weird? All the heroin addicts I know go to Target to get tar.
Well, it's expensive there, man.
Oh yeah. Guess what? We went to we got some groceries today. Guess how much coconut oil cost? It went from $10 to $20. Coconut oil. Yeah.
Cooking oil?
Coconut.
Coconut oil.
Coconut
oil.
Yeah, that's what we used to cook with.
Yeah, doubled in price. Yeah, inflation's a real serious issue, man. I could talk about that for hours, but I don't want to bore you guys too much.
Well, it's just out here.
It's been hitting hard. Everybody's feeling this little squeeze, man. Hey, man, when they had the whole thing, man, where everybody had to stay home, I was paying like, I don't know. Well, I don't use liters, but I use gallons. Sorry, Timbo. But it was like $2 for 4 liters or something. It was cheap, man. It was cheap as fuck all, man. And
then as soon as it was over, everybody was listening to Airbnb music at other people's houses.
Right. Airbnb. Dude, I think we need to start a new company.
Airbnb in B. and B.
Platform Incorporated.
Well,
I'm coming to realize that nobody ain't shit unless they have a good Airbnb Yelp review. If you don't have one, you ain't shit in this world.
but Dax knows all about that, man. Dax an Airbnb expert, right, Dax? Welcome back, Dax.
Yo, say what?
What's up? Airbnb, man, where you rent a room for the night or two or whatever.
Airbnb in B.
Airbnb. RB is like a rhythm and blues. It's a music term.
So Airbnb.
So you're gonna air guitar with your Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Airbnb. Anyway, I'm just messing with you, Dax, man. Don't take it seriously. Welcome back, man. How you doing?
Got you. I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm really good, man. Tomorrow's a holiday here in America, and most people have the day off. Not everybody, but most. I'd say most.
I just want to give a shout out to the Writers Guild and the Actors Union. I think it was 3 years ago to the day when the actor George Floyd played his part really well. So that was for Labor Day.
Shout out!
So shout out to the Writers Guild. You know what I mean?
Writers Guild. Shout out to the Writers Guild.
Crazy.
It is crazy, man. We have to tread our water precisely. And I think this place does an amazing job of talking about Earth in the most precise of ways we could possibly do it. And, I'm kind of the, late night comedian. Saints and I kind of, we're going to bring some fun to the party, man. Timbo, he's both, man. Timbo's funny and he's fucking super smart, which is amazing. Flatsy's amazing. Yeah, so we got a crew up in here, man. They're just knocking it back day and day, man. I mean, I'll take AI and Indio and Miggy and Heretic and say, hey, you guys go ahead and take on the entire fucking globe establishment. Go for it. You guys got it. I'm just gonna hang out here, man. I could throw a QE in there or somebody, but he's not too much of a regular, but. Yeah, those guys are just gonna Elijah, throw him in there.
No,
I'm not that guy, man. I'm the guy that's coming going, hey man, did you see what these retard NASA fucks are doing today? Yeah. Holy shit, look at this. They came up with their pooping fucking structures on moon. I swear. I read an article. They're gonna take the human poop and make igloos. What? Get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. See, that's funny to me. To us, it's funny. Not everybody, but it's yeah. But they do those kind of articles, man. So I love making fun of those. I can handle myself against any glober, man. Physicist, doctor, whatever. Come on in. I can handle myself against them all day, every day. But I choose, there's more eloquent people to handle those guys, man. I'm more like, hey, Dad, it's your first day in here. Well, welcome, man. Far out, man. Do you feel like you're spinning through outer space at millions of miles an hour? No. Well, that's because you're not. I can't put it to you any more simply, man. Go outside, check it out for yourself, man. Watch the sun's, watch a couple seasons of the sun and the moons. Stars. Yeah, check it out. Don't believe me.
Yeah, I've done my share of observations about that.
Exactly, man. We're seeing a bunch of lights in the sky that are really cool.
Did you observe spinning?
Do we observe spinning? Good question. I like that. I don't observe spinning. Dax, you observe spinning.
No. I'm sorry. No.
No. Okay. Cool.
not so far. Not so far.
Not so far. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Do you think there's
in a globe? Yeah.
I feel like my heart's spinning sometimes.
Do you believe in a globe, Dax?
No, I don't. I don't believe in the globe thing. I mean, I'm not entirely sold on the flat model as yet, but definitely
We don't have one of those. That's a problem. It is a problem, man. I mean, I'll grant you that, man. I mean, I've even had PhD like, hey, man, you guys don't have a model. If you had a model, I could take it to my other PhD guys, man. If you had a model. Well, we don't have one, man. We're like 500 years behind these Mongos. And we're trying to catch up, and we're doing the best we can, man. We've been out here like, 9 years, 10 years.
Model, what the hell are you talking about?
Hey, falsification, it does not require, replacement.
Yeah, I know all the arguments, but
falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah, what he said.
You guys should have seen me this morning. I was doing a double blind slit Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment, bro. And I pulled it off.
Hold on, I got a meme for that, dude. I don't have the Cavendish part, but I got a meme for that. Hold on, man. Give me a second. Oh shit, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah, I was doing. Say that again, man. That was fucking epic, dude.
a double blind slit Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment.
That's good.
I couldn't make that shit up if I tried, Timbo. Fuck. Way to go, Saints.
Someone did.
Saints did. I couldn't. I'm not gonna do it, bro. But that is.
So now I don't remember.
That's hilarious. Double blind
folded slit. Double blindfolded slit.
Pendulum split.
Double blind.
It's a slit. It's not a split. It's a slit.
Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish. Yeah, double blindfolded slit. Mm-hmm. Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment.
Oh, there you go, bro. I think you crushed one tonight, man. Yeah, you could bow out now, man. And that was your closer. There, he's like, "I'll see you guys later, man."
You're all week.
No, you ain't done. You tease me yet.
That's fantastic, Saints. Oh shit, that shit's good. All right,
You really tickled me there.
Back to Dax.
all right, Dax. Hey, man, have you been outside today? Did you see the moon, sun, stars, anything?
I was outside, but I didn't see the moon. I saw some stars, but I was mostly driving. So,
all right, cool.
Yeah.
When you say you don't think it's a globe, but you're not convinced on some of the flat Earth arguments, what can you elaborate on that?
Well, no, not the arguments. Really, it's just like I said, the model. But you did reply saying that you don't actually have an official model of the flat Earth, right? What you said.
Yeah, no, we don't have one. What we do is debunk the globe, pretty much.
I mean, to be honest, to be realistic, how could we? We're not allowed to traverse everywhere to gather the information to make such a thing. And we don't know what the sun, moon, stars are. We couldn't even begin to do any of that without all that information. Exactly. But just of the land itself, can't even gather all that information without breaking.
Not allowed.
Yeah, breaking maritime law and. Yeah, not allowed.
Well, you think about it, you couldn't even leave your house, buddy, the last few years. So how do you expect to go and map the world?
It's a good point.
All I know is that they're turning bulls into monsters, and we're straightening demons. So then we're demonstrating things that are demonstrable.
Damn you, bro. that one took me a second, man. I had to like digest that one, man. That was epic.
I've been through some shit, so I got that one quick.
I was like about a half a second behind you, but it was like, oh, dude, it's so good. It's so good.
Dude, you know how many words in the English language are like double words that all they do is put one in front of the other and flip it around? It's so crazy, bro.
Some words are like
and what about all the ones that mean the same thing?
yeah, but it's spelled different. Like come.
Yeah.
Come is like that kind of
there. Or
There.
two.
I think Mike,
Bye.
your mic's dropped down low again.
Oh my goodness, really?
I got you up to 100. I got you up to 187%, Mike. Right?
Touching my stash.
And you're just about even with everybody else.
It's almost 7/6R.
Well, that's a hell of a. We got somebody that's server muted. Yeah.
Ooh, who?
User.
Let's have a look, eh? Wonder why.
Yeah, let's have a look.
You're unmuted.
Dude, he's been here since October of 2020, bro. I mean, he's been on. User, what's up?
We fixed your mic. If you were having mic problems, we fixed it for
User,
you.
437-990. Does that help? That's not helping. Dude, you've been here since 2020, man. Damn. 2.5 years.
You, sir, are a user.
Oh, he spoke. He's speaking.
Oh, he's talking.
He's quiet.
No, it's my I was muted. Sorry.
No, I unmuted you. All right.
I have you at 140, 51%, 151%.
Oh, I'll move the mic closer when I'm done eating my Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Flaming Hot Cheetos, dude. Do you know what's in those Cheetos, bro?
Yeah, my
Please
mom tells
read
me
the
about the Red 40 all the time.
read the ingredients to those Cheetos, man. Oh.
Listen,
I don't even think you
life
know
requires
what
some
the
sacrifices,
ingredients are.
and them shits are bussin', bro. I don't.
I
care
get it,
about
man.
Red
But
40 and
I know I can take a piece of shit and make it taste
And
good.
I tell you, there's way more healthier snacks out there.
Yeah, they're healthier,
Way more.
but it's like if you want to smoke a
Expensive, I know.
cigarette, you smoke a cig, right? If I want to eat some Flamin' Hots, I eat them.
I get it.
They're delicious.
You know what? You know what
I'm
I
not gonna-
say? Because
I'm not gonna
there's
drag
a
you
motto
out.
of mine. I say, fuck
Right.
Cheetos.
Listen, I just wanted to talk, say I'm here, but I'm gonna mute myself so you guys can keep talking while I play.
Dude, you've been here since 2020. Go ahead and finish your Cheetos and come back.
What do you want me to
Yeah,
talk
we want to
about?
talk to you.
I don't know.
Hey, user.
Yeah, what's up?
Tell them
You're
they
only-
can't unmute a mutant. You can't unmute a mutant.
Yes, I am a mutant. My superpower is I can fly
Globe.
and shoot lasers out of my eyeballs.
Hey, you can
If
do
you
all of it.
claim to be an X-Men, I'm gonna have to examine that.
You can do all of it though.
You,
Faith alone.
you have global superpowers.
Wait, why does the? Sorry, I'm gonna say Australian, but it could be New Zealand also. Your accent's a little.
I'm
off-putting.
Australian, man.
You sound very quiet.
I sound quiet.
It might be me. I can turn you up.
Yeah,
which
turn
one
him
are
up.
you? Are you
He's,
flat Earth?
he's right
profile?
above you. He's right above you, man. Right above you.
Quetzalcoatl.
Timbo
What do you
Slide.
mean my?
It
you
might
mean
be
my
me.
accent's off-putting?
No, it's Tim. Oh, I just have the whole server turned down to like 20%. No,
There
that's
you
my
go.
bad.
That'll help.
What do you mean? What do you mean by my accent's off-putting?
No, I said I don't want to offend. I was gonna call you an Australian, but you could be.
He didn't
New
want to.
Zealand.
He didn't want to mislabel you, Timbo, and say, "Hey, man, you're
okay.
you're a New Zealander."
Wait a second. Avery didn't give it away. You take the kangaroo.
Nah.
Why is
no
this
kangaroos
fucking
in New
kiwi
Zealand.
riding in a kangaroo? You know,
You're riding in a kangaroo upside down. For fuck's sake. You're upside down, bro.
listen, dude. I threw some shrimp on the
Isn't it?
barbie tonight. It was delicious.
Oh, we don't eat shrimp. We eat prawns.
Aren't prawn okay?
Right?
Can someone help me with this?
Prawns.
In American English, there are shrimp, prawn, and lobster. And prawns are somewhere
Okay.
between shrimp and lobster, right?
We don't have shrimps.
So, like, the shrimp they catch in the Gulf of Mexico, you guys just don't have it there? So, like,
no,
no claws.
we catch it in our own water. We call the
Right,
prawns.
so,
Prawns.
okay. But in American, a prawn is, like, bigger than a shrimp. It's like a mini lobster, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, that's what we have. Prawns.
Yeah, that's
But
what
you
he
don't have,
has.
like, normal shrimp.
Nah. Well, they
No,
do.
we
but
don't have.
Okay.
It's a delicatessen.
Wait, don't the lobsters in Australia, they don't have big claws, right? They're not like Maine lobster.
I don't know. We have different types of lobsters.
All right, so look up a Maine lobster and then look up like a Florida lobster.
Yeah,
I think
two
a Florida
different- look up-
lobster.
and
is
then a
more
southern
what
lobster.
Australians have. No, I think Florida lobster is what Australians have, but Maine lobster is like they got the big claw,
No, we get
baby claw.
cold water. We get cold water lobsters. So
That's true.
Mm.
Yeah, I always think of Australia as like a tropical paradise, and then I have a cousin who lives there, and he's like, "Dude, I went snowboarding," and I'm like, "Oh,
yeah,
you
man.
guys are pretty south."
I'm in the south, so
Yeah.
freezing.
You ever had Loch Ness flavored lobster gobstoppers?
Loch Ness flavored lobster gobstoppers? No.
Yeah,
but,
they're so good, dude.
Wait, how's the skiing in Australia? Isn't it pretty flat? You guys don't have mountains, do you?
Yeah, they got
Of
mountains.
course, we have mountains.
Right, but not like Colorado or the Alps in Europe. Like they're big.
We have our own Alps.
You go on mountains like Compton.
Wait, if you can
We have
afford it, if you can afford to go on
Victorian
a nice
Alps.
ski vacation, you go to Japan, right? That's
Probably New Zealand.
Oh yeah, wait, New Zealand has big mountains too?
Oh, they got huge mountains.
What are we talking like? Sorry,
10,000 feet. 10,000
You
feet.
know,
like
that movie.
3.5
You know that
thousand
movie,
meters?
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I know it was filmed there.
Yeah. So what? They got big mountains in there.
Wait,
The
how
big-
does
big-
New Zealand
big-
has good snowboarding, skiing, whatever? It seems like too close to the equator, pretty warm. Or I guess
It's south.
oh, so in
Further
July
south
it's like
in
nice.
Australia.
Is it slushy or is it like icy or pow?
It's dry, man. It's up in the mountains, mate. It's freezing.
Oh, so it's like a little icy.
Yeah, you get it's powder when
Slushy
it
and
falls,
icy.
and then for the next couple of days, nice and powdery, and then it'll get ice up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure when a big storm blows through. If you wait, how tall are the mountains in New Zealand?
I don't know. There's mountains all over New Zealand.
What's like the best resort in New Zealand?
I don't know. Have a look. Have a look at Queenstown. Just say Queenstown.
Queenstown.
I heard the Motel 6 in Queenstown is one of the best in the world. The Motel 6, I highly recommend it. They'll leave the lights on for you.
Should I
The
type
bendy light.
Queenstown Mountain?
I just type in Queenstown, New Zealand, and then it'll tell you the mountains that are around there. Because it's not like there's one mountain. It's like the whole mountain range runs down the whole country,
Right.
North and South Island.
Check out Space Mountain, too. I heard that's a pretty awesome ride.
Oh, Florida has terrible snow, bro. Calm down.
Florida has snow?
No, it doesn't.
One of my favorite people in the whole world's from Florida. His name's David Hogg. I love that guy.
Is a ride in Orlando.
Love David, dude.
David Hogg. All right.
If you're listening, David, I owe you one.
Who's David Hogg?
Yeah, never mind.
Just a celebrity from Florida.
Celebrity.
Celebrity.
Man, these bugs are ugly looking, man. This is some alien movie shit.
Hey, you must eat the bugs. Yes, you must eat the bugs.
What, you can eat those?
Yeah, hell yeah. A little butter, little lemon.
Hey, butter and
Yummers.
lemon makes anything delicious, dude.
Exactly. Anything.
Well, yeah,
Butter
Lemon
and
for
bread.
seafood, butter for meat. I don't really know what a bug would count as. I mean, shrimps are basically ocean bugs. Sorry, prawns.
Ocean bugs. Yeah, that's all they are.
I mean, for the ocean, the butter lemon is kind of where it's at. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm talking about those
Scallops,
two right
mate.
there. Those two that look
Scallops are the best.
shells.
Oh, I like scallops, but if you fuck them, like scallops are hard to cook, dude. You can really fuck them up. Like, they're really delicious.
It's either not enough or too much.
Yeah.
Lobster,
What are your
man.
thoughts on oysters? I don't really like them.
Yeah, I like oyster Kilpatrick, which is the cooked one with the bacon and Worcestershire sauce.
Is it boiled or grilled?
No, it's grilled under the grill. Yeah.
I love grilled oysters, bro. And they put bacon and what else on it?
Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I don't know. As an American, I'm a big fan of Tabasco and chilled seafood. Delicious.
Okay, yeah, I like Tabasco.
Lime. Drop of lime.
I do enjoy some lime. That's mostly on, like shrimp tacos and shit. I don't really like octopus, dude. The best octopus I've ever had.
The octopus and the squid here are so delicious.
Octopus is very much how you cook it, and you have to beat the shit out of it before you throw it on the grill.
Yeah, you soak it in milk.
You soak it in milk? That loosens it up?
That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Milk.
Soak it in milk, it tenderizes it, and then you with the octopus we normally cook it on like a grill. You get it char grilled, and then with the squid you can crumb it or just flour and salt and pepper and fry it. It's delicious.
So the only octopus that I've had was good. They poached it in olive oil and vinegar for a couple minutes. Threw it straight on the grill, but not like searing it. They slow cook that shit. Because if you cook it too fast, octopus gets so fucking chewy and gross.
Yeah, it does. You gotta be careful with it.
And it's
Dude, I heard your octopus brings all the girls to the yard.
Probably not, unless you're like an expert chef, because it is a very tough meat to cook.
And they're like, it's better than yours, and he's like,
Seeing as this is a flat Earth server, let's.
What about sushi? You guys into sushi at all, man?
Yeah, I love sashimi and stuff. Yeah,
sashimi. I love sashimi.
Who are we
I
talking
love
about?
If the
sashimi.
earth is flat, how come the fish don't all fall off?
Well, that was our question.
Dude, that's a really good question, bro. You're making me question my whole flat Earth belief now, bro. Jeez, that's a great question. Why don't they fall off? Dude, I'm gonna start looking into the globe. Maybe I've overlooked some things, bro. That's a really good point.
All I'm saying is perhaps the salmon overlooked the hump in the earth and they got lost.
Oh,
wow, bro, that's deep, bro. That is good.
You know that question's funny because if you're a glober, then things don't fall off things into space. So, coming from your kind of way of thinking, the water wouldn't fall off; it would just kind of float at the edge, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are you the type of dude that doubles down?
Am I the type of dude to what?
That doubles down.
Have you ever had the double down chicken sandwich from KFC?
Oh my god, it's so amazing! It's incredible.
Actually weird.
The sauce.
Since it's still Conspiracy Sunday.
Double down chicken sandwich, man. Oh hell, now I'm hungry.
I call it the double bypass, to be honest. 2 pieces of fried chicken, cheese, bacon, and extra chicken in the middle. It's a little insane.
Now I'm kind of working out why you got muted.
Why? Because I like KFC?
No, because you like to double down.
He doesn't know about the KFC, Timbo. I mean, you don't know about it.
Did you guys ever get the double down in Australia?
It's a total American thing, man. That's pure American bullshit, man.
Yeah, you can ask the other American dude. The double down is a real thing. I promise.
The double down is a real thing. It's a fucking marketed product for mega.
You double down. You double down like this. It's not just on Halloween that you like to drink and take shots and then put on your mask afterwards. You double down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I drink on other days than Halloween. Sorry, what are you asking?
No, I'm making a statement.
Okay. What are you
It
saying?
went over, dude. It went over our heads, Saints, man. We lost you,
my
bro.
bad.
Sorry,
No,
bro.
I'm lost too, man. I'm like, whoa,
That's
whoa.
all right.
What
I
the
want
hell was that?
to. I want to know why this guy thinks that water's going to fall off the edge. So, do you know about the vacuum of space?
There's
Do you
a
think we
vacuum
live
in
in a?
space?
Do you think we live on a ball in the vacuum of space?
Wait, do I think what?
Do you think we live on a ball in the vacuum of space?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, what do you think?
If I told you, you guys would think I'm crazy.
Why? We're on a flat Earth server, mate.
Yeah, we're not thinking like you're inside of a. Are you a brain in the jar? Yeah.
I would hope I'm not a brain in a jar.
Fuck,
That sounds
man.
like a horrible experience, honestly.
It's right.
Because eventually you'd figure out you're
I
stuck
want
in
to
a
hear you
jar.
crazy.
Are you just a brain? And is it the matrix system? And you're just some.
I would
No.
hope, dude. If I'm a brain in the jar, that's crazy. How would I even kill myself? Impossible.
Come on,
Hey,
answer
I've
the
noticed
question,
since-
mate.
Since you've
where
started
do you-
speaking,
Sorry,
you're saying
hang on.
buzzwords.
Can we do one at a time? What was
Yeah.
the question?
No.
Can you answer the question, please? So if
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
sorry.
a globe, then what
Can
is
you ask
it?
the question again?
If we don't live on a ball in the vacuum of space, where do we live?
If we don't live on a ball in the vacuum of space, where do we live?
Yeah.
That is very complicated for me, dude.
I don't know.
Where do you live?
In Michigan,
Okay, and where is Michigan?
in North America, I think.
Okay, and then where is North America?
On the American continent.
Okay, and where is the American continent?
Oh, on Earth.
Okay, and what is Earth?
What's your
The
latitude?
place where I live. My last name? I'm not telling strangers on the internet that.
Latitude. I said, what's your latitude?
Oh,
Latitude.
I don't know off the top of my head. Probably like around between 35 and 45, I guess. I think Michigan's up there. It's like pretty far north in the US.
So what is your Earth?
What is my Earth? I don't know. It's Earth.
Yeah, but
Let me guess, bro.
I'm
It's
sorry,
anything but flat, right? It's anything but flat. Anything you can say buzzwords to, for whatever reason you're doing it. Anything but flat,
Wait,
right?
I just don't really understand the question. What do you mean
Is
buzzword?
the Earth a globe, or is it not a globe?
Oh, I don't really know, I guess. I've never seen either way.
Anything but flat. I'm telling you. That's what's going to come out of his mouth.
What's your opinion though? Like, what do you think? We're not going to yell at you for having an opinion.
My opinion on what? The shape of the Earth?
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
I guess I've never thought about it too much because everything.
Oh shit! Did you go to school? Did you go to school?
You've been here since 2020. Don't give me that shit, man.
I went to high school.
You've been here longer than I've been here, man. I've only been here.
What did they teach you? What did they teach you at high school?
Can I just explain my being here since 2020?
Yes, please.
I was playing Overwatch back in the day, and this dude had a server open, and I joined it.
Yeah.
And I guess it invited me to this server, but I just am playing Overwatch, and I thought I would join and see if anyone wanted to play, but I really have I've never really thought about what I think about the Earth. Why?
But because
Ashens one.
That's what we do.
Academia says that you live on a ball. So have you got anything to say that you don't live on a ball?
No, but I also have nothing to say that I do live on a ball. I guess I don't know. I've
So you
never
just
thought
live.
about it too much.
You live in. Blah.
Well, I just kind of accept whatever is told to me. You know.
I live on
everything but flat. It's anything but flat. Simulation, Hollow Earth, aliens, whatever. It's anything but flat, right, bro?
I don't know. Simulations, hollow. Like I don't know what you're asking me. You're just saying a lot of shit.
I'm not asking you anything. I'm making a rhetorical statement.
Okay. Hollow Earth, aliens, like what?
I'm saying anything will come out of your mouth except for flat. Anything, and it's all funny, right? And you can poke fun at things like, "Oh, I wonder why the fish don't fall off," but it can be. You won't make any claim about anything definitive, bro. Except you will never.
Wait, why are you
say it's flat?
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Are you on Discord?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
100% sure you're on Discord right now. 100%.
Wait, am I? Yeah, I am.
See?
Okay.
You are. Okay, so therefore, you have a kind of a decent grasp on reality. So, where do you think you live? Surely you have pictured throughout your life where you think you live. The TV tells you that you live on a spinning globe. So do you believe that or not?
I don't really watch TV anymore. I've kind of evolved past it.
Anything but answering the question.
Oh, wait. Sorry, what was your question? I'll answer it directly. Is it
I
like
can't
a
be
yes or
fucked
no?
anymore. You're a fucking idiot. I can't be bothered.
Wait, how? I'm sorry. I just can't hear. There are like 3 people talking.
You don't know how to have a fucking conversation. That's why. I was being nice to you at the start, but you won't even answer my fucking question, and now you've been a fucking retard.
I'll answer your question. What is it?
He'll answer your question, Timbo. He'll answer. Ask. Oh fuck! I'll fuck. Yeah, he's dead. All right. Hey. Yeah.
That was annoying.
He's the kind of guy that will, just getting through life, man. Like I was. I was the same dude, bro. I promise.
You didn't hear the words he was saying. You didn't hear the words he was saying.
I was the same Mongo, bro. I mean, I was like,
you weren't, man.
No, you weren't, bro. No, you weren't.
If someone asked you a direct question, you'd answer it. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I would.
His intentions weren't clear, bro.
When I was a little Timbo, I was a little cocky when I was younger, bro. I'd show up at the construction site, and I thought I knew some shit, and
talking about nothing's changed. You still are cocky.
We got taught a couple things, Timbo, man, when we thought we knew all shit, man. And I'll be the first to admit it, man. I thought I knew some shit. This old guy's like, dude, you don't know shit. Shut up. And I'll be like, what the fuck does he know? He don't know shit.
The difference is, this is the difference though. You wouldn't hang around somewhere where they thought differently of you and like act like you're part of them and then say arrogant things to try to like snide little remarks that you and your friends can go over later and be like, oh, we got him there and there and there. That's what he does. I could see it from when he first started speaking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, man. But I tell you, man, I've been there. I was that dickhead and I didn't know shit, fuck all, but I paid attention. I did the work. I showed up. I learned. And I realized later, I was like, fuck, man, I thought I knew some shit, and I really didn't, and, that's just being cocky, confident. You want to be in part of the project.
I saw what he was. You can see what he was trying to do. He thinks he's smarter than everyone else. He thinks he can weasel his way around questions and answer the second half of the question instead of the first half of the question, which is the real question.
Exactly, bro. You saw what he was doing.
Yeah,
and then pretend he doesn't know what we're saying.
Yeah, so funny.
Maybe it was a bit harsh, but I don't know.
No, you're not harsh at all.
I think it was super califragilistically premeditated.
I think he did miss. I think he did miss the question a little bit because he was kind of mumbling under his breath. Of course, that's his fault. Talking to himself, I guess. I don't know. He was kind of talking to himself while you were talking, and then someone else was kind of saying something too, and I don't know. But still,
I think we'll leave him on. Put him on mute and deafen so you can chill out and baste for a while. He can marinate.
I mean, he's been marinating since 2020 right here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck.
Now I understand why. I do understand why someone muted him then.
Well, then
how long does it take?
If he didn't get tendered, how long does it take? If he didn't get tendered,
10 minutes. What's that, Mike?
Well, if he didn't get tendered, then he must have got harder.
Oh, hey.
Or Grinder. If he didn't get on Tinder, he got on Grinder.
Other words, his heart. I was talking about his condition of his heart and this whole.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Hey, I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Okay. Got that?
Dude, on a scale of 9 to 11, bro, you're at 33. You know what I mean?
So I went to Hollywood yesterday, man. Went to see this little band. It was playing a club in Hollywood called the Whiskey.
Still
Go-Go.
alive?
Oh, okay.
You got sacrificed yet or anything? Damn, he's
So
still here.
So I went, saw the band.
Hey, did you ever go to the Griffith Observatory with us?
I went there once. Long.
Did you go there the day I went there or no?
Damn, you're going places?
You weren't the guy that got fucking kicked out of there with the cops and everything.
No, the cops didn't show up that day.
Oh, okay. Hey, I was there one day, man, and the cops showed up because we were flat earthers. A bunch of us showed up there, man, and they brought the cops in, man, kicked us out.
Yeah,
I was like, ain't that sucks, man? That sucks. And it all started with one guy was talking to another guy. This was all live streamed back in the day, but it was. He goes, "Do you think you're on a monkey spinning ball, or something like that?" And the guy took offense to that term.
Oh yeah, what about knuckle dragging?
Yeah, it took offense to that term, and I started throwing punches.
Really?
Yeah, it was like he came after the flat earthers, man. There was about 10 or 12 of us up there, man, at the observatory.
Monkey, I guess.
But yeah, he took offense to that, and
that's bad.
They called us like racist, fucking.
Sounds like he took offense, a wall, and a gate to that.
Yeah.
Offense, a wall, and a gate.
Next time, just say spinning space, knuckle dragon, monkey ball.
Like, how do you can't.
I mean, if you're talking to a person of dark skin tone, you might want to not use that term, monkey ball.
I'm gonna use
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not.
You know what I mean?
It's
I don't know. Elijah would probably back me up on this, man. It's like that would probably not be the smartest thing you could do.
Well,
I'm flat out of Compton, bro.
It's hand in hand with this
keep to the basics, everybody, man. Keep to the basics, man.
Well,
hey,
I would probably do it and then tell you you're not a monkey.
Are you on a spinning space ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour?
Well, what evidence
do you got? What the fuck evidence do you have for shooting through space at millions of miles an hour? What do you got? You got anything? Anything at all, man? I'd be happy. You got photos? Oh.
Actually, I actually have something for all the Globers, if they're listening, something to come in their defense, which is actually pretty good proof of the globe. Is if the globe wasn't real and outer space wasn't real, then why didn't Scott Kelly come back from outer space immediately when he found out Gabby Gifford got shot? He didn't, because he was in space. That's how that's pretty good proof right there that the Earth is a globe, you know?
Exactly. It's huge proof, man. It's huge.
Gabby Gifford, man. You gotta love her. You love her.
Gotta love her, Gabby Gifford.
That's Mark Kelly's wife, bro. He's got a twin brother. Yeah, they hold the record for the most time in space, bro.
Well, they do. 666 days. I know.
That's Peggy Whitson. Whitson.
Yeah, you're right.
That monkey shit pissed me off as a little kid. I found that shit out. I didn't believe it from day one. I heard that shit and just laughed my ass off.
Y'all came from monkeys, you mongols. Hey, we got Zodiac 420, man. What's up, bro, man? What's up?
What's up, dude?
No, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just trying to be funny.
You sound pretty high right now.
I'm super fucking chill. Hey, Speculation Sunday's over for me, man. I don't know about y'all, but if anybody lives in Hawaii, man, let me know. You can speculate. But everybody else, back to flat Earth, man. Hey, Are we shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? Anybody got any evidence for that?
Has anybody ever seen the Mr. Garrison from South Park explain evolution?
No. How did he explain it?
It's really funny. I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate to say on the.
I'm not a big cartoon guy, so I'll stay away from that. But anybody else want to chime in? Go ahead.
I think you give a hoot out of it. I think you should check it out, dude.
All right. User is being in and out annoying. Timbo. What the hell was up with that? Anyway, so South Park, cartoons. Hey, guess what, man? The Earth is a cartoon ball. What do you think of that statement? It's a cartoon ball. You don't live on a cartoon ball. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know, man. I look out there sometimes, dude, into this world, and I've got to wonder.
Gotta wonder, man. Hey, that light that's hitting your eyes started traveling to your eye 400 years ago.
Yeah.
No, 400 million light years ago.
Well, no. I mean, like, well, the close
through and around space-time.
Well, the closest light hitting your eye from the sky, other than the moon and the sun, would be 26 years ago. 26 years ago. Hey, I just went to this restaurant the other night, man. I hadn't been there for 25 years. And I showed up, and it was just like stepping back in time. Back in time. And I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, the last time I stepped foot in this particular restaurant was 25 years ago. So the closest light hitting your eyeball, your retina, translating into what you're seeing in the sky, was 26 years ago. Okay.
Is that why Michelle Thaler says that astronomers are actually time travelers? Because there's no way that they couldn't be.
There's no way they couldn't be, Saints.
Yeah, there's no way they couldn't be. There's no way they couldn't be.
Michelle,
there's no way they couldn't.
I know. It's so strange. They say you're looking at the stars. You're actually looking at the sky. Supposedly billions of years ago.
Yep.
But somehow the light traveling all that way is stationary. Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. I remember Carl Sagan, coming on late night, local television, whatever. He would explain this like, what was billions and billions and billions of years ago. And he would do it in that kind of tone, man. Where it was like this real deep voice.
Yeah, he's like, all the sinners, all the dreamers, all the preachers, all the nobodies, all the rich people all live on this blue marble.
It's crazy how many people defend the Big Bang Theory. Like, it's like,
dude,
set in stone, when it's like, oh, so basically some fucking astronomer looked through a telescope and saw something that they're saying is radiation, and then they're saying, oh, this must be for a couple billion years ago, and then you're just believing them. Like, okay,
background radiation, so much bullshit.
I mean, and people roast like religious people and are like,
yeah,
God is just faith-based. It's like, well, wait a second. Science is also saying, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's both a creation story.
Yep, they're both a creation story.
Hey, have you ever seen that? Who's that English guy? Brian Cox. Have you ever seen him explain this? He goes, I think it was on Joe Rogan or something like that, and he goes, you can see these, we've actually seen these two black holes start rotating around each other in a galaxy, and then they get together and they rotate faster, and those two galaxy black holes created more energy than the whole of the universe. What is this guy talking about?
Yeah, isn't it crazy how only like literally a handful of people are given clearance to like use the handful of like incredibly high powered telescopes?
Yeah.
Like let me go see what you're looking at myself, you know?
I'm gonna find that video.
Only a couple of you guys are allowed to look at it. However, if you show up, man, and I've had at least 3 friends show up at telescope viewing nights at, major telescopes, 100 inches, 200, whatever, big giant telescopes. They go to the observatory and they say that's all we're looking at tonight is one thing. That's it. They only allow you to look at one thing. You got to climb up the ladder, stick your eye on the thing, and yeah, fuck off. It's ridiculous, man. Why don't we have live streaming telescopes, all the time, all day, every day?
Well, you know what's trippy is
we don't.
Like if you go out to the middle of nowhere where it's a really dark sky, there's no artificial light. I mean, the sky looks completely different. And imagine imagine we were looking at that sky all the time. You know, maybe there's some moving ball of lights, right? And then we're like, well, wait a second.
Well, that's what planets are, man. They're the moving ball of light.
No, I'm just saying. Just imagine all
the Milky Way, the Big Dipper, all those Polaris. Those guys don't move, man. Those guys don't. Well, depending on what season, but Polaris don't move. I
heard Uranus moves.
Hey, I read an article not too long ago about Uranus has a hole that it spews gas out of the hole on Uranus. I mean, I've heard this. I mean, do not believe me, man. This is an actual story that happened in the mainstream media. They put that one out. Yep. Yeah, they did it. Well, welcome to propaganda, people. And propaganda can be deep. It can be, AI.
Deep.
It could be deep ass AI shit, man. And only a few of us can see through like most of it. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I can see through most of it. I know I can see through most of it. I just show me a headline, man. I'll call it bullshit.
You ever ordered the orange chicken at Propaganda Express?
Yes, it's so tasty. It's a little sweet and sour at the same time. It's sweet and sour.
Oh my goodness.
With those 4chan cookies, you know what I mean?
I do. Oh my god, it's amazing. Nah,
Don't forget to clear your cookies, bro. Clear your cookies.
You guys can kick me out the fuck out of here anytime, man. I don't care. But
so how about this? How about this climate agenda?
Well, we've got climate change, and there's this little girl coming around and going, "How dare you?" Her name's Greta, and she's like, "Oh my god, I fly around in jets, and you guys are just, oh my god, you guys need to eat grass, okay? Like totally."
Hey, I was thinking about that though. Okay, so if the climate didn't change every minute of every day since the beginning of time, eventually we'd die. Like if it just stayed one temperature, right? So when they say climate change is real, they're telling the truth. And when they say they want to stop climate change, they're telling the truth. And if they stop climate change, we'll all die. So they're not lying.
Yeah.
They're not lying. Oh, shit. I think you nailed it, Saints.
You got to have the dynamic system.
Yep.
Gotta have it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the scary draconian measures that are coming. I'm talking about climate lockdowns. I'm talking about we're going to shut off power to your house because it's bad for the environment.
Yeah, they can already do that, dude. They got smart meters in every one of our homes.
I know, but I'm saying they're coaxing up the sheep, right? They're getting them riled up. They're preparing them for it, so they'll accept it.
They could actually target just you, right, and you and your smart meter, and turn that sucker off. And no one else would be getting it, but you won't.
Well, yeah.
That lockdown already is. So there you go.
Hey, the more you let,
but isn't that scary, right? Isn't that scary?
The more you let it affect you, though, like if you just act like it's not there, you know what I mean? And you ignore it and don't give it any power, it doesn't have any power over you.
That's right. That's right, man. Don't give it any power, man. That's my position, Saints. Don't give it fuck all, man. Tell it to fuck off.
Don't let it make your heart rate go up one iota.
Exactly. Just tell it to fuck off.
I think I've already been ripped up pretty bad. Shit I've been through.
Just tell it to,
Yeah, I don't think.
All I know is when you know, when everybody was supposedly on lockdown or whatever, like I lived my life like that didn't exist, and people would say something like, "Why are you wearing your mask?" And for the most part, I would not even acknowledge them. Like they could be yelling like a foot away from me, and I would
But what state were you in?
California.
I was in a pretty good state of mind, bro. I was in a good state of mind at the time.
Me too, man.
No, I meant what state, like what territory?
Oh, California.
California, bro. California.
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of the worst to be in during that time.
No, but what I'm saying is like I just completely, unless they came and actually physically touched me, they're not there.
But I mean, and I totally get the whole ignore thing, but I mean during the height of that thing, they were saying like, all right, you're not going to get this injection. All right, well, you know, we're firing you, and you're not going to get hired by anybody else. You know, what do you do then if you can't?
I think if in that situation, if they would have stuck to their resolve and ignored as long as possible till up to the point of precipice, bro, they would have passed. Do you know what I mean? Because now look at what's happening.
It's like 2 years though, man.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you can
get a job for 2 years.
Well, what if you already were working?
I mean, there's grocery stores in my town that literally not a single grocery store in my town would let you enter unless you were wearing a mask.
I mean that happened not everywhere, but it happened here too, quite often, you know. And I mean, there's so many different things you can do. You can act like you're on the phone with your pregnant wife, and act like how dare they even say anything to you.
No, like I totally agree with your guys' sentiment about don't give it power, and you know, because it's true, you know, like where you set your attention, and also where you set your intention, you know, is your that's the reality you create. But I'm saying like when they do things like that where it directly oppresses every aspect of everybody's life and every person on the globe, right? Like, what do you do then when
Wait, what?
Thinking about it now.
I'm saying, what do you do then when you can't get a job?
Did you just say globe?
Did you just invoke the globe?
Sorry, all over the world. Sorry. My bad, guys.
Sorry, man.
We gotta spoon that.
That's like a trigger. That's a trigger word, man.
I'm sorry. You're right.
Stay away from that glove.
Hey, can I just play something really quickly? It's like 1 minute.
On the stream?
Play it.
Fuck. No, there's something wrong with... I can't... Oh, you know what it is? It's a short. It won't play. Don't worry about it.
All right. Go back to the globe. What do we got? What do we got for the globe? Anybody? Got some globe laying around, man? I need a shot of globe, man. Give me something, please. Thanks.
Not a globe.
You don't need that shit.
Oh my god.
No, I do.
Cuddy said shorts don't play.
I need some globe, man. Hit me up, man. Hey, this bendy globe over here, man. It's good. It's some good stuff. This bendy globe. Cool, man. Bendy water.
Globe.
Bendy globe, bendy water.
Is he back on the YouTube chat, is he?
I love guys that say, hey, man, water sticks to a ball upside down, shooting through space at, astronomical speeds. Oh my God. What evidence do you got for that? Well, I got, Star Wars and, Galactica and The Matrix. The Matrix, that's my evidence. Oh, okay. That's some pretty bitchin' evidence, man. That's hot, man. That shit's off the charts evidence. You only have imaginary beliefs, is what you're telling me. imaginary beliefs of the shooting ball in outer space and millions of miles. Yeah, you are not gonna take that to the fucking 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and not get questioned on your evidence for your beautiful shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour globe. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, man. I know it. And we know it. It's going to be a problem. To back up that evidence. We know it's a problem because, we're 9 years in. And people are like, hey, man, where's your evidence for this shooting to outer space ball shit, man? What do you got? Oh, I got gravity. Oh, that's a theory, right? Checked it. Oh, okay. Coriolis. Oh, yeah, that's an effect. That's real. Yeah, 100%. Okay. You got some refraction.
Professor.
Yes.
Okay, I've got something for you.
What do you got, Batman?
Okay, so you got the North Star, right? Supposed to be directly above the North Pole, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, and we've got our supposed sun, which is out to our east or west, correct?
North, south, east, west. Yeah, man.
It's east or west, depending on where we are, right? Now,
in the morning,
the sun is traveling where? Where's the sun traveling?
East to west. East to west. East to west.
The sun's traveling north, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Yeah, towards the North Star, Polaris, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so therefore, shouldn't Polaris be getting slightly brighter every year?
Okay, it could be.
No one's ever mentioned scientifically that the North Star is getting brighter.
Well, it's getting closer. By the way,
if it's getting closer, it must be getting brighter.
Yeah, that exactly must be.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not.
And then what happens eventually? Like in 1 million billion years, do we turn around and literally, if the sun's getting closer to Polaris, then Polaris should shift off the North Pole and start going towards the east or west, depending on where we are.
Yeah.
It should, but it doesn't.
No, it don't.
Just bullshit. Just a fairy tale.
1 billion billion years.
Batman's out.
Yep. He just comes in, starts yelling at everyone.
I'll give you yelling at everyone. Jesus. I'm not even close to the phone.
I'm only joking, mate.
Funny buggers, mate, I tell you. This is just it's a laugh. Every day it's just a laugh.
It woke me up. I like it.
Hey, I want to say, Batman, 1 billion billion years. I love that.
Yeah, no.
Fuck off. Yeah, fuck off, right? It's ridiculous.
We got someone new in here.
So what's a meteor shower?
Zapray, you have control of your microphone. Just press unmute and talk to us.
What's up, Zap?
All right, sure. I'll unmute myself.
Right on, man. Hey,
welcome to the server, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
No worries.
Hey, man.
So, go, dude.
Do you guys? All right, so I'm in the complete realm of thought that like there's probably no space, just because of all the fucky wucky shit that they do. But I'm not completely sold on flat Earth or that cosmology yet because of the existence of Sigma Octantis. So, do you guys have any explanation for it?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
All right. Doesn't matter what's going on in the sky because you can't measure curvature on the Earth. There is no observable, measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth. So whatever is happening in the sky, it does not matter.
I haven't done that experiment for myself, so I can't tell you that there's no measurable curvature. If I got like my own like P9000,
What experiment have you done with Sigma Octantis?
I have a mate down in New Zealand who watches it pretty much every night. It doesn't move.
Yeah. And what did he confirm? That things spin around at a point?
Yeah, that the stars spin around it. You sound like you're from down under as well, so.
Yeah, I'm from Australia. Yeah, I'm from the south of Australia too, so I can see it every night.
Yeah, it doesn't move, does it?
Yeah, it moves across the sky, so it's a bit weird, but it's a funny one.
Are all the other stars like spinning around it though?
I don't witness that. I witness so what you see from if you want to take a time lapse photo of that area, so you can't actually see Sigma Octantis. It's not visible. You might maybe with a really high powered telescope you might be able to see it. It's an actual group of stars. So when you have time lapse photos, it takes a time lapse of a certain time. So they look like they're spinning. They look like they're rotating around a point, but you're only getting about 2 hours of footage. So what you need is you need a whole 24 hours to see if it actually goes one star goes one and goes all the way around 360 degrees around this point. But that's impossible, isn't it?
Well, I guess like when it becomes day, it would be impossible.
Yeah, exactly. But what you were saying, so you kind of got a double standard there as well, because you were saying, well, I haven't done that experiment with curvature of the Earth, so therefore I don't know if it's curved. But you're relying on someone who's looking up at the sky to say that those stars are in a position that now I know that I live on a ball. You know
No,
what
I don't
mean?
know.
So,
I don't know. I live on a ball either.
yeah, but so you're saying that I know. Okay, so you were saying I don't know about flat Earth because of Sigma Octantis, and then you're saying,
also,
well,
your
can't
sky
tell
spins the opposite direction, doesn't it?
Well, it's only because you're facing south. So everything, if you're facing south, they come over your left shoulder, and go over your right shoulder. They come up over your left and go over your right. You're facing south. If you start facing north, turn around and face north, they come over your right shoulder and go down over your left. Now that happens exactly the same in the northern hemisphere. You got to put yourself in a position like cars. If you're across the street, if you're on one side of the street and all the cars, and you're on a one-way road, yeah, all these cars are going from your left to your right. If you swap sides of the street and all the cars are still going the same way, now they're going from your right to your left, but they're still going the same way. It's just you've changed your position. You know what I mean?
All right, I'm going to try and do a mental exercise right now with a fan right above my head and see if I can simulate
The
that.
fan, that only works in the north, though.
So why would a fan not like? Okay, well, if I was to like pretend, right, that like I'm on a flat Earth, right, and then the middle of my fan is like Polaris, right, and then I look up, and then I see, and I make like like the inner light is like the northern hemisphere.
Yep.
And then,
so if you're facing it, if you're facing the fan, you'll see it spin in a certain direction. And then if you face away from the fan, it'll look like it's spinning in the opposite direction. but you've actually just changed your position facing north and south. That's all you've done. Try it now. Have you got a fan in your room?
I'm looking at it right now. Hold on.
Yep, so stand a meter back from it and face it. And is it going anti-clockwise or clockwise? Maybe turn it down to its lowest speed as well. Now face away from it and imagine those blades extending out to the edge of the room. Still going the same way, you're just changing your direction.
All right, that was a pretty good exercise.
Yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. Yeah. So these things. It's they're talking points. Yeah. So they'll say, "Oh, things spin in a different direction in the south." And you go, "They actually don't."
Whirlpools.
What? Oh, you're talking about Coriolis effect. Well, now that we're on that star thing, I just want to point something out, right? So, because you can't confirm what's going on in the sky, we live on the ground. So, the best thing for us to do is measure the surface of the Earth. So, if we're looking for curvature, why can't we go out and just measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving?
What exercise can you do to do that?
Well, we could use laser tests if you want.
What exercise have you done yourself?
What have I done? I've done plenty of long-range observations with photographs, videos. Boats looking like they're going over the horizon, and then I can zoom back in with my camera or my telescope and bring them back into focus, which if they say boats are going over the horizon, then there's no way you can zoom back in on it because it's already gone over the horizon. That would mean I'm looking through the water. That would be silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've seen all those exercises.
Yeah. So the thing is, right, so if we live on a ball of dimensions of 3,959 miles radius, yeah, then we can work out the circumference, which ends up being about 25,000 miles, around about there. From that, we can work out, this is what the globe gives us. They've actually given us measurements, so we can work it out with maps.
That's like 8 inches a mile.
Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared. It works up to about 1,000 miles, and then it starts getting a little bit out. But we don't really need to do 1,000 miles, do we? So over 10 miles, do you know what the drop over distance should be?
80 inches. So like around like
66 feet.
Why
There's
is
a lot
that?
more in it. Because it's exponential. So you've got 8 inches per mile squared. So you've got to square the mile because it's a curve. So it keeps on curving down. Otherwise, if you didn't square the mile, it would just be a slope. You know what I mean? It would be 8 inches per mile. And then that would just be a slope and not a curve. To get a curve, you've got to square the distance.
Yeah, I've done a little calculations for it where the certain things, I don't know, like certain mountain ranges or certain things are like impossibly photographed.
Yeah, we've got some good ones. I think Flat Earth Dude was saying they've just done a 700-mile one as well. So these ones are yet to be fully confirmed, but we've got shots of Canigou Mountain in France from the coast of Spain, I think, and over 273 miles.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna actually have to go. I'm gonna go hang out with my fiance and my daughter. But thanks for talking
No
to me.
worries, man. What I'll do is I'll give you VC verified, so when you come back in, you can operate your mic when you want. All right. So
Well, I
no
can
one will have to unmute you.
I'll talk to you guys after the 18th of June because I'm going to be taking my fiance skydiving that day. So I wanted to use that as like an exercise as well, so I can look.
Cool, man. Have a look and then see how different it looks through a camera. You'll see it curved through a camera, and you'll see it flat.
I already know about fish islands and all that shit. I've done a lot of research on flat Earth.
Yeah. So any camera works. But when you come back in, I can take you through some laser tests we've done. There's one with the military and the university that did 120 kilometers, which should be a 1 kilometer of drop, but the lasers stayed at exactly the same position, height that they left. So that's another interesting one as well.
All right, bet. Well, we can discuss it next time I join VC.
No worries, man. Nice to meet you.
All right, nice to meet you too, man. Stay safe.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Timbo Splice. You're slicing them
Hey.
up again.
What's happening, mate? I'm trying to be nice, but sometimes it doesn't work.
No, I got told my response to the gyro thing today was word salad.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yo.
Yeah, I posted it in the text here. I don't know. Have a read of it. Tell me if you think it's word salad.
Oh, your answer? I'll have a look. The one that you were talking about Indio about, yeah?
Yeah, earlier. I can drop it again quickly. Hang on.
Yeah, drop it in. Was that you, Code Zodiac? Oh.
Yeah, I still have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Why is the sky at night? Why does it look different on one part of the Earth than another part of the Earth?
Well, it's just how far you can see, I think. I don't claim to know everything about the sky, but I would presume that if you think of a big area, think of a factory, yeah, a huge factory like an old Amazon factory, and then look at the lights on the factory ceiling. So in one section of the factory, you'd only be able to see some of the lights, and then on the other ones, they'd look like they're blending into the horizon. You wouldn't actually see those lights. So I think it's just whatever area you live in, you see certain stars.
We would only be speculating at this point, seeing as no one can 100% go up there and give an answer. But however, if there is no curvature measured on the Earth, well, it doesn't matter what the stars are doing.
Yeah.
So do you believe meteors are real?
There are things that come down that look like they come from the sky. I don't know what they are.
So what is a meteor shower or shooting star?
I don't know, man.
Depends. We don't know what's up there. We could go from the speculation of the biblical, where everything is within our atmosphere, you want to call it, atmos. So they could be stars and things that are within distances to us or within our contained system that are falling. But I've also seen videos of military planes dropping things as well. I dropped that in the text for you, Tim.
Yes, sweet. They also these meteorites all seem to come from the same area of the sky. So that to me seems a bit strange. And the other thing is, has anyone actually witnessed a meteorite hitting the ground and exploding?
I haven't.
No, I've seen shooting stars and meteor showers.
Yeah, I see shooting stars all the time. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what they are.
Interesting.
Wouldn't, relating to that topic about shooting stars and things, wouldn't, if the Earth was a globe, occasionally you would see a shooting star that appears to be coming from the ground and going up? But I've never witnessed that. Everyone I've ever seen seems to be coming from, the sky and moving
Oh,
downward.
that's a good point, Paul.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Like you could definitely why wouldn't you be able to see a shooting star enter the horizon,
Why do we keep going to the sky for the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Regardless of what the answers are to any of those questions, it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. They sure are pretty, though.
So do you believe that there's other entities besides humans on Earth?
No, not unless they're demonic entities, because we have to be living in a contained system.
Well, I don't mean, when I say entities, I mean like any other entity besides human. I'm not saying they come from space.
Well, it depends because, again, it's speculation. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in the devil. I believe in demons, but you may not. So there's not much point in me speculating and having that conversation with someone if they're not going to believe it regardless. But from my point of view, there are demonic entities.
I mean, I've had it might sound cheesy to some people, but I've had an experience with a Ouija board that I can't rationally explain.
Bro.
Stay away from those things, man.
Yeah, you just shouldn't mess with that stuff regardless because we don't understand what's actually going on and you don't know what you're opening yourself and your family up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a logical, rational person, but what happened, I have no explanation for.
Well, if you think about it, your spirit is energy. If we go back to the Bible and we have a look at what it says that Adam was formed from the dust of the earth. God breathed his spirit into Adam, and Adam became a living soul. So the soul is the body, and the spirit is what brings the body and soul to life. The soul is you. And then it says that your soul returns to the earth and the spirit returns to God. So energy cannot be created or destroyed. So if the spirit is something that is energy, then it has to live on somewhere.
So I have a question for you, Flying High. As long as you're open to talking about your religious beliefs, if you're not, we don't have to talk about it.
I'm happy to talk about it as long as everyone else here is happy because it's not really a religious server. I'm sure Tim can advise on that.
I don't mind, man. It's pretty quiet in here. I like this talk.
You can read my word salad while we're waiting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a long one.
Zodiac.
Well, my question for you is, first I just want to know, so do you believe that, of course, the source and what they are can be debated, but do you believe there's a group of elite that, have infiltrated and have a lot of power and control over pretty much all the institutions in the world, from banks to the media, etc.?
Yeah, from what I've studied and from what I know, both from secular and a biblical perspective, the head of this is the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church does run everything. They are above all. If you go back into history, I went to Bible college and I did Bible history. It was always the Catholic Church that wanted to take over the religion and the state and have it all as one. And what they did back then was they brought a lot of paganism and pagan symbols into the church so that they could get the pagans into worship. So that's where we see, we have Jesus the Son, but then we have the actual Son behind his head in the picture, which is for the pagans to come in and worship the Son God. It's made out that they failed, but I believe that they didn't fail. From what I can understand and see, it is the Catholic Church and the Jesuits who are the very top, and they are the ones that have done these deals with these demonic entities.
So if for example, the history books have been infiltrated and they're unreliable, and the mainstream media is unreliable, all these different institutions, public office, government is unreliable because they're controlled by these evil entities, then what gives you confidence that, for example, that Christianity hasn't been infiltrated and led astray for hundreds, if not thousands, of years?
That's a really good question, and it's a really difficult one to answer.
Yes.
And the answer is yes, I believe it has been infiltrated.
And I digress. Flying high, you're doing awesome.
Ether Grass digresses.
What I would say is that I believe there's things in the Bible that have been changed. I don't know to what extent, but I believe that there are books that have been pulled out that go further into the Bible explaining certain details that we don't have a full explanation for. I don't believe we should be calling Jesus Jesus, because Jesus realistically is Hail Caesar. His name was Yeshua, and he says in the Bible that those that know me will know my name. So I believe that has been changed. As a whole, the translations have changed greatly over the years. That would be due to the fact that people want to make money off the Bible, and they want to be able to copyright it and sell it. So they need to change the verses. They need to change the translations, which does, I suppose, remove some of the meaning. So generally, I'll read
one thing, Flan. One big thing, though, it's not so much, people change stuff, but there's one thing that doesn't have to do with a nefarious intent thing. People don't know what words mean. They've forgotten what words mean. They've been dumbed down over the course of a very long period of time, and for all their knowledge, they've become as fools. So they don't even know what they're looking at, even if they're reading the King James.
Yeah, that's correct. So I was going to say, I read the King James. The reason why I read the King James is because that is where most of our English dictionary meanings came from. It also comes with a very good cross-reference. We've got the concordance. We've got the original translation dictionaries, so we can look up the meanings of the words. So it is the closest, I believe, to the original text, being able to go back to that original text and look at the meanings. As a Christian, I have to believe that what I have there is sufficient for me today. Like I said, I do read other books. I believe things have been taken out. However, I don't claim them to be scripture, but I take them all as a whole. But I do believe that the Bible has to be the authority, and believing what I believe that the King James is that authority, if that makes sense.
Hey, if I could expound on what you just said real quick, I'd like to add to that they call, the Bible the living word. And that's extremely important because it shows you that, yes, there has been times where the Bible probably has been tried to be manipulated and trained and diverted, but it hasn't really, the message is still
affected
there.
The message. It hasn't affected the message.
Yeah. Yes.
Change
the label. This, bro. I was just going to say, rose by any other name. It doesn't matter what people think the meanings of things are. The truth remains the same.
Well, yeah, so I guess,
But if you were to have a look at it, Zodiac, and you were to have a look at the time period that the Bible was written over, where the books were found, these books were with the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So there's other history books that we take as factual, but then we have this amazing book that was written across hundreds and hundreds of years through multiple generations, found in different locations around the world at different times, yet it can support and back itself from start to finish across multiple generations of people, different languages, different locations. That's a pretty crazy fairy tale.
Yeah, I guess for me, from my perspective, so I wasn't raised religious, I wasn't raised Christian or anything. But, as I've come to reflect in my adult life, I've come to the conclusion that I believe there's more evidence to support the fact that life is a result of intelligent design, as opposed to obviously this scientism mumbo jumbo of, nothing matters, it's all a coincidence, all that bullshit, right? But I guess for me, when I look at like all the institutions, especially like all the institutions and all the straight up lies about, our human history, which I don't think any of us here can say that we really know what happened even hundreds or thousands of years ago, because it's been so so suppressed and changed. But I guess for me, it's hard to believe that, especially with everything in the terms of oppression, everything in the terms of the suppression of knowledge that has been done in the name of religion. And of course, like, one person, no person is like built the same, right? I mean, there could be a serial killer who says they're Christian, and there could be someone who works in an orphanage. It doesn't mean someone's a good person or not. You know what I mean? So I understand that.
No.
It's
also.
Well, it just means they're not Christian either.
That's right. If
Just
they
'cause they
claim to
claim
be
it.
a Christian and their behaviour doesn't show that, I suppose, then you would question whether they're telling you the truth. And the Bible says, "Let God be true and every man a liar." That includes your pastors and priests that are standing up on stage. That's why everything should be tested against the Bible, because we're just listening to flawed men.
Right. But I guess for me, it's just hard to rationalize if everything in history has been changed and suppressed. It's hard for me to rationalize that this group of, evil intended elite, for generations, that they wouldn't infiltrate religion, and they wouldn't infiltrate the Bible. Like, why would they change everything, right? And hide everything?
Well, Zodiac, what if most of what you think that story is kind of part of the narrative too? Like, they've created a boogeyman of this evil cloak and dagger elite that they've been plotting and scheming the entire time, and what if it's a bunch of useful idiots that just inherited something that they can't even understand?
Well, the other side of that too,
I don't agree with that perspective.
my wife is Greek, and my wife's parents read the original Greek text, and I can sit there and compare that to my King. Yeah, and I can compare their Greek Bibles to my King James, and it's word for word.
Hey guys, check this out too. With the Bible isn't a book like any other book. It's not a book where you pick it up, read it once, and then you set it down and you're done. The Bible is a guide to be referenced your entire life. You stay in it, and it's called the living word. And this is my experience. Every time I've ever picked it up to read it, it's different.
Where are you located, Zodiac?
It speaks to me differently.
Oh,
Well, I mean, but the thing is, right, like...
I love what Paul was saying.
The thing is, right, like...
Because it's... Well, can I say one thing to add to what Paul was just saying?
Yeah, I think
I'm
Paul
confused on why you just stepped on me. I wasn't done with my point.
No, yeah, because I'm trying to go back to what Paul was saying. That was a very good.
And you
that was a
started
great
roboting
point.
a little bit too, mate. So it was. I think it was.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Wait, that must be like a overseas thing, because I heard him fine, but you guys heard him. That's probably like freaking refraction on the internet. Paul, what you were saying was awesome, though.
Yeah,
like, that's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you can obviously
it back
read
to
the
you,
Bible.
man. Like,
I was going to say,
that's all you wanted to say,
I'm sorry, flying high.
Well,
there's lag. Never mind. I digress.
I was saying what Paul's saying is correct. There's many ways to read the Bible, so we can read it literally and we can take instruction from it. But then, there's times where someone's really pissed me off. I'm angry as hell. I'm in a bad mood, and I go down and I read scripture that talks about not holding anger and why not, and, things of wisdom. So I'm not really I'm taking it literally, but I mean, it can be taken spiritually as well. And some of those verses, although they have a factual and, what would you say, a real meaning applying to a situation, you can also then spiritually apply that to yourself to help you through situations. And yes, you should be reading every single day.
Yeah. Oh, that's what Paul was saying. Like, I was getting with that. Like, your perspective, it changes because, like, it'll speak to you differently. Because your perspective, like what you've seen through what you're experiencing, you have a different situation to, go to and seek counsel with.
But I was going to ask,
the message remains the same, but the counsels. Sorry, I'll be quiet. This is just Let me stop.
No, you're right, man. It's all good. Go. Sorry, I didn't. You weren't. There was no one talking, so I thought you'd finished. But no, go. It's all good. I'll wait.
No, I was finished. I'm just excited about chatting about this. It's all. But never mind. Yeah, you're good.
Cut in any time over me. I'll stop. Yeah. Sometimes I'm sorry if I cut over someone. Sometimes it's a bit hard. You think someone's stopped and then they start again, and you sort of started yourself.
Absolutely.
Zodiac, where do you live? Like, what area? Are you in Canada, America, Australia? Where are
North
you?
America.
So I do a Bible study on Saturday mornings with a heap of people from Canada, which is Saturday morning my time, 8:30 Canadian time. And at the moment, I've got some guys in there that probably is one that's not a Christian at all. There's two that believe a little bit differently, and we're having some discussions about that. If you're actually interested in understanding a bit more or knowing a bit more, send me a private message with your email address. It's a Zoom call. You don't have to come on camera, but I'm happy to send you a Zoom link and you can jump in and listen or ask questions or put in whatever you believe.
Well, I appreciate that offer, man. I'll definitely.
I'll join in too,
contact you if I am interested. But I guess and I appreciate you, not getting triggered at any of these questions, because you have to understand, again, I'm somebody who was not raised with any religious influence, right? And so
I wasn't. That was to my benefit because I wasn't raised religious. My family was dead set against it. My entire family. I was only sort of introduced to it through my wife because her family were, I suppose, Greek Orthodox when they were in Greece. They're in a Christian church now in Australia. And she was continuing to go to church after I met her, and I refused to go. She went for years. I even had kids going to Sunday school. She'd take the kids on her own to Sunday school, and I'd say, no, I'm not going. And anyway, in the end, for whatever reason, she ended up getting me to go along. I sat in the church for weeks. I hated it. I was checking out all the chicks that were sitting in the rows near me, just not even interested. And there was a guy that got up on stage one day. I don't know what he spoke about, don't know what he said. And I was sitting in the aisle, and all of a sudden it was like I got hit by a bloody train. I felt like I was going to just have a breakdown. And then I thought, I got to get the hell out of here. I thought, no, I can't get out of here because if I stand up, everyone's going to see me. And I just put my head down there and just sat there, and I got up to leave that day, and some guy just walked up to me and goes, do you have a Bible? I said, no. And he goes, you need one. And he handed me his Bible and said, here, go and read this, and told me the verses to read. And that's where I started. I couldn't deny that experience. It was absolutely insane. So after I started, I don't like to believe things just for believing them. So I went and looked at, how the Bible was written, how it was found. I looked at archaeology stuff. So I sort of come to the conclusion that I believe the Bible was real. And that if I wanted to believe this, I really needed to know. So I went and joined the Bible college to become a pastor. Not that I wanted to be a pastor, but I wanted to know what I needed to believe. So I also did Bible college in the Baptist church. I ended up leaving there. I do my own study now. I don't agree with what the Baptists teach due to my experience at that Bible college and not being able to answer questions that I had sufficiently. But yeah, I was never a Christian, and why I've ended up where I was today and not stuck in that church who I believe were teaching wrong was the fact that I did have an open mind and I hadn't been indoctrinated prior.
Yeah, I guess, what Paul said about, the word's always true and it's not like any other book. But I guess, for me, someone who's not religious, if someone were to ask me to tell them, to instruct them to the best of my ability, how to live their life, right? To be a good person, to make the world a better place. I mean, I would say things like, don't kill, be kind, be respectful to your family, like all those different things, right? Don't cheat. So I don't quite understand how, like, I feel like, that's kind of like a natural thing that you can come to the conclusion of, like, this is how I want to live my life if you're a good person. So I don't really understand, like, how the Bible is any different from any self-help book.
Well, the Bible doesn't say that you're a good person, actually. The Bible says that we're all bad and we're only good in Christ, right? So I suppose that'd be the first point. And yes, we all do have that spirit in us. God's breath is our spirit. And we do have some sort of morals written on our hearts, I suppose you could say, or within us, that, we shouldn't be killing, we shouldn't be doing these certain things. But, people still go and do it. And even Christians go and do things that they shouldn't be doing, because we're constantly wrestling with this world and our flesh. We're not perfect. Even Christians,
we have
once
both
they're
sides,
saved. That's right. And Christians who claim that they don't sin or don't do anything wrong are lying. That's just a fact. We're sinning every moment.
Sin is a mistake.
Well, I mean, certainly, but I mean, I think
everyone makes mistakes.
That's also a natural conclusion I come to. I mean,
that's another thing. Man,
perfect, right?
Bad, it's like, it's described as bad, but wicked means basically weak and sick, right? So we're created to be good, but we suck at being good. We really suck at being good.
Well, the way the Bible explains it, I suppose, the easiest way is that you're either with God or against God. You're either in God's camp or the devil's camp. There is no fence sitting, okay? And now what God did was he gave the laws, and he gave the laws to Israel, and no one is able to fulfill these laws. No matter how good of a person you are still going to do something wrong and sin. Now, because God is so perfect, the punishment for sin is death. It doesn't matter whether it's, you believe swearing's a sin, or you've murdered somebody, right? A sin as a sin, and all sin equals death in God's eyes. We are all sinners. So when you believe in Christ, it says that we are then a member of his body. We are transferred spiritually into Christ's body. So when God's looking at us, he's not looking at us, he's looking at Christ, who is perfect and sinless and made the sacrifice for us. And that is the only way to salvation, is through Christ, due to the fact that you can't keep the rules, you can't keep the law. God's holy, you are not. So his plan for us to have that salvation is that sacrifice that appeases his wrath. Like the Old Testament, they used to have to go and sacrifice animals to appease God's anger and wrath. They did eat the animals at the end. They weren't going to waste. But God says that he's a wrathful God, and that appeased his anger. Right? So Jesus was that final sacrifice so that didn't have to occur.
You guys want to continue this in biblical,
as a barbecue?
Please.
And yeah,
I thought this was going to be one or two questions, but this is going to be hours of conversation. So if you want to take it down to biblical, continue there, or come back to flyers.
Because that way they can get back to the FE over here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because we can keep talking. I'm down with chatting. We can just hop down there.
Yeah, if you want to talk about that,
I'm up for that.
To come down.
Yeah, I'm up for that if you guys are down.
Chill chat, or let's hop in chill chat.
Before I jump down there, did you read that response, Timbo?
Yeah, nearly home. I got halfway through it.
Oh yeah, I'll jump into this little Bible chat down here, and I'll check in, see how you went.
Wait, mate. I'll speak to you later.
Righto.
You guys see that 700-mile observation from Wales to, I think it was France?
So they said that. Hey, did they say they were going to chill chat or biblical chat? Because I don't see anybody in either one of those forums.
They're in chill chat, man. You probably got it closed, like. Paul's lost. Where did he go? Oh, yeah, it's on a Taboo Conspiracies channel, if you want to take a look at it, Tim, though. Looks pretty damn compelling. It's funny, we get these two huge observations coming out around the same time. And the amazing thing about it is we don't even need these observations, this one or the one to Crete, because all we need's 10 miles. But we got them. And it's just buries the globe harder and faster, I guess. I mean, optics are still gonna, consumer grade optics are still gonna improve somewhat, Who knows what the limits are of what you can see from, slightly up a mountain or so. Of course, we've got JT Tolan, he's doing the infrared observations, he's seeing thousands of miles, but this is 35,000 feet. This is 700 miles from, I'm not sure actually what the observer height is. He's at the peak of some mountain, so it's up a couple thousand feet maybe. But still, I always wonder myself, how ridiculous does it have to get until globers just get what's staring them in the face? Only time will tell, I guess. Is anybody noticing the kind of change in the rhythm of the globers coming in? Like, we're getting these really good conversations with some people, and then we just get these people that don't come out against flat Earth, but they just want to waffle on about inconsequential nothingness, like random topics. Just straight up here to waste time and divert focus. Been getting some really good. I think it was two guys. I didn't hear the full conversations, but I heard enough of both of them that that they were really solid. We had that Sir Edward guy yesterday. He knows exactly what's up. That was a great combo. I think I asked Clipcord to clip it out. It's like 3 hours long, but it's just a demonstration of what. You couldn't ask for a better conversation than what was going on between him, Jedi, Indio, a couple others. He really got the crash course. Don't know if clip's gonna clip out though. I might have to do it myself. Make sure we've got it saved. I do have to admit, as much as I'm against TikTok, I do think it's having a massive influence on, bringing in new people to this topic, and that's great. The ones that are actually serious about it, they get essentially get a bit of a crash course on the TikTok videos, and then they find their way here, and then we fix them right up, all the info, so definitely seems to be like a wave of new guys getting it. As I said, on the flip side of that, it doesn't seem like we're just getting these straight up trolls coming in. They come in, the nice guy kind of behavior, and they just try to talk about nothing for as long as possible. I think that was going on earlier with that user guy that had the mask in his profile or whatever. Anime mask pic. I didn't hear that convo, but I've seen that guy around typing. He was probably a LARP or whatever. But yeah, he just wanted to talk about everything else but Flat Earth. And that seems to be their tactic now. Because they know we can sniff out a fucking proper globe troll in like 3 seconds and just ban them. So that doesn't work anymore. So the next best thing is try to be as polite as possible and stay in here for as long, be allowed to stay in here for as long as possible and constantly try and move the discussion away from Flat Earth. But even them guys aren't that effective, are they?
What happens if you jump into a black hole? So the old answer, you get spaghettified on your way to the end of. So therefore, if you jumped into a black hole, you'd be erased from the universe. But that breaks pretty much every law of physics, right? Things don't erase information. They scramble it up, make it difficult to read, but they don't destroy it. But now we think even black holes don't destroy information. Now we think, and this is very 2022 papers, if you jumped into a black hole, if a super being in the far future could collect every bit of Hawking radiation that came off the black hole for trillions and trillions of years and stick it into a giant quantum computer, then they could reconstruct everything that fell in.
This is music for the soul.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Raising your vibration is the best thing you can do. 'Cause the wind of change blows this way to show you something new. Yeah, we've all been indoctrinated from the cradle to the grave, but the truth can't be stopped. The message is clear if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. Show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Making your intention you swallowed the lie so many times, but now you finally see. That's the race to savor, and they sold you every time. But the truth can't be stopped. We're coming for you if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. To show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Can you feel it in your soul? Oh, that
that Mars crap they did, where it's like, the night before, tomorrow we're going to release a super secret thing about Mars. Really, you're going to put a teaser before that news story and then say, oh, there might be water on Mars, or there is water on Mars. Who the hell cares? You're not going there. Ugh. Flat Earth. That's the big key. Use enclosed world, enclosed system, the Truman Show, a dome, anything, anything you want. Do not use the words flat Earth. Saturn. It must be real, right? And I go, fine. Planetarium, bring a pair of binoculars with you. Look up the Saturn inside the planetarium. When you're looking at the binoculars, is it more real or less real? Doesn't really matter because the whole thing's fake anyway.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys. Ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside. They put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous. Parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance. Feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss. Drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist. Digress, regret, withholding evidence. Drowning in incompetence. Ever sent million billions represent. Lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress. Incentives and belligerence. I'm spent. Resorting just to less and less. Delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on the globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze. Atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please. A narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind. Resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time. Unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness stars' absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined. Sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind. Getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through. We all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globe-tard.
You're a globe-tard. You think this isn't flat?
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe-tard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek.
Look, I start calling him Lord.
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 Lord the globe-tard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globe-tard.
You're in a spacesuit. You can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And that's
flat.
why you're Lork the globe-tard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork.
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, the other fucking brown beating and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit. Fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just going through seconds. Now, fuck off. We don't want all your other disciples. You go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Sure, I spend about 3 hours a day in this Discord server. And that's going to be the limit of what I spend in here. As much as I understand what you're saying, it'd be great if I could come in all day long and smash fundies. I can't.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello, Brenda.
Have you figured out how to calculate the curvature of the Earth, the circumference of the Earth, using the Al-Biruni method yet? Because you did it wrong before.
Can't do it, Brenda. There is no straight lines.
Do you know how to do it?
I heard your question.
Do you know how to
want
do
to
the
keep repeating your question 5 more times? I'm going to kick you out immediately. You've asked me a question. I'm started to respond, and you've asked me the same question again.
Yeah. What is the calculation?
I heard the first, second, and third time. So you can't perform that calculation. That calculation relies on you having a tangent, something that's not achievable because you don't have a geometric horizon. So you're not going to draw a tangent to it. You can't see it. And you haven't got any straight lines to it because all the lines are bent. More so when you go up high, going through all those different layers you guys go on and on and on about. So you definitely got refraction going on. So you're never going to draw a straight line to it, Brenda. Ever.
You just need an astrolabe and knowledge of trigonometry and a high vantage point.
Maybe acknowledge what I just said, Brenda.
But you
rather than ignoring it.
You don't know how to do.
Sorry, Brenda.
You don't know how to do the calculation.
Sorry, you don't need to ad hom me, Brenda. Maybe acknowledge what I've just said to you. You cannot gain
what you said was
straight.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Last chance, then I'm going to kick you out. You've ignored what I've said, so I'm going to repeat it because you've ignored it. You cannot draw a tangent. It's all refracted, according to you and your side of this argument. Now, if you're saying it's not all refracted, then maybe we should go back to the Black Swan and you can explain that. Then we'll come back to Al-Biruni. But until then, it's refracted, therefore no geometric tangents are going to be drawn ever, Brenda. So you cannot perform this calculation. You'd require a straight line to the horizon. That would be the geometric horizon. Currently, we're being told that doesn't exist, unless you suck out all the atmosphere. So unless Al-Biruni managed to make the sky vacuum actually do what it's supposed to do, he's never going to actually draw a straight line tangent to anything, because he can't see it.
You don't have to draw anything. You just need an astrolabe and a mountain and knowledge of trigonometry. You lack all of those things. You don't know anything about
So you've repeated yourself for the second time. Last chance.
Yeah.
Either acknowledge what I have said, Brenda.
Don't.
Brenda, you're going to require...
What you said was wrong.
So you don't need a tangent.
You need an astrolabe.
Sorry, you didn't answer me. There was a short pause. There was a short pause. You ignored me for the 4th time. Last chance. Will we be drawing tangent lines, Brenda?
There's no drawing involved.
Sorry,
It's an
is that a no? We will not require a tangent of any description. Is that a no? We don't need a tangent to do this.
You don't even know what the method is.
Right, bye-bye, Brenda.
You don't. It's
Bye-bye.
a dip.
I'll explain to my
It's a
audience,
dip.
having kicked you out, that you're going to require a tangent. That would be drawing a straight line between you and a point called a curve. Now, your claimed curve is a sphere Earth, and your tangent line needs to be straight, and it needs to meet that point. At that point being the tangent point. And the straight line that you haven't got to draw to that isn't going to be drawn. So you can constantly ignore my question, short pause when I ask if you need a tangent, and you can answer me with, you're not going to be drawing anything. Yeah, you're going to need a tangent. You can ignore it 4 times, but basically I've got to the end of your bullshit real fast, Brenda. That's why I've kicked you out. You've just ignored my demolition of your requirement for a tangent and said you're not going to draw anything as a response. Not very good.
Yep. Brenda deserved it.
Pisses me off. People will moan. She didn't get a chance to speak. No, I gave her plenty of opportunity to answer my question. Did she answer it? No. She started to ad hom me and tell me I didn't understand. Didn't answer the question for a second time. Short pause. Then a repetition of her original statement that had been debunked by my assertion she ignored the second time. Then she went on to reassert it a third time, having ignored me again. Then I got very specific about what she's going to be doing in the maths she says I don't understand, and that would be in specific regards to a tangent that she hasn't got. My first rebuttal ignored 4 times. Now she can piss off.
Well, if it's an actual location, Nathan, it can be measured. Since it's not measured, it's not an actual location. It's arbitrary. One that they can ascribe any value they want because it's not geometric.
Well, that's what they say is rebuttal, but it is, I assure you. Their horizon is geometric.
They need one.
Or it was until the Black Swan debunked it. Now we're told it's not geometric. You could never see the geometric horizon unless you sucked all the atmosphere out. All the lines to it are refracted. It's a mirage. We never see the geometric horizon. No, we haven't got one. Etc, etc, etc. So then what? You're going to quiz me on the geometry to a fantasy location that you can't draw a straight line to, and when I point that out, ignore it? Well, that's not going to fly anymore. No, you're going to need a tangent. That's a straight line, by the way, for anybody unaware. Well, if all the lines to anything you're looking at are refracted, then you haven't got any straight lines. The point that she slowly went quiet and then came back with the same exact point. Failing to address my rebuttal, as per usual.
They have no fixed values to apply to their sphere, which they need one. So it's ball game over.
Exactly. They no longer have the required fixed value of R to apply and give them a geometric horizon based on that R. As soon as you start saying, no, this point's variable, well, then it's no longer a fixed location based on R. The model falls in upon itself, it implodes, as do all the other observations that rely on R.
We spent a long time yesterday arguing with Zanuck because he kept saying there's 2 horizons, and the reason why I said that was because there was 2 pictures, and we go, well, if you put another picture, there'll be 3 horizons, because he wasn't getting it. He wasn't getting the question, and someone kept asking Zanuck, how are there 2 horizons? He goes, look, there's that picture and there's that picture. He goes, no, there's 1 horizon in each fucking picture. He was not getting it. He would not concede at all. It was funny.
Well, they're just trying to currently figure out a way of obfuscating the point effectively. So their latest attempt to obfuscate the fact that they require a geometric horizon while simultaneously telling us the point where the sky appears to meet the ground is not geometric, it's refracted. Well, when we point out that their model's got a geometric horizon based on an R value that they used to tell us block things, they need to say, oh, well, we've got 2 horizons. When you go, well, no, that breaches the definition of a horizon. They go, no, look in this other picture. Oh, really? What a wonderful rebuttal.
Exactly.
It's fun to see him melt. Well, it's coming back full circle on them, pun intended. The full Jedi mind trick is undefendable to them now. Their little double speak doesn't work anymore because we have actual geometry that they have to overcome, and they can't.
Correct. Brenda wants to focus on the outmoded geometry in our understanding, when the geometry is relying on having a physical geometric horizon to draw a tangent line to. Well, my understanding of the geometry that doesn't work is kind of irrelevant, given that it doesn't work and you don't have tangents. You don't have any straight lines according to you. We don't have a geometric horizon according to you. So who gives a crap about how you're going to draw a line to a geometric horizon that doesn't exist? It's irrelevant because it isn't anything to do with our reality, because we don't have one in reality according to you. And we don't have any straight lines in reality according to you. Regardless of what we actually do have, that's your current rhetoric. You don't have any straight lines, we don't see a geometric horizon. So let's not concern ourselves with how the maths for a geometric horizon work when we draw a straight line to it, given that you don't have either. Oh, by the way, that debunks your model. That's the end of your model. That's where the full stop's pointed out. Hello? End of the line for the globe model. It requires geometry. It is a geometric model. The only assertion of anything disappearing in the distance ever is that Earth curves got in the way, and that would be a geometric assertion. So no geometric horizon, no tangent lines, no globe Earth geometry. Bye-bye globe. What's that? Oh, I don't understand the geometry that's debunked. Oh, really? Has it got a geometric horizon now to do this mathematics with? Oh, it hasn't. It's still only visible if we suck out all the atmosphere. Well, then let's not concern ourselves with whether or not we're going to do the maths for that, and how well that maths works in a fantasy model for a world that we don't see.
Hey, folks, what it is. Welcome to the Top 60 Globetard Goober Gaffes. This is an ongoing continual list and will be continuing as long as the goobers engage their incoherent pie holes. If you're not a flat earther after the first three, then you might be a globetard goober. So let's get to it. Well, before we start, I didn't number these in any particular order. It's strictly arbitrary. That is, number 1 isn't any dumber than number 60. Although there is a truckload full of standouts, like all of them. Well, let's get to it. Number 1, from the Rumpus, air is not the atmosphere. Number 2, Sly Sparkane, my physics experiment was double blind. Number 3, from George Nutcheck, Space Git Idiot, a closed thermos is an open system. Number 4, Mr. Insensible, at best what you have done, you would have disproved the radius of the Earth. Number 5, Brenda, in response to the question, what's the phenomena? Shoe. And in response to the follow-on question, what's the hypothesis? Brenda, it's a shoe. Number 6, Zanuck, straight is straight and level is curved. Number 7, Timmy Clown, Timmy Osmond, logical fallacy is better than nothing. Number 8, in response to so the plane is flying backwards, Danny T or Daily T now says yes. Number 9, from Gamma Panda Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, my presupposition, the laws of logic stand. Number 10, from Steve McCrae, Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns, the speed of sound in a vacuum is constant. Number 11, Zanuck, planes can fly motionless if they fly at 1,000 miles per hour eastward at the equator. Number 12, Brenda, DNA is made of amino acids. Number 13, the Rumpus, you don't have to be conscious to make an observation. Number 14, Soundly, gravity attracts gravity. That's what happens. That's the behavior of our reality. Number 15, Philip Weinberg, PhD, Physics. We're talking about the physical sciences. The physical sciences don't care about the natural world. Number 16, Craig, Fight the Fat Girth. A hypothesis is an explanation. 12 seconds later, a hypothesis isn't an explanation. Number 17, Brenda, I can measure the amount of time in a table. Number 18, Conspiracy Cats. The second law of thermodynamics is about the movement of energy, not the movement of matter. Number 19, the Rumpus. You don't need to have a cause to establish a cause and effect relationship. Number 20, in response to what's the independent variable in your experiment, Mick West says, I don't know. What would you... Give me an example of an independent variable. Number 21, Charles Flat Earth Math. Now, if you get in deeper, there's this thing called a double blind or a blind experiment where the chemist doesn't even know the substances he's mixing together. 22, Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. So basically, that's all I have to say about it. It's, my gravity is the fact my phone flips. 23, Gem Panda, Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Straw man, the Earth isn't spinning that fast. It's only one revolution every 24 hours. Number 24, Miles the Liar Davis. Your argument can be dishonest without having the intention to deceive. Number 25, the Rumpus. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth. 26, Negator, negative. Why don't balloons disappear from the bottom up when moving up and away? Number 27, Dr. John Wallace. Yes, an actual physician. Babies also cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the Earth. That's why we throw up and can't talk until about 14 months. Number 28, the Rumpus again. There's no such thing as natural laws. You just made that up. 29, Brenda. You can weigh the Earth using a toothpick. Number 30, Professor Phil Belland. In response to water vapor is a gas, he says, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Number 31 from Michelle Thaler, NASA scientist communicator. There's no such thing as life, really. We're just very complicated rocks. Number 32, Chaiki. You don't need gas pressure to have gas pressure gradients. 33, R.C. Meisty. Which one do you want? Magnetic West or True West? Number 34, Zanuck. The effect of time is the cause of time. 35, Brenda. Thoughts are physical. 36, Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck. No marble science. Listen to me. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity. 37, the rumpus. Pendulums go around in a figure eight. Back to the rumpus again. Number 38. Measuring things is not maths. 39, soundly. You can't understand the elliptoid. 40, Gem Panda, Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. There's no such thing as objective proof in our existence. Number 41, Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy. Because planes fly a path along the ground, they assume the rotational speed of the Earth at a point on that path as if they were sitting on the ground. 42, soundly. Hypothesis, the Earth is a sphere. Null hypothesis, Earth is flat. 43, conspiracy cats. Gas pressure and pressurized gas are two very different things. 44, the rumpus. Gases effectively have little springs on them, pulling them towards the Earth. Back to the rumpus, number 45. Do you think liquid gas has got the same mass as another form of something? 46, Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy. Weight is not gravity. Weight is the acceleration of gravity. 47, negator. That's like saying 0.0000000000000000000000003 millimeters is massively different than 1 millimeter. It's a minuscule difference. Number 48, M. Scott Veach, PhD, booger-eating schmuck. Amino acids are the building blocks of RNA. 49, Sean Little G, in response to, is a rocket matter? His answer, I'm not sure, if maybe someone on the panel can answer. Number 50, Brenda, dog bones are clocks. Number 51, Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy. There are no independent or dependent variables in the scientific method. Number 52, paid NASA shill. Put your hand in front of your face. You see it? That's space-time. 53, Professor P.Z. Myers. Human beings are fish. 54, Brenda. Objects cast shadows on themselves. Number 55, George Nutcheck, the space git idiot. The stars in the UK rise in the east, they swing through the south and set in the west. In Australia, the stars rise in the east, they swing through the north and set in the west. They're rotating in opposite directions. 56, the rumpus. The lens of the human eye is concave. 57, back to the rumpus. Gases are solids. 58, Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck. No marble science. Gas molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular as a one singular mass in one direction. Number 59, Bearded Devil. Many words mean the same thing. That's why we call them similes. So now that we're done with that little bit of education. And finally, number 60, Gem Panda, Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. How can I be begging the question? In fact, I wasn't even asking a question. Well, there you have it, folks. Brought to you by the intellectual elites from the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. I know I can speak for all of us. God help us.
Citation. Now, luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more.
I would believe in a globe if there were real photographs. I would believe in a globe if someone measured the curve. I would believe in a globe if someone showed me how water can curve and stick to a ball. I would believe in a globe if the constellations changed. I would believe in a globe if the stars didn't perfectly circle above us. I would believe in a globe if satellites didn't live in an area that gets above 2,000 degrees. I would believe in a globe if not for sundials, astrolabes, and gyroscopes. I would believe in a globe if the Coriolis effect actually was used by anyone on the ground. I would believe in a globe if Antarctica could be freely explored. I would believe in a globe if NASA could explain how they safely traveled to the moon. I would believe in a globe if someone could show how the atmosphere just fades into the vacuum of space. I would believe in a globe if the sun and moon weren't the same size relative to us. I would believe in a globe if moonlight was warmer than moonshade. I would believe in a globe if gravity could be explained. All that being said, why do you believe in a globe?
It's like he understands the concept of relativism when he says, like, there are things that are not certain, but he doesn't understand it in the context of are the stars moving or not.
Right. So this idea gets brought into the conversation quite often. As you heard, JCC brought in this idea that you can't be 100% certain about anything. And as I proved to him that you can, he changed his statement to some things can be 100%, you can't be 100% certain. So this is the mental gymnastics that happen when people are confronted with the truth and they can't get around it. So they're trying to justify what they believe any way that they can.
I'll be right back. At least he conceded. He didn't say he did, but at least he did concede.
Right.
Well, I mean,
we hope that people are honest. So that's
most people.
Well, I mean, it's sort of mental gymnastics. I think It's doing any sort of mental gymnastics to justify anything is always a bit of a dick move. If I apologize for swearing, but I do think it's a bit of a dick move. Which is why I think this whole thing is, complete nonsense. Actually, I think this is complete nonsense. To be honest, if I'm going to be honest right now, I'm only here for shits and giggles. I don't think that the Earth is flat, and to be honest, if there is a great degree of hypocrisy in saying that the Earth, that you talked about earlier about all this sort of mental gymnastics. Well, you do realize you are going through the very same mental gymnastics you are, and again, hypocrisy. I look at your rules, and you're talking all about proper debating standards or whatever. What the hell does that all mean when you're just going to talk over people? The man didn't even get to finish his sentence, and you just went, "Ooh, no, wrong." It's complete bollocks.
We're not going to let people continue with. We're not going to let people continue with logical.
More about 1 second. 1 second. First of all, I want to know what this hypocrisy is. You're talking about hypocrisy. What specifically?
Hypocrisy. No, I use the word hypocrisy. I think.
How about we say?
What I'm trying to say.
Can you be specific? Let me say this really quick. I want to get something specific because people can complain in big, wild generalities about virtually anything. Yeah, and it's
No, we
wasted
can't. Okay.
So can we be a bit more specific? Because I can call you names, but let's just be specific.
All right. Well, let's go to talking earlier about when JCC brought up some what was it that you can't just disprove everything. I can't remember the exact thing. I don't tune into these things generally. I don't want my brain cells to completely die. But
See,
I think
hold on.
Okay, hold on.
No. I'm going to say this really quick, and I'm out. We're looking for a certain level of intellectual honesty.
Intellectual honesty. If we're looking for intellectual honesty, well, here's my intellectual honesty. I think
but let's not divert from what Crypto asked. I'm sorry.
Why do you think that?
We're diverting right now. Crypto asked a question, and I think we need to hear the answer to that. Thank you.
In the sense that you're being hypocritical is that you claim to be some sort of haven for safe debate or whatever, and yet you ban people who disagree with you.
Because they're not intellectually honest. This is what I'm just saying.
He's actually just made a statement it's actually further than dishonest. Okay. You've actually just lied.
Okay.
We've never ever banned anybody here for simple disagreement.
Okay.
That's never happened. So can you retract that statement, please?
Did someone get banned?
Here's the thing, right?
So Hugs, you just lied. If you're going to lie, dude, you can't carry on because you just lied. You need to retract that, or you can't continue. Simple.
My God. Okay. Do your rules not prohibit talking? Trying to maintain some sort of order. Trying not.
They also prohibit filibustering. I just want you to specifically address this. You've just said that we ban people who disagree. This is a flagrant lie. Can you please retract it?
Okay. Well, I will retract that after you tell me what intellectual honesty means to you.
I mean, intellectual honesty has a very obvious and objective definition. I don't need to define it for you. But sure, being honest with regards to intellectual subjects, intellectual honesty.
There's another word for it. It's lying.
Okay. Isn't that? Intellectual. I can't.
By the way, JCC's in the chat. JCC's in the chat. He wasn't banned.
Hilo. Why are we trying to discuss what this means? How do you not understand what intellectual honesty means? Why are you trying to explain your way out of adhering to this?
Okay. I'll tell you what because intellectual honesty. You know what it means? The only thing I thought about was intellectual honesty, as in some sort of weasel word that you guys use to try and ban and create an. I mean, seriously, you have an admin who.
I was about to say we have an echo chamber.
Can I have a conversation with this guy?
He was about to say it, but he stopped
because I wanted to address the echo chamber.
He wasn't banned. He left.
Can you just find echo chamber, please?
Go ahead, Crypto.
Hugs hasn't been banned or left. Hugs, please define echo chamber.
Echo chamber. That's really simple. I think echo chamber is actually what you guys think it is. It is a place where people all sort of congregate and have their ideas kind of tossed back at them, echoed back at them. Talking to other people when you have your ideas. You talk about, for example, if you go on social media, you have algorithms that tailor to your taste and creates an echo chamber. That's
somebody watched that movie.
Okay, so can you please tell me then? This is a conversation. I'm asking questions. You're answering. Please don't filibuster. I feel like you've answered this question. We can move on now. Can you please tell me why you don't live in an echo chamber yourself by that definition?
Because I bothered to do my own research.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the definition of an echo chamber. Let's define echo chamber objectively. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions. Why are you talking over me? I let you talk for a very nice long time. Please afford me the same. Okay, an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Would you agree with this definition before I continue?
That was the definition I stated, so I don't see
Okay, well, it's close enough. We agree with the definition. Now, this fits you better than it fits anyone in here, right? Here's why. When you go out in the world, you listen to the media, they reinforce your worldview. You go to school, they reinforce your worldview. You go to college, they reinforce your worldview. You put on the news, they reinforce your worldview. You talk to your friends, they reinforce your worldview. In fact, where do you even go that isn't an echo chamber for your current worldview?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
That's it. It's only in here. So actually, the definition of echo chamber, I haven't finished. When I've finished, I will shut up and you can talk for as long as you like. The definition of echo chamber fits you better than it fits us, objectively.
I don't think that's objective.
We all have to live in the same world. We're all subjected to the same crap that you are, but we don't believe all the crap.
Calm down.
Yeah?
You know, you talk. Okay, I don't think in any way I don't think in any way that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord deserves to be afforded any level of exceptionalism in terms.
We don't need your opinion, thankfully, about being accepted. So whether you kick rocks or you stick around, it doesn't really matter one iota, right?
But what standard? Straw man anyway. Like he thinks that I'm lobbying for exceptionalism. That's another lie. What I'm trying to do is define echo chamber and show you that you fit the definition of living in an echo chamber. And you don't accept it, even though it's objectively true.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Is he concern trolling for everyone? It sounds like he's concern trolling for everybody.
I want to see how far he's going to go with this, because it seems to me like he has something's gotten under his skin.
Keep going, please.
See, JCC's got.
Let him talk, and we'll see where it's going.
Yeah, well, hang on. JCC has gotten under his skin because he heard his rebuttal to speaking in here, so now he's got a chip on his shoulder, thinking he's going to come in here and try to say something. But I really don't think he's going to. He's going to continue with his monologuing of how his feelings are and so forth. And I don't care. If you have no evidence to bring forward to the table about the shape of the Earth, then why are you speaking?
Because someone's feelings got hurt.
Right.
Somebody's butt hurt.
Right. That's what it is.
That's
pointing out the obvious.
Okay, well, I have
red, big,
two points.
Booty.
I have 2 points to make. First of all, I find it extremely ironic that I got told to shut up because I was supposedly.
All right, does this have to do with the shape of the Earth or your feelings?
Fucking guy, get him out of here, man. Get him out.
And well, second of all,
let's talk about the shape of the Earth. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth.
You guys are talking about.
We don't want to hear about your feelings, Hugs. We don't care about them. We want evidence of the shape of the Earth.
He needs hugs. That's what he needs.
I would quite like Hugs to actually address my specific point. That's why I was shutting up for.
Hugs, I'm offering you a hug right now, buddy.
These are not. This is not the standard of debate I would expect from such a place.
Can you address my question?
We live on a ball.
I made a specific point. Can he please address the specific point so that we can move somewhere?
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to hear about everyone's feelings all the time. I'm not interested in everyone's feelings. I want to know why he thinks he's not in an echo chamber, even though he lives in an environment where his worldview is never changed. I want to know why you don't think you live in an echo chamber. What is special about you?
I've heard your question. I've heard your
Please
question.
go ahead.
I've heard your question. And just one more point, if you will let me.
No, just answer the question, please.
Fucking, all right, well. Oh my god!
You want to hug?
You'll give me a second to read.
Can I
give me a second to read?
You'd probably be better off just listening
from your overbounding stupidity.
Spiraling, brother.
How do you know he's stupid?
Spiraling.
He can have a super high intelligence. You don't know him.
Okay, so you called me stupid because you don't like the. The answer is obvious. The answer is obvious in that you also live in one. You don't want to say that. That is true, and it fits the definition objectively. Yeah, but you don't want to say that. But that's fine because I'll say it for you. You live in an echo chamber, but that's not a problem because even if you live in an echo chamber, your worldview might still be correct. Yeah, that's not a problem really. What matters is whether your worldview has evidence.
I don't think they understand what an echo chamber actually is.
No, they don't.
No, and I think that's when he said echo chamber. That's when crypto jumped on him. And that's what it was, because he didn't.
Because the very fact that you're expressing an opposite position debunks the fact that it's an echo chamber.
If you can say
But
echo
they don't
chamber,
even realize
it's
that.
not an echo chamber.
Exactly.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit. I certainly plan on being around to see that.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up, and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up, and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. Oh, but I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. That it didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module Office.
We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like if we put water all around them, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, Yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental x-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
Get
That's the U. There you go. Come up a little bit there. Okay.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan clouds.
There's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa!
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any. You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I mean,
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Oh, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conveation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not. Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's.
He's not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten, or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
He can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said
on
I believe
Discord
I'm on
right
Discord.
now? Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
but
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. This is the final segment of our show. All right, now our final guest. I can't believe this, but he's the head of the Flat Earth Society. He says the Earth is definitely flat. Here is my guest, Charles Johnson. Let's hear it for Charles. Now, Charles, you can't truly be serious and believe that this Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat is one of the few things that you can ever know for sure in life. It is the only sure thing. You know, they talk about death and taxes being sure, but the Earth being flat is much more sure than that.
But Charles,
I mean, you didn't give the rest of our name. It's the Flat Earth Research Society. We have research. We have
but Charles, we have seen pictures of the round globe.
Are you serious, Wally? I mean, in other words, your proof is. In other words, your proof is I saw it on TV.
No, I've seen it from an airplane. From an airplane. I've seen it's round.
Oh, you got it from an airplane.
But Charles, are you saying everybody else is wrong and you people are the only ones who are right?
Absolutely. But don't get excited. The average person over 40 or 50 years old knows that the Earth is flat.
But Charles, if the Earth was flat, you'd go driving along, or you'd be in a boat going, and you'd reach the end, and you'd fall off the Earth.
You've got backwards. If the world were a globe, a ball, and if you tried to get to Australia, you'd go over the edge. Any direction you went, you'd go over the edge. Endless. The world without end.
Flat.
Right. All water lays flat. I mean, that's the nature of water, to lay flat.
Charles,
how does water lay?
Charles, I think the only thing flat here is your head.
Have you ever seen any of that water?
Charles, are you disputing? Charles, are you disputing our astronauts who have seen our beautiful round globe from outer space?
Carnies. Not a word or two. No one's been to the moon.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say nobody has been to the moon?
No one has been to the moon.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying that our trip to the moon was all phony?
Phony. Totally. Completely. And the reason, and all these years that this insane hoax has been taught, it comes from Greece 2,500 years ago. It's called the Grease ball religion, claiming the world is a ball. No proof had ever been found for this insane belief.
What proof do you have that the Earth is flat?
Let me get to who started the space program. Nick Khrushchev in Russia. The atheist communist, since they could find no proof, and he wanted to do away. The Bible is a flat earth book. Jesus, the only part of the Bible that's claimed written by God himself is the Ten Commandments. And within those commandments you'll find in Exodus 24, it states the earth is flat. It states you shall not make a graven image and from heaven above or earth beneath or the water underneath the earth. And other from heaven above or earth beneath or the water underneath the earth. In other words, that says the world is flat. See, the whole point of all hoax is to do away with Christianity, to do away with sanity.
But Charles, our time is gone. All I can say is, Charles, you got a little studying to do. The earth is round. I'll be right back. Good night, everybody.
space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, make you think that you got spare eyes, yeah, eyes, they're gonna spare eyes, yeah, eyes. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid, just to get laid, rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket lights, make you think they go. Rich guys like rockets and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rocket lights. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket lights, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket lights, just to get laid, rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, want you to think they go to space. When they go to space, they go to space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, put them up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, the politics, just to get laid, just to get laid.
dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Logo when you're spinning on a ball. Critical thought is a no-go. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on a ball, critical thought is a no-go. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. The head is Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. Fantasies of being Captain Kirk or better Han Solo. Revisionist history and a one-world future. Alien contact and even sentient computers. Your imagination dies, minding their thoughts instead. Not a single dream outside the evil media's web. That's right where they want you, eyes locked on the lies, inculcating your perspective, contrived line after line. A few generations raised on TV and movies since birth. The simple-minded sheep bleed for all that they are worth. Her mentality produced in pursuit of group truth, looking for superheroes cause they don't know what to do. CGI so pervasive you can't even tell what is true. If you believe everything that you see on the news, dinosaurs, Neanderthals, starlets covered in makeup, kill the Hollywood dreaming. It's beyond time to wake up. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on the ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on the ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. You watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky.
The onus of proof is the only untruth is you act all aloof and then claim it to spoon. Because if it's a ball you can show it to well and not say we're too small except heads on a wall. When water is level there's never a curve and it's in a ball would always observe a bend to exist no matter the size. A billion times bigger still would apply. A surface of bends can never be level and anyone saying it can is the devil. Like NASA with all of their ludicrous lies, hiding a serpent tongue logo disguised. Fooling the masses is what they believe. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. They're hurting the sheep like benevolent shepherds while sharpening all of their slaughterhouse weapons. Yep, you're gonna be beckoned. Your masters have perilous plans for the peasant. They're planning to teach you a valuable lesson and learning it probably won't be too pleasant. The gist of it is that you're dumb as a door, nailed to the wall and through to the floor. Stuck in a rut, unable to move, a frame and a knob with nothing to do. Cause nothing exploded and then became you. An atheist sweatest dream come true. Your father's an ape, his dad was a fish that slowly evolved by losing his skills and flopping on land and breathing fresh air. He grew at his legs and added some hair. Fucked your grandmother right out of her chair. Give birth to your uncle, the monkey right there.
And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
You tried your best, couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. Oh, Mick West, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test of Anthony Riley. West, you really tried your best, didn't pass the test. Anthony Riley, oh, and Ranty Rant with his videos, and it's clear that Mick West doesn't know that it's hard to determine so many things. it's not that easy as they would have you believe. Oh, McWest couldn't pass the test. Oh, McWest, you tried your best, couldn't pass the test. Oh, Midwest, Anthony Riley. Midwest.
How's it going, guys?
A smoking man, send explosions under oceans. Can you read their plan? That plane that crashed, most bodies lost. Please find it on the mission as collateral cost. They said I want to fire, you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's they say. That Australia and down under is a bug right away. I want to fire, you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's they say. That Australia and down under is a bug right away. Wow! They're lying straight to your face because the earth is flat and there is no space. They lie. Control your mind if you can't wake up in your sleep till you die. There's proof that the earth is flat, and once you go flat, you ain't never go back. It's true, and we should hang him for a crime. President Obama said we don't got time. Don't have 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 time for a meeting of the flat Earth Society. Don't have time. 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 Don't have time for a meeting of the flat Earth Society. Nobody seen the Earth as a ball. They painted it flat and they tricked you all. No man ever walked on the moon, and nobody will anytime soon. Take a look at the cold hard facts. Look at the horizon. It's always flat sea level. They don't say sea curve while they're clinging to a ball. You got some nerve. Don't have time. 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 Don't have time for a meeting of the flat Earth Society. Don't have time. 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 Don't have time for a meeting of the flat Earth Society. Time to wake up. Time to open up your mind. Time to wake up. Time to open up your mind. Time to wake up. Time to open up your mind. Time to wake up. Time to open up your mind.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Have you ever seen curvature?
Curvature? Yeah.
Where? You've seen curvature of the Earth?
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Wow. When? Where?
Stop the cap!
I'd just like to know where and when.
Well, yeah, when I was on my way flying to Algeria, of course I would look up the window. It wasn't very...
So, wait, I got a question. How high were you flying?
I don't know.
So, commercial flights fly about 30 to 40,000 feet. Military aircraft goes to about 50,000 feet. And we have video footage of it being flat at 120,000 feet.
In NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson would not back you up on what you just said. He himself
okay, fair enough.
states that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Then I'm wrong. Okay, GG.
He just don't. That stuff is flat.
This on? Hey, listen up down there. All right, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel. You'll know when the test starts.
Excuse me, everyone, I have a brief announcement to make. Jesus was black,
Ronald Reagan was the devil, and the government is lying about 9/11. Thank you for your time, and good night.
The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear that man you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again, but how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings?
You might know us as a vital participant in the 1968 Senate hearings on missing astronauts.
That's kind of a weird thing to be saying.
It's good for you.
I like your style. You make up your own rules, just like me.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just take Command Z.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Anyway, don't stress yourself thinking about it. I'm serious. Visualizing the scenario while under stress actually triggers the reaction.
Now, back to our program.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere, I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smacking down all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog. C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. Making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Rated E for everyone.
For the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day. And I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh?
Get my 44
science. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to store it up. Shit, for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out the cog. This number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, gold, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Science, not being reified, the method thereof, when applied, is also dealing with cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it and water boils.
Using the boiled off steam rather than the boiling water itself seemed to eliminate most of the intractable variations in the temperature. Interesting that, isn't it? But when we take it away from the vessel with the variations in and just go to the point of just pure water, just the water vapor, all of those variations disappear. So I'll just read the final quote from them. The heat of the steam therefore appears to be not sensibly different in different parts of the same pot. Neither does there appear to be any sensible difference in its heat, whether the water boils fast or slow, whether there be a greater or less depth of water in the pot, or whether there be a greater or less distance between the surface of the water and the top of the pot, so that the height of the thermometer tried in steam in vessels properly closed seems to be scarcely sensibly affected by the different manner of trying the experiment. The recommendation to use steam came most strongly from Cavendish, who had already made the same proposal in his review of the instrument used to the Royal Society. I'll leave it at that.
Wow. Fascinating. So,
go on, Owen.
Yeah, it is a complicated thing, right? To me, what I learned at a very young age is that the evaporation due to heat of water actually starts before 100 degrees, I think around like somewhere in the 80s. And the thing is, though, that what I learned is that even if you then introduce more heat, all that happens is just that more than 100 degrees, the water will just evaporate quicker, but effectively it will stay around 100 degrees.
Okay.
Right? But this is interesting about the steam.
It's called the latent heat of vaporization, and you will get water. So water molecules will share that latent heat with each other, which is why even at room temperature, water will evaporate off. Okay. When you boil
very slowly.
However, the assertion of methodology dumbed down with an explanation of water boiling as a phenomena isn't the question. What point in temperature does water boil? The question is, what causes water to boil? That's the question. So, while we are using a dumbed down explanation to simplify the methodology that establishes in the hypothesis, if A, the cause that you assume will cause your effect you are studying, then B, the effect you are studying, and the contrapositive, which is if A, your presumed cause of the thing you are studying, then not B, not the effect induced by you varying your presumed cause. That's a hypothesis. If A, then B, and if A, not B. Now, this is what the philosophers of science came up with to form empiricism upon variation of A. In this case, heat. So we established that with the application of our presumed cause of the effect we are studying, the effect being water boiling, not what temperature water boils at, why does it boil? Well, in the hypothesis, you have a presumed cause of that effect. That's an independent variable, A, in my example and logic. A is heat. if A, that's if heat, then B, that's water boiling, is your alternative scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, which also has alongside it the contrapositive known as a null. If A, my presumed cause of the effect we are studying, that's heat, then not B, not water boiling. Now, upon variation of A, that's application of heat to water, then you will either cause water to boil, in which case you have validated your alternative hypothesis, you have proven it, or you apply heat if A and water does not boil. So, the only things we need to know is how much heat. Well, you can give that in a control sense, because everything that's not being varied, that's heat. Not trying to ascertain what temperature. The arbitrary mathematical scale we assign isn't what we're concerned with. It's the cause. So
well,
cause
I think it's
is what we're trying to establish. That's all we're trying to get across to Jaren, Globebusters, Bob specifically, who I've done this many years ago, and I'm having to repeat myself now. It's all we're interested in. The cause of the effect, and the effect is boiling water. Not what temperature. That's it.
Just before you go, John, in all of this paper, that established scientific fact is a given and implicit in what they do and test here within all of these things. And none of the things that they're testing do they try to make water boil without the use of heat. In every instance, it's given and accepted that to make the water boil, we're going to need to add heat. What they're investigating here is some of the oddities. As I've described, a lot of the oddities are coming out of the apparatus, as opposed to how to do it accurately, which is to take your measurement away from the apparatus at the same phase point. So that's just to reiterate, the fact that the reason water boils is you're adding heat is a given and implicit in all of the understanding of this document. I'm done, John.
And it's used because it's implicit. That's why it was used by me and originally by Quantum Eraser as the example. Everybody understands implicitly that the application of the causal influencer is heat. You must apply that cause to get the effect. So you can simplify that into cause, heat, effect, water boiling. Contrapositive null hypothesis being heat, if applied, won't cause water to boil. And only one of those two things can and will be demonstrated as proven, true, fact at the end of the process. You apply heat and it can only do one or the other of those two things. It can either cause it to boil, in which case you've established a cause and effect relationship. If heat, then water boiling, in the most dumbed down way we can explain science to people. Or, if heat applied, water won't boil. And that is so dumbed down so that you can understand that at the end of that process, something's getting proven. Because that's what the scientific method offers. Proof. In either instance, you're gonna prove one or the other. Either the water will boil when you apply heat, or it won't boil when you apply heat. Once you establish that you apply heat and it boils, you know that the causal influencer is heat. Now, if you remove that causal influencer and start fiddling with bowls, the water won't boil. Because a scientifically proven fact is that water needs heat applied for it to boil in nature. For all of you clowns that want to tell me about the pressure differential, you show me where some sort of pressure difference is causing water to boil in nature. Because that's exclusively what science is interested in. The naturally observed phenomena that we experience in our physical world, that's exclusively what we're interested in here at Flat Earth Debate. The natural world. because that's what we've been lied to about. And you know what? Science is exclusively interested in just that. So that's my interest. I'm only interested in the physical and natural world, and that's all that science, not being reified, the method thereof when applied, is also dealing with. Cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it and water boils. Disproving the null that application of heat doesn't cause water to boil. One or other's going to be proven, and is when you apply heat to water. So what do we get from the clown shows that have used the same exact magic trick on you, the flat earthers watching? Well, what do we get? We get science doesn't prove anything. Yeah, it bloody does. What? We're going to talk about the temperature of where water boils, if and only if heat's applied. Because that's how it's boiling in nature if you're studying it. And that's what we're interested in, nature. Our world. Because that's what we do here. We don't go around punting new age crap about stuff we can't prove that's non-manifest. That's not our bag. That's the bag of clown shows. We're not that. Anybody got anything else to add?
Yeah, the thing is Jaron introduced the red herring to the point, which you went back to the point just then, and you're not wrong to do. But the red herring itself, as Adam shown, is incorrect, because as he went through all the variations, what the definition of boiling is vapor pressure. It's dealing with the phase change. And that phase change to a vapor pressure is exclusively measured at 100 degrees Celsius.
Yo, is anyone alive?
Introduction of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe by William Carpenter. A challenge to the Johns Hopkins University. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. Dedicated to Richard A. Proctor, Esquire, the greatest astronomer of the age, by William Carpenter, referee for John Hamden, Esquire, in the celebrated Scientific Wager in 1870, author of Common Sense on Astronomy, London, 1866, Proctor's Planet Earth, Wallace's Wonderful Water, The Delusion of the Day, etc., etc. Upright, Downright, Straightforward, Baltimore, printed and published by the author, number 71 Chew Street, 1885. Introduction. Parallax, the founder of the Zetetic philosophy, is dead, and it now becomes the duty of those, especially who knew him personally, and who labored with him in the cause of truth against error, to begin anew the work which is left in their hands. Dr. Samuel B. Robotham finished his earthly labors in England, the country of his birth, December 23, 1884, at the age of 89. He was, certainly, one of the most gifted of men, and though his labors as a public lecturer were confined within the limits of the British Islands, his published work is known all over the world, and is destined to live and be republished when books on the new popular system of philosophy will be considered in no other light than his bundles of waste paper. For several years did Parallax spread a knowledge of the facts which form the basis of his system without the slightest recognition from the newspaper press until, in January 1849, the people were informed by the Wilts Independent that lectures had been delivered by a gentleman adopting the name of Parallax to prove modern astronomy unreasonable and contradictory, that great skill was shown by the lecturer, and that he proved himself to be thoroughly acquainted with the subject in all its bearings. Such was the beginning, the end will not be so easily described. The truth will always find advocates, men who care not a snap of their fingers for the mere opinion of the world, whatever form it may take, whilst they know that they are the masters of the situation and that reason is king. In 1867, Parallax was described as a paragon of courtesy, good temper, and masterly skill in debate. The author of the following hastily gotten-up pages is proud of having spent many a pleasant hour in the company of Samuel Burley Rowbotham. A complete sketch of the Zetetic philosophy is impossible in a small pamphlet, and many things necessarily remain unsaid which, perhaps, should have been touched upon, but which would, to some extent, have interfered with the plan laid down, the bringing together in a concise form 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. Much may be gathered, indirectly, from the arguments in these pages, as to the real nature of the earth on which we live, and of the heavenly bodies which were created for us. The reader is requested to be patient in this matter, and not expect a whole flood of light to burst in upon him at once, through the dense clouds of opposition and prejudice which hang all around. Old ideas have to be gotten rid of by some people before they can entertain the new, and this will especially be the case in the matter of the sun, about which we are taught by Mr. Proctor as follows. The globe of the sun is so much larger than that of the earth that no less than 1,250,000 globes as large as the earth would be wanted to make up together a globe as large as the sun. Whereas we know that, as it is demonstrated that the sun moves round the earth, its size is proportionally less. We can then easily understand that day and night and the seasons are brought about by his daily circuits round in a course concentric with the north, diminishing in their extent to the end of June and increasing until the end of December, the equatorial region being the area covered by the sun's mean motion. If, then, these pages serve but to arouse the spirit of inquiry, the author will be satisfied. The right hand of fellowship in this good work is extended, in turn, to Mr. J. Lindgren, 90 South First Street, Brooklyn, E.D., New York, Mr. M.C. Flanders, lecturer, Kendall, Orleans County, New York, and to Mr. John Hamden, editor of Parallax, a new journal, Cosmos House, Balham, Surrey, England. 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. If man uses the senses which God has given him, he gains knowledge. If he uses them not, he remains ignorant. Mr. R.A. Proctor, who has been called the greatest astronomer of the age, says, "The earth on which we live and move seems to be flat." Now he does not mean that it seems to be flat to the man who shuts his eyes in the face of nature, or who is not in the full possession of his senses. No, but to the average common sense, wide-awake thinking man. He continues, "That is, though there are hills and valleys on its surface, yet it seems to extend on all sides in one and the same general level." Again he says, "There seems nothing to prevent us from traveling as far as we please in any direction toward the circle all round us, called the horizon, where the sky seems to meet the level of the earth." The level of the earth! Mr. Proctor knows right well what he is talking about, for the book from which we take his words, Lessons in Elementary Astronomy, was written, he tells us, to guard the beginner against the captious objections which have, from time to time, been urged against accepted astronomical theories. The things which are to be defended, then, are these accepted astronomical theories. It is not truth that is to be defended against the assaults of error. Oh no, simply theories, right or wrong, because they have been accepted. Accepted? Why, they have been accepted because it was not thought to be worth while to look at them. Sir John Herschel says, "We take for granted, from the outset, the Copernican system of the world." He did not care whether it was the right system or a wrong one, or he would not have done that. He would have looked into it. But forsooth, the theories are accepted, and of course the men who have accepted them are the men who will naturally defend them if they can. So Richard A. Proctor tries his hand, and we shall see how it fails him. His book was published without any date to it at all, but there is internal evidence which will fix that matter closely enough. We read of the carrying out of the experiments of the celebrated scientist, Alfred R. Wallace, to prove the convexity of the surface of standing water, which experiments were conducted in March 1870, for the purpose of winning £500 from John Hampden, Esquire of Swindon, England, who had wagered that sum upon the conviction that the said surface is always a level one. Mr. Proctor says, the experiment was lately tried in a very amusing way. In or about the year 1870, then, Mr. Proctor wrote his book, and instead of being ignorant of the details of the experiment, he knew all about them. And whether the amusing part of the business was the fact that Mr. Wallace wrongfully claimed the £500 and got it, or that Mr. Hampden was the victim of the false claim, it is hard to say. The way in which the experiment was carried out is, to all intents and purposes, just the way in which Mr. Proctor states that it can be tried. He says, however, that the distance involved in the experiment should be 3 or 4 miles. Now Mr. Wallace took up 6 miles in his experiment and was unable to prove that there is any curvature, though he claimed the money and got it. Surely it would be amusing for anyone to expect to be able to show the curvature of the earth in 3 or 4 miles as Mr. Proctor suggests. Nay, it is ridiculous. But the greatest astronomer of the age says the thing can be done, and he gives a diagram, showing how the roundness of the earth can be proved by means of 3 boats on a large sheet of water, 3 or 4 miles. But though the accepted astronomical theories be scattered to the winds, we charge Mr. Proctor either that he has never made the experiment with the 3 boats, or that, if he has, the experiment did not prove what he says it will. Accepted theories, indeed! Are they to be bolstered up with absurdity and falsehood? Why, if it were possible to show the 2 ends of a 4-mile stretch of water to be on a level, with the central portion of that water bulged up, the surface of the earth would be a series of 4-mile curves. But Mr. Proctor says, we can set 3 boats in a line on the water, as at A, B, and C, figure 7. Then, if equal masts are placed in these boats, and we place a telescope, as shown, so that when we look through it, we see the tops of the masts of A and C, we find the top of the mast B is above the line of sight. Now, here is the point. Mr. Proctor either knows, or he ought to know, that we will not find anything of the sort. If he has ever tried the experiment, he knows that the 3 masts will range in a straight line, just as common sense tells us they will. If he has not tried the experiment, he should have tried it, or have paid attention to the details of experiments by those who have tried similar ones a score of times and again. Mr. Proctor may take either horn of the dilemma he pleases. He is just as wrong as a man can be either way. He mentions no names, but he says, a person had written a book, in which he said that he had tried such an experiment as the above, and had found that the surface of the water was not curved. That person was Parallax, the founder of the Zetetic philosophy. He continues, another person seems to have believed the first, and became